This audiobook contains 19 censored sentences and 161 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Wanting her to accept the pain she carried. But from beginning to end, neither the normal Kano Yuko nor the Shadow Yuko ever harmed ordinary people. The Shadow Yuko's only goal was to make the amnesiac Kano Yuko feel her own pain. However, in this world, with the embellished rumors of Yuko-san added by the students of CQ Academy and the spiritual resurgence of recent decades, this resentment may have undergone some changes. If it really turned into a curse, what grade of curse would that Shadow Yuko be? And if the Shadow Yuko were exorcised, what kind of impact would it have on the current Yuko? As he pondered this, Fujimiya Kanomi, who was beside him, waved her hand in front of his eyes. So, what we just saw really was the rumored Yuko-san, wasn't it? Her tone carried a slight hint of nervousness. Mayachi Haikage's gaze followed the listless-looking Yuko as she floated away. Then he retracted his gaze. If there wasn't someone deliberately dressing up in an old-fashioned school uniform to play ghost at the school gate during the holidays, then it was indeed like the Yuko from the rumors, who only appears at dusk. Fujimiya Kanomi continued to ask him, "So, are you still planning to film here?" Although after coming to her senses, Fujimiya Kanomi's heart was also a little nervous about this strange encounter, and she could even feel her palm, which was clutching Mayachi Haikage's sleeve, starting to sweat. But seeing Mayachi Haikage's expression, which was no different from usual, her mind also relaxed a lot. That must have been Yuko-san. However, in the rumors she had heard, Yuko-san seemed to be a girl who was unable to graduate due to an accident, which is why she lingered in the school. In most of the rumors, the ghost stories related to Yuko didn't seem to portray her as a cruel and fierce evil spirit. Although in some of the other rumors, she had heard about bad things happening to those who encountered Yuko. Looking at Mayachi Haikage's somewhat distant gaze just now, it seemed he could see more than she could. Therefore, even though she still felt a bit flustered facing these unknown things, Fujimiya Kanomi felt that as long as she stood by Mayachi Haikage's side, she didn't feel so nervous anymore. Let's leave the school first and see what Kaiji found out from the people around here. Mayachi Haikage could also read Fujimiya Kanomi's mood, knowing that the girl's worldview had just been somewhat shaken. So he took one last look at the location of the old school building and then led Fujimiya Kanomi away from there first. Back on the street, he bought some drinks and snacks for Fujimiya Kanomi nearby to disperse the cluttered thoughts in her mind. After waiting for Itu Kaiji for a while, they saw him return, sweating profusely and carrying a lot of fruits and vegetables. I asked many people living nearby and finally found an old grandmother in the shopping arcade next to it. I bought a lot of things from her before she told me a little about what happened back then. Itu Kaiji put the things he bought back in the car before explaining to Mayachi Haikage. It seems it was in the last century, about 60 or 70 years ago. A major plague broke out here, and many people died. The local landlord's surname was Kano, a family that had been guarding the shrine in this area for generations. However, during that plague, it seems most of the Kano family also died, leaving only the youngest daughter alive. And at that time, one of the deceased daughters of the Kano family, Kano Yuko, who was still studying here, was said to have been buried near the school. She was considered the prototype for the Yuko-san ghost stories that later spread around here. It seemed that Itu Kaiji had improved considerably after following him for the past half month. Although the information he found didn't touch upon the most crucial parts, aside from the true cause of Kano Yuko's death, the rest was more or less accurate. After all, the villagers who made the decision to sacrifice Kano Yuko to ward off the plague mostly died from the plague themselves in the end. Now, more than half a century had passed, and very few people who knew the truth back then were still alive. Even the elderly living nearby probably didn't know much about what happened back then. Itu Kaiji said, wiping his sweat. He then asked Mayachi Haikage curiously, "Didn't you guys take a look inside the school? Did you find anything?" In response, Fujimiya Kinomi directly told him that the two of them had found Yuko-san's stone monument on the school's hill, and at the same time saw the black-haired girl appear at the school gate from the mountain, only for her to disappear quickly. Hearing this, Itakaiji's hand started to tremble. He was just asking casually. He didn't expect his boss to actually run into a ghost after just taking a walk inside. He quickly looked over his boss, wanted to see if he was being haunted by some vengeful spirit. Mayachi Hikage waved his hand. We're not sure if it was someone playing tricks yet, at least in front of Fujimiya Kinomi. He certainly couldn't say that the figure they saw was indeed Yuko herself. However, I feel that this school and Miss Kano Yuko's story from back then still have a lot of potential to be explored. So I plan to tell Nanami-san first, and then take a day to come here and film. As he said this, Mayachi Hikage called Nanami Kento, with whom he had been in constant contact recently and had become quite familiar. Of course, the reason their relationship had improved so much wasn't because Mayachi Hikage had been trying to please Nanami Kento with various words, nor was it his red envelope offensive, preparing to corrupt the other's heart with money. Those things probably only accounted for 10 or 20% of the effect. The real key was that his recent videos had gained a considerable number of views. Viewers who saw the videos were constantly posting about local ghost stories and urban legends in their residential areas in the comments. Out of caution, Nanami Kento had reported Mayachi Hikage's videos in the comments below them, not to the puppet-like higher-ups of the jiu-jitsu world, but to the principal of the Jiu-Jitsu High. Compared to the crappy jiu-jitsu world and the even crappier higher-ups, he obviously trusted his old principal more. As for what exactly they talked about, because of the distance and the fact that they didn't keep mentioning his name, the information Mayachi Hikage obtained wasn't particularly complete. But hearing that the inner world seemed to have accelerated its spiritual resurgence, the number of ordinary people awakening to supernatural powers and the appearance of cursed spirits and vengeful spirits this year had doubled compared to previous years, and this trend was still on the rise, faintly giving the feeling of returning to the heyday of the pandemonium of 100 demons. The inner world had also been recently debating whether the secrecy agreements signed with governments around the world 100 years ago needed to be revised. Although Principal Yaga Mazamichi of the Jiu-Jitsu High didn't support making the supernatural public, he wasn't strongly against it either. He was probably planning to observe the situation through Mayachi Hikage, a popular video blogger on the internet. In addition, Mayachi Hikage was also considered a talented youth who might not have awakened yet and could become a part of the inner world in the future. Therefore, the principal had now entrusted this matter to Nanami Kento to follow up on. For this purpose, it seemed he had even assigned some low-level jiu-jitsu sorcerers to Nanami Kento to be responsible for confirming the authenticity of the rumors in Mayachi Hikage's comment section. Therefore, after the call was connected, when Nanami Kento heard that Mayachi Hikage had suddenly left Tokyo and was preparing to film an episode in his hometown, although he complained a bit, he didn't directly refuse. Especially after hearing Mayachi Hikage say that they seem to have really seen the suspicious girl at dusk, he became noticeably bravado serious about the matter. I'll investigate it. I'll contact you after I've confirmed the specific situation. After recording the location and the information about the vengeful spirit, Barado paused for a moment. He thought about some of the rumors he had recently heard at the Jiu-Jitsu High about Saitama, and then reminded Mayachi Hikage. Also, some wild beasts have appeared in the mountains of Saitama Prefecture recently. How the people in your village try to reduce their trips up the mountain to avoid any accidents. Mayachi Hikage had heard a few mentions of the wild beast from Itakaiji and Kageyama Kid before and hadn't paid much attention to it. But now that even Nanami Kento in Tokyo had heard about this matter, it seemed that the origin of that beast was probably not small. Although Mayachi Hikage was a little curious about this, he didn't ask much. He just remembered this matter, chatted a few more sentences with Nanami Kento, expressed his thanks, and then hung up the phone. After contacting Nanami Kento, he turned his head directly to look at Itakaiji next to him. Nanami-san said he will confirm the situation here and should give us a reply soon. As he said this, he patted Itukaiji's shoulder. Itakaiji didn't have much to do these few days, so he asked him to come over during the day to investigate the rumors in the surrounding area and at the schools. If possible, it would be best to get a filming permit from the school, and he could also practice his driving skills. As for himself, he had to accompany his sister at home for the next few days. Hearing this, Itakaiji's hands and feet immediately started to tremble. Just me alone? Although the videos they filmed before were scary, the main thing was the atmosphere at night. To be honest, apart from that suspicious ghost shadow, no other strange things had really appeared. But this time was different. Cinchuredo, it wasn't until Mayachi Hikage offered double overtime pay that Itakaiji's financial motivation, having endured difficult circumstances for a long time, immediately suppressed his nervous emotions. The extra pay was enough for him to live comfortably for quite some time after returning to Tokyo. As long as he didn't enter the school at dusk or at night, he probably wouldn't run into any trouble there. In short, after motivating this guy, Itakaiji, with money, his enthusiasm seemed to have increased a lot, and he even drove home much faster than before. As for Fujimiya Kinomi, although she still chatted with Mayachi Hikage from time to time about their discoveries at the school on the way, she was very quiet when not speaking. But she did have some reaction after all. She even forgot to mention what she had said before about inviting Mayachi Hikage to her house for dinner. When he dropped her off at her doorstep, Mayachi Hikage, while telling her to rest early and not think too much, also secretly sent a gentle wave of soothing energy into her, allowing her to sleep Barato soundly that night. What surprised Mayachi Hikage Barato was that after dropping Fujimiya Kinomi home, a short while after he had just gotten home himself, he received a text message from her. The content of the message was also very simple. She said that if Mayachi Hikage was really planning to film there, he should remember to call her, as she also wanted to find out what really happened at that school back then. Looking at the content of the message, Mayachi Hikage sighed. Although Kinomi didn't seem to have much of a reaction on the way back and seemed no different from usual, Mayachi Hikage, who was familiar with her, naturally felt the turmoil in the girl's heart after she came into contact with those things. The fact that she sent this message was probably a decision she made after struggling at home for a while. Mayachi Hikage felt the girl's intentions and then asked Fujimiya Kinomi in a playful tone if she wasn't worried about being targeted by that female ghost. And Fujimiya Kinomi gave her answer directly. I just made an offering to that Yuko-san this afternoon. Although it was just some nearby wildflowers, for that reason, I believe that Yuko-san won't harm me. It's you, Hikage, who should be more careful about her visiting you at night. In response, Mayachi Hikage thought for a moment. If Yuko really came over tonight, thinking about that possibility, Mayachi Hikage decisively shook his head. He wouldn't mind being the Japanese Ning Kai-chin, but how could such good fortune happen in this world? It's better to Barato dinner and then honestly write in the diary to get the reward. Chapter 164. Kano Yuko, who might become a god, a girl who only appears at dusk. It seems he's run into the real deal this time. Back in Tokyo, Nanami Kento, having hung up the phone, lamented to himself that a moment of soft-heartedness on his part had now resulted in a long-term overtime job for himself. But to say that Mayachi Hikage's videos were useless wouldn't be accurate. After all, the development of the jiu-jitsu world was actually somewhat less than optimistic. Although it was a supernatural profession that specialized in dealing with cursed spirits, talent was being severely divided up by other factions. Even with the appearance of a once-in-a-millennium strongest jiu-jitsu sorcerer like Gojo Satoru, it couldn't significantly improve the jiu-jitsu world's intelligence channels. They imitated the Shinto model, where jiu-jitsu sorcerers stationed locally with certain sensory abilities would discover traces of cursed spirits. But there weren't enough people, so they could only station 1 or 2 sorcerers in each prefecture. Besides that, the jiu-jitsu higher-ups would directly receive missions from the government agency specifically responsible for dealing with the inner world. But these official missions always had a delay. By the time these missions were assigned to the jiu-jitsu world, most of them were already tough nuts to crack, just as jiu-jitsu sorcerers could moonlight as exorcists to deal with vengeful spirits. The mid to low-grade cursed spirits were mostly snapped up by major powers like Shintoism and Buddhism. Although the rewards for these low-level missions weren't high, rookie low-grade jujitsu sorcerers needed a large number of mid to low-grade vengeful spirits and cursed spirits to practice on and gain experience. Mayachi Hikage, as the first video blogger to film these kinds of haunted house explorations and achieve considerable success online, had a comment section filled with cries for help and invitations for him to film at their local supernatural hotspots. Although most of these had nothing to do with supernatural powers, after replying to those comments and conducting simple searches, they could indeed discover many newly gestated cursed spirits and vengeful spirits. They could even find some promising individuals with certain potential who seemed likely to awaken their powers at any moment. The Jujitsu High placed great importance on this situation. Perhaps in this information age of accelerated spiritual resurgence and rapid technological development, leveraging the power of the internet could inject some vitality into the decaying Jujitsu world. Of course, this was a new frontier in the inner world that hadn't yet been noticed by other factions or the conservative Jujitsu higher-ups. The Jujitsu High naturally couldn't promote it openly and could only explore in private. Fortunately, he heard that two talented girls had recently enrolled at the Jujitsu High. One of them was the eldest daughter of the top Japanese conglomerate, the Shinomiya Zaibatsu. She possessed excellent physical fitness and spiritual power. Although she hadn't officially enrolled yet, the conglomerate seemed to have already established a more stable cooperative relationship with the Jujitsu High. Through this connection, the Tokyo Jujitsu High had also recruited many people and formed an online monitoring department that had yet to be made official. Its main task now was to monitor Mayachi Hikage's videos and his comment section, as well as some of the more famous supernatural forums on the internet. They would also keep an eye on any other video bloggers who appeared on the market trying to copy Mayachi Hikage. However, the technical skills of those copycat video bloggers were mostly mediocre, and without the boost from Mayachi Hikage's luck, success in the niche genre of suspense and horror was not so easily achieved. The content on supernatural forums was even more fictitious. If the requests for help and invitations in Mayachi Hikage's comment section had about a 5 to 10 chance of being real, then more than 99% of the content on these forums where paranormal enthusiasts gathered was just nonsense. In comparison, the substance of Mayachi Hikage's comment section seemed almost too high quality, as if his videos automatically attracted viewers who had recently encountered similar incidents and needed a place to vent their emotions. This led Nanami Kento to meet with Mayachi Hikage several more times these past few days, trying to confirm whether he had awakened some supernatural ability related to the internet, videos, or even socializing. Then he was insistently handed several red envelopes by Barato, who also showered him with a heap of compliments, making Barato, who looked mature but was actually not yet 30, feel a bit overwhelmed. Originally, Nanami Kento had thought about telling him some of the truth and even intended to help him awaken so that Mayachi Hikage could directly cooperate with the Jujitsu High. But every time Nanami Kento tried to probe, he would be met with Mayachi Hikage's earnest expression, stating that he was very satisfied with his current life, had no special ambitions, and just wanted to earn a bit more money to better develop his hometown so he could live the rest of his life comfortably as a rich man. This made Nanami Kento swallow his words every time, not wanting to shatter the other's peaceful mindset. Anyway, if he stays in this field long enough, he's bound to see those dirty things with his own eyes sooner or later. It's better to let him discover it himself and then make his own decision. After several interactions with Mayachi Hikage, this was Nanami Kento's current thinking. But Nanami Kento didn't expect this day to come so quickly, because Mayachi Hikage and his friend might have already been targeted by that vengeful spirit. Nanami Kento's work efficiency was very high. Based on the information provided, he contacted the person in charge of intelligence at the Jujitsu High. In just about 10 minutes, they gave a reply, and the content was very detailed. It was clear that the jiu-jitsu world had records of these vengeful spirits that had existed for many years, had a certain degree of local renown, and had not been exorcised. A family of priests from the Sakatama shrine. Sakatama is a god that brings good fortune and has a very ancient history. It is one of the origins of the name of Saitama Prefecture. However, this ancient deity fell into complete decline after the waning of the supernatural. Even the Kano family, a line of priests with faint divine power flowing in their veins, abandoned the shrine they once protected 100 years ago and built the current Sikyu Academy on its ruins. 60 years ago, Kano Yuko, a descendant of the priests, was chosen as a sacrifice by the villagers due to a plague. After dying on the former shrine grounds, the residual divine power in her body turned her into an evil spirit, estimated to be between grade 2 and grade 1 in strength. Kano Yuko is responsible for 80 of the various ghost stories circulating in the local area. However, due to her personality in life and the influence of the divine power, she became an earthbound spirit upon her birth as a spirit. Her range of activity is locked to Sikyu Academy, and she has not harmed a single ordinary person over the years, instead preferring pranks. Therefore, she has been judged as harmless by nearby exorcists and is currently treated as a cursed object suppressing the area around Sikyu Academy. After reading these records from 10 years ago, Nanami Kinto relaxed a little. Although it was a vengeful spirit, it was not a high-risk enemy. An earthbound spirit. To be precise, it was more like a guardian spirit. To be able to suppress the desire for revenge in her heart after being killed and becoming a vengeful spirit? Looking at the matters recorded in the file, Nanami Kinto couldn't help but sigh softly again. So, for an earthbound spirit like this who could achieve nirvana and be reincarnated, or even has the qualification to become a new deity, they just leave her be because her existence saves them from using a cursed object? After cursing under his breath, Nanami Kinto thought for a moment. Even from his perspective, Kano Yuko was undoubtedly a tragic girl. If her story could be completely filmed by Maiachi Hikage, it would probably have a considerable impact. Perhaps Maiachi Hikage could even help her become a new local deity? Most curses, when they are worshipped as gods, absorb the fearful emotions of people, and most people don't worship them sincerely. So they cannot become true gods. No matter how long they are worshipped, they can only become more powerful spirits. But an earthbound spirit like Kano Yuko, who has never harmed anyone, is also quite well known locally. If she correctly accepted the incense and offerings from others, it was indeed possible for her to evolve into a deity. After all, a god of mischief is still a god. After the spiritual resurgence, although the Shinto clergy could no longer contact the gods of the past, they had artificially created many new gods through similar methods. However, in the jiu-jitsu world, the sorcerers who didn't need any gods naturally had never used this method. Thinking of this, Nanami Kinto shook his head again, turning an earthbound spirit into a god. Leaving such a thing to a layman like Maiachi Hikage was probably asking too much. Let him film it himself. Kano Yuko is quite suitable as an entity for a newcomer to encounter. With this thought, Nanami Kinto decided to tell Maiachi Hikage about the approval for filming the next day. Of course, regarding Kano Yuko's life story, he would only give a few small hints. As for the complete story, it was better to let Maiachi Hikage dig it up himself. Only in this way, when Maiachi Hikage uncovered the truth, could he produce a more outstanding work. In comparison, the news about what had recently appeared in the deep mountains of Saitama Prefecture worried him more. They say they felt a powerful, demonic aura in the mountains and could hear the howls of some beast. It's suspected that some powerful yokai has broken its seal. But several groups have already been sent, and apart from finding residual demonic aura, they haven't found any place that looks like a seal. However, they did feel spatial fluctuations in one area. In the end, it was determined that the yokai that broke the seal might possess spatial abilities and has now left the mountains of Saitama Prefecture, its whereabouts unknown. A great yokai with suspected spatial abilities has reappeared in the world. I hope it doesn't cause too much trouble. Nanami Kinto shook his head, no longer thinking about these things. Such matters were better left for the Onmyoji and exorcists to worry about, and those yokai who were pacified 100 years ago due to the waning of the supernatural, and were now being watched with caution due to the spiritual resurgence. They were the ones who needed to consider these things. Today, while running around the country visiting ruins, I happened to visit an art exhibition held by a certain famous painter. Actually, I'm not interested in these art exhibitions at all. After all, I'm just an ordinary person with no artistic taste, unable to understand the art of those masters. But this painter is different. His exhibition is very singular. Apart from a few landscape paintings, almost all the rest are portraits of a single woman in different poses. Of course, I wasn't there to look at women, but because of his identity, he is actually a demon who has lived for several hundred years. And he's the kind of perfect demon that has overcome all weaknesses, can live freely under the sun, and looks no different from an ordinary person. Of course, I'm quite at ease with this demon. He definitely won't do anything bad, and he probably maintains a good relationship with the authorities. After all, 100 years ago, he, along with the Demon Slayer Corps of that time, personally put an end to the Demon King who had eked out an existence for 1,000 years, Kibutsuji Musen. He is also the last demon still alive in this world today. Probably his only lingering obsession is that he couldn't end up with the person he loved back then. So now he stays at home every day, painting her pictures. He can be considered a devoted demon. The demon here refers to the subordinates or kin extended from Kibutsuji Musen. Rather than being the Oni that is synonymous with yokai here in Japan, it's closer to a Western vampire. After all, it has been mentioned before that the breathing styles of the Demon Slayer Corps can be said to be a new power created by borrowing from the concept of Hammon. The enemies of Hammon users are the pillar men from ancient times who had almost no natural enemies and only feared sunlight and Hammon, as well as the vampires who were the pillar men's food. And the enemy of the Demon Slayer Corps is this being who, due to an accident 1,000 years ago, became something similar to a vampire. They gain power by feeding on humans, and they can also possess various supernatural abilities called blood demon arts. Their only weakness is sunlight. Therefore, Kibutsuji Musen had been hiding himself for 1,000 years, silently developing his subordinates, trying to find a way to overcome his weakness and become a perfect demon. His strength in his prime should have been quite formidable. Although I don't know if he reached the level of a special grade, his ability to survive definitely was. Although he was almost instantly killed by the founder of the breathing styles back in his prime, that was a case of attribute counters plus the will of the world. When a powerful force appears on the side of evil, an even more powerful existence will naturally emerge on the side of justice to crush that evil, and vice versa. That Tsujikuni Yurichi was such an existence, born with the transparent world and the mark, able to unlock the Crimson Blade the first time he held a Nichiren blade, perfecting his swordsmanship the moment he saw Musen, capable of delivering 1,500 slashes in under a second, and giving Musen PTSD that lasted for hundreds of years after a single encounter. Even though Musen outlived him and eliminated all of his successors, in the end he still managed to pass down his legacy, which was mastered by the protagonist 100 years ago, ultimately leading to the complete annihilation of Musen. This point is also applicable to the Jujutsu world or other supernatural factions. After the appearance of the throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one modern strongest Jujutsu sorcerer in the Jujutsu world. It would naturally cause the strongest king of curses from 1,000 years ago to emerge and challenge him. From a manga creation perspective, it's like the protagonist side has already become so strong, but the story can't end yet. To continue drawing, you need a gimmick, so you can only strengthen the enemies that appear later. However, I'm not so sure about the situation over at Detective Conan. From the midpoint onwards, they kept strengthening the protagonist team and weakening the villain faction, to the point where besides a few who actually do the work, the rest of the villains are either undercover agents or clowns. You could say that in the original manga, the distillery had completely lost its intimidating presence in the later stages. It's even more absurd in this world. They even stuffed a diary into the hands of a certain protagonist team member who almost got shrunk. In this era of gods and demons dancing wildly, I really don't know how much longer that distillery can last in this world. Chapter 165. Is this Miyachi Haikage's misunderstanding? Almost as soon as the diary was updated tonight, the girls in the group began to search for who had held an art exhibition in the country over the past 2 days. At the same time, they subconsciously tagged the great painter in the group who usually didn't like to talk much. Shina Mishiro was, after all, a genius painter in the art world. She should have some impression of this seemingly very individualistic painter mentioned by the mysterious person in the diary. As for Shina Mishiro, who had already colluded with Miyachi Haikage, she posted a few paintings in the group after about 10 minutes. The content and background of the paintings varied, but the main subject was always a beautiful woman in a purple kimono. These paintings all shared a common name, Tamayo, which should be the name of his beloved. After that, Shina Mishiro also posted the news that he was holding an art exhibition in Kyoto these few days, thus confirming his identity. Yamamoto Yashiro. He looked so young. He appeared to be less than 20 years old, but according to the information they found, he was already close to 30, and he seemed to have a rather bad temper. There had even been news in the past of him threatening reporters with a shotgun. But considering his true identity, threatening someone with a shotgun didn't seem like a big deal. They didn't know how long this Yamamoto Yashiro had lived, but according to the mysterious person, he had lived for at least over 100 years. And considering that the mysterious person mentioned in the diary that he had already evolved into a perfect demon, this appearance did indeed match the girls' speculations about these long-lived beings. After more than half a month, the mysterious person finally mentioned the Demon Slayer Corps from 100 years ago again in the diary and gave details about their enemies, which made all the girls very curious. Kabutsuji Muzan, a demon king who can transform others into vampire-like beings, possesses supernatural-like blood demon arts, and eked out an existence in the world for over 1,000 years searching for a way to overcome his weakness, was annihilated by the Demon Slayer Corps 100 years ago. Although this kind of boss setting was indeed quite intimidating, when combined with the mysterious person's description, it felt like this demon king who had lived for 1,000 years was actually quite tragic. According to the mysterious person, it was because of Muzan's appearance that the world gave birth to an existence specifically meant to counter him, namely that Tsujikuni Yorichi. The mysterious person had mentioned the transparent world and the mark in previous diaries. The mark was described as an ability that traded lifespan for power, and the mysterious person didn't elaborate much on it. The transparent world, however, was described by the mysterious person as the pinnacle of martial arts in that work. It was a power that made the entire world appear transparent to one's senses, requiring the user's breathing method and movements to reach the pinnacle of precision to have a chance of reaching that state. At the time, they had even wondered how long it would take for them to reach this state with the help of the diary. In the end, they had to shelve the idea because they couldn't find a way to even begin. And now, looking at this Tsujikuni Yorichi, who was born with a mark, mastered the transparent world, created the breathing styles and passed them down, and developed corresponding sword techniques, targeting Muzan's abilities the very first time he saw him, almost instantly killing the Demon King. This ancient man who lived hundreds of years ago was indeed sent by heaven specifically to deal with that Demon King. Muzan, 1,500 slashes in an instant. Because their physical fitness was quite good, Shinomiya Kagaya and Yatsuya Miko, who were currently training in martial arts with their second-year senior Zenemaki at the Jiu-Jitsu High, could more intuitively realize the power of that Tsujikuni Yorichi. At least, neither Zen and Maki, whose martial arts were comparable to a grade 2 sorcerer, nor their teacher at school, Kyuzukabe, who practiced the new shadow style, could achieve such a feat. It should be said that to be able to survive against such an opponent, that Demon King's life-preserving abilities were indeed quite strong. In modern times, he would definitely be at the special grade level, Shinomiya Kagaya analyzed, thinking to herself at the same time. The fact that the Demon Slayer Corps chose to launch the final decisive battle against the Demon King 100 years ago, apart from the influence of the plot, the period of supernatural decline must have also played a role in weakening that Demon King Musen's power, right? Although Shinomiya Kagaya hadn't felt any impact from the decline and resurgence of the supernatural on her life before, through the past records she saw and the explanations from the school teachers while she was taking remedial classes at the Jiu-Jitsu High during the holidays, she could still clearly feel the difference. During the period of supernatural decline, supernatural powers could still be used. But in terms of both recovery speed and the intensity of the power, it was far inferior to the present. You had to be meticulous when using your power, yet the intensity of the completed techniques couldn't even compare to 10 or 20% of their current power. According to Gojo Satoru, from the beginning of the spiritual resurgence more than 20 years ago until the beginning of this year, the resurgence had increased the overall strength of sorcerers in the jiu-jitsu world by about 200. The techniques he used 10 years ago would have at least doubled in power if used now. But this year, the speed of the spiritual resurgence has become even faster. Almost every 1 or 2 weeks. You can clearly feel your strength increasing. While saying this, Gojo Satoru even made a helpless gesture of spreading his hands. He said that many sorcerers with no self-awareness mistook this overall increase in the inner world as strength for their own personal breakthroughs and have been proactively challenging him, which put him in a rather difficult position. He also narcissistically stated that even him from 10 years ago, if placed in this era, would still be the strongest jiu-jitsu sorcerer of the era. Thinking of this, Shinomiya Kagaya and Yatsuya Miko looked at what was mentioned in the diary about the 1,000-year-old strongest king of curses in history, Sukuna, who was Gojo Satoru's fated enemy, and for the time being, they ignored Gojo's boasting. After becoming Gojo Satoru's students, they could understand why almost no one mourned for this guy after his death. He was simply too arrogant. In short, the founder of the breathing styles, that Tsujikuni Yorichi, proved the upper limit of his set of abilities. And the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who defeated Musen 100 years ago also proved that this set of abilities performed well even in the modern era of supernatural decline. Previously, she had wanted to learn the new shadow style of swordsmanship, but because of Miwa Kasumi's hesitation, and when she went to find that teacher Kusakabe, he also told her to first learn the basic martial arts well, and to make a decision after she became more familiar with the situation of jiu-jitsu sorcerers. The fact that these two practitioners of a new shadow style both gave her hints to consider carefully made Shinomiya Kagaya have to consider what kind of unspeakable price that so-called binding vow had. However, the new shadow style was originally just a substitute in her mind for the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmanship, for which she could never find any trace. Now that there was news related to the Demon Slayer Corps again, Shinomiya Kagaya naturally intended to go and meet that Yamamoto Yashiro in person to see if she could obtain more detailed information about the Demon Slayer Corps. Originally, after the group finished discussing the parts of the mysterious person's diary entry for today about the breathing styles and that Tsujikuni Yorichi from hundreds of years ago, the conversation shifted to the distillery that the mysterious person talked about at the end of the diary. The mysterious person had complained about this criminal organization, the distillery, in his diary in the past. The girls in the group still kept some distance from this multinational criminal organization filled with undercover agents. After all, they were still just underage girls with a little bit of supernatural power. The threat of firearms to them was probably much higher than that of 3rd or 4th grade vengeful spirits. If it weren't for Mayano Shiho, who was in the organization and also had a diary, proactively joining the group chat to ask for their help, they probably wouldn't have remembered the situation of this criminal organization, which was destined to be wiped out by the protagonist team over there for a long time. What they were focusing on now was not the point that the protagonist team's strength was too overwhelming, making the organization seem completely non-threatening, but rather on the word shrunk down. A certain protagonist team Barato who almost got shrunk down received a diary. Mayano Shiho, isn't the mysterious person talking about you? In a work where at most only one person currently had a diary, the only person related to the distillery was Mayano Shiho, right? Mayano Shiho also frowned after seeing tonight's diary. For the past few days, she had been quietly monitoring her sister's situation, hoping that the chat group could bring her some good news. Unexpectedly, before she got any news about her sister, she first learned about her own situation. In the original story, she, like that high school detective, shrunk after taking the drug A she developed. Why would she take drug A? And why would her body shrink? After thinking for a long while, Mayano Shiho could only think of the worst possibility. Her sister was probably eliminated by the organization in the original story, and she was going to be next. In order to die a quicker death, the her in the original plot chose to secretly take drug A, but unexpectedly triggered that 1 in a million chance, causing her body to shrink along with it. And then she used the effect of her shrunken body to find a way to escape the organization. However, because her surroundings were filled with surveillance, even with the diary's shielding effect, for safety's sake, she temporarily did not speak in the group. A while later, when the girls in the group didn't get a response from Mayano Shiho and were about to continue talking about Tsujikuna Yurichi, Shina Mishiro, who had just made her presence felt in the group, sent another photo that caught the girls' attention. This time, it wasn't one of that Yamamoto Yashiro's. It was of the ghost stories recorded by Mayachi Haikage's ancestors, which documented their contact with the Demon Slayer Corps. This is a photo Haikage sent me 2 days ago. I thought about it, and what's recorded on it should be about the Demon Slayer Corps. Mayachi Haikage? The Demon Slayer Corps? The girls were quite familiar with Mayachi Haikage, a male supporting character who was quite famous in the group. After all, he was the genius male supporting character of a Cute Girls Doing Cute Things manga. A considerable portion of the popular videos on YouTube now came from this supporting character's creative mind. Not long after the school year started, he pulled people together to form a new team and started the currently popular supernatural exploration videos. It was said that even people in the jiu-jitsu world had noticed these videos. Many girls in the group were also following this channel. Of course, the main reason was that this male supporting character, because of his sister, had come into contact with the female protagonists of many other works. And the mysterious person had specifically designated him as someone to keep an eye on, so he wouldn't succeed in starting a harem in a school life series, despite not even showing his face in his own original manga. So how did this Mayachi Haikage get involved with the Demon Slayer Corps? As this curiosity arose among the girls in the group, Kasumigakaka Yudaha was the most nervous. After all, Mayachi Haikage was also involved in her long-term commission. She looked carefully at the photos sent by Shina Mishiro. The story was simple. It was just that 100 years ago, Asayagaoka was just a small village in a mountain valley. Then, in a certain year, the village was attacked by a human-like monster, and many lives were lost. In the end, they survived the crisis with the help of a few passing swordsmen. Later, the Mayachi ancestor wanted to ask those swordsmen to be his masters and warmly hosted and thanked them at home. But they only taught some methods for physical training and breathing, and then said that perhaps they would let their comrades come here to recuperate when injured in the future, and asked the Mayachi family to help keep this secret. Before leaving, the swordsman also said that they would send someone later with a token that his comrades could recognize. But the Mayachi ancestor waited in Asayagaoka for decades without them ever visiting again. In his later years, Senchuredo that Mayachi Haikage's ancestor was saved by the Demon Slayer Corps 100 years ago and might have almost become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. But why did the Demon Slayer Corps member who saved his ancestor never contact the Mayachi family again? Looking at this story, Amaru asked in confusion. Perhaps that swordsman unfortunately passed away in the final battle against that Musen. And from what the mysterious person mentioned, that Demon Slayer Corps was an organization established from the very beginning to subjugate Musen. After achieving their organization's final goal 100 years ago, they probably chose to disband, Kasumigakaka Yudaha guessed, and the more she thought about it, the more something felt wrong. As the only male heir of the Mayachi family, it was quite normal for Mayachi Haikage to know about his family's past. But why would he send these photos to Shina Mishiro? After thinking for a long while, she suddenly had a realization and then asked Shina Mishiro in the group, So, did Maiachi Haikage mistake you for a descendant of the Demon Slayer Corps? After all, according to the mysterious person, the Demon Slayer Corps breathing styles were a power created by that manga artist by borrowing from the concept of Hammond. Although there were significant differences between the two, Maiachi Haikage only had the story and last wish left by his ancestor. How could he distinguish between the Hammond shared by the mysterious person and the breathing styles passed down for generations in this world? Thinking of Maiachi Haikage's care for Shina Mishiro, it must have been under some coincidence that Maiachi Haikage took Shina Mishiro for a successor of the breathing styles, which is why he was so proactive in helping her. Perhaps Maiachi Haikage's sudden idea to film supernatural videos was also influenced by Shina Mishiro, this descendant of a breathing style user. Faced with Kasumigakake Yutaha's question, Shina Mishiro, following Maiachi Haikage's remote guidance, candidly stated in the group that Barato's sister had accidentally seen her teaching her own sister some manga techniques. After that, Barato proactively became her manga assistant, saying that he wanted to help her become the greatest manga artist of this century. After saying this, Shina Mishiro, as if with delayed realization, asked in the group, "No wonder Haikage sent me this photo after he went home 2 days ago. So he thinks I'm his family's benefactor?" Chapter 166. Why is this manga incomplete? Regarding whether Maiachi Haikage was helping Shina Mishiro to repay his ancestors' kindness, the girls in the chat group were quite enthusiastic about such gossip. Some felt that since Maiachi Haikage was a positive male supporting character in a cute girls doing cute things work, even if he didn't have the one-track mind of a hot-blooded shonen protagonist, his personality would certainly lean more towards the positive side. Therefore, upon discovering that Shina Mishiro might be a successor of the breathing styles and realizing she wanted to become a manga artist, he immediately offered to assist her in creating manga. Kasumigakake Yutaha thought this, and at the same time, couldn't help but wonder if she also proactively showed Maiachi Haikage that she was a successor of the breathing styles. Could she get him to proactively come over and help her too? After all, she had seen with her own eyes how the Maiachi siblings treated Shina Mishiro. Sincerado, if Maiachi Haikage were to figure out on his own, then she could just go with the flow and tacitly accept that identity. Besides them, there were also girls with more realistic ideas. For instance, while discussing it, Shinomiya Kagaya proactively asked Shina Mishiro if the diary's warning had been triggered at the time and whether she had already taught the Hammond breathing method to the Maiachi siblings. She further inquired if Maiachi Haikage, after learning about the existence of Hammond breathing, had asked Shina Mishiro anything about the breathing styles. In response, Shina Mishiro answered each question one by one in the group, satisfying the girls' gossipy hearts. The diary's warning was not triggered. She was now teaching the three of them Hammond together at home. Maiachi Haikage was indeed the fastest learner among them, and had already generated Hammond in his body. He also often came up with new ideas to try out. As for whether Maiachi Haikage had asked about the origin of these breathing methods, Shina Mishiro said that he had asked her where she learned them, and her answer was that she had learned them from someone else while studying abroad. He also asked me about the identity of the person who taught me this breathing method. I said I didn't know. Then Haikage asked me if that person had any special features, or if I had any photos or portraits of them. I told Haikage that I had never seen their face, and I wasn't even clear about their voice. Finally, Haikage asked me what language that person used to teach me these breathing methods. After I told him it was Japanese, he didn't ask me any more questions. After a pause, Shina Mishiro honestly added, also, after he sent me that photo the day before yesterday, he asked me if I had any impression of the records on it, and also asked if my family had similar records. I also answered that I didn't know. Listening to Shina Mishiro's explanation, Shinomiya Kagaya made a judgment in her mind. Regardless of Maiachi Haikage's initial attitude towards Shina Mishiro, it at least proved that the character of him and his sister was definitely up to standard. After all, when Shina Mishiro revealed her Hammond, she did not receive any advance warning from the diary. This meant that even if the Maiachi siblings knew about Barato, they would not take any action that could put Shina Mishiro in danger. Shinomiya Kagaya had tested this point. She had told a few people around her about Barato. Hayasaka AI was safe, and Fujiwara Chika was safe as well. But when it came to anyone else, there was some degree of risk. Previously, whenever the thought of being frank with her good brothers crossed her mind, the diary would send her a warning, indicating that it could pose a threat to her life. Even with her father, when she had her showdown with him, there had been some minor warnings, telling her to be careful with her words when mentioning the people she had investigated and contacted during this period. Otherwise, it might pose a certain danger to the existence of other diary holders. In short, not triggering a warning meant that Mayachi Haikage could be trusted. But what truly made Mayachi Haikage decide to help Shina Mashiro was probably not some sense of gratitude. After all, for a kindness from 100 years ago, if even a tenth of it remained, it would already mean Mayachi Haikage was a person of honor. Moreover, Shina Mashiro always had a natural air about her, and would probably even stumble if she tried to lie. She had answered all of Mayachi Haikage's questions with "I don't know." From Mayachi Haikage's perspective, it would seem that Shina Mashiro had been lucky enough to be noticed by a mysterious successor of a breathing style, who secretly taught it to her. If you thought about it more deeply, it might be that Shina Mashiro's ancestors had some connection to that Demon Slayer core, which is why she could receive their teachings. No matter the situation, it had little to do with the Mayachi family's ancestral debt of gratitude. In the end, Mayachi Haikage, as a 16-year-old high school student, was at the age of greatest curiosity about these unknown things. Shina Mashiro exposed the existence of Hammon in front of that Mayachi Hikari, and Mayachi Haikage, who learned of this through his sister, was reminded of the legends recorded in his family. He connected them with Shina Mashiro and realized that what his ancestor had written was probably not a story, but the truth of the past. Thus, after coming into contact with a whole new world, Mayachi Haikage, using helping Shina Mashiro as payment, learned the Hammon breathing method from her. And after that, he even formed his own small team to film videos at crime scenes and haunted locations, trying to find so-called ghosts and monsters to test if the breathing method he learned could be of use, or to use this method to come into contact with more people with supernatural powers. So if I use the debt of gratitude plus some benefits that can move him, I should be able to make Barato's abilities work for me. Shinomiya Kagaya thought to herself. Shina Mashiro's Barato intensity was the strongest among the first group of girls. This became clear after the diary unlocked the map function. Everyone could see the difference by comparing the size of their respective markers on the map. Shina Mashiro's marker was much larger than Kasumigakake Yudaha's. When they compared the results, Kasumigakake Yudaha was clearly outperformed by Shina Mashiro. At first, everyone just thought that Shina Mashiro was exceptionally talented and had a pure mind, which was why she mastered Hammon the fastest and had even begun to study her own unique breathing rhythm. Shina Mashiro had previously shared in the group her own adjusted breathing rhythm that suited her better. But since it was a self-adjusted rhythm, it couldn't possibly suit everyone. The other girls wanted to learn that adjustment method from Shina Mashiro, but she herself was not good with words and couldn't explain the process clearly, leaving the other girls, including Kasunakaka Yudaha, who went to school with her every day, feeling a bit regretful. Although they had also been studying on their own, even Yukino Shida Yukino, who was also very talented in Hammon cultivation, had only barely grasped a clue by now and was still a long way from perfecting her own breathing rhythm. But now Shina Mashiro herself mentioned that after she taught Mayachi Haikage, she often discussed and speculated on various applications of Hammon with him and tried to deduce different breathing rhythms. With this, Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly had an epiphany. It turned out that besides Shina Mashiro's own talent, Mayachi Haikage also played an important role. The diary's warning served as insurance, and relying on Mayachi Haikage's calculation and imagination was the main reason why Shina Mashiro found a more suitable breathing method for herself in such a short time. Although Shina Mashiro couldn't explain the process of adjusting the breathing rhythm clearly, Mayachi Haikage would definitely know. If it weren't for the fact that he had already gone back to the countryside for the holidays and Shinomiya Kagaya couldn't easily leave Tokyo at the moment. She would have wanted to sneak over to Miyachi Hikage's place right now and recruit him to work for her. But no rush. I can still wait and see. Although Shinomiya Kagaya had already taken a liking to Miyachi Hikage's abilities, there was indeed no need to hurry now. She first needed to find a way to get information about the breathing styles from that Yamamoto Yashiro, and then approach the Chosen One with the identity of a true successor of the breathing styles. At that time, she would offer the Chosen One a real opportunity to come into contact with the inner world. She believed the Chosen One would agree to her offer. After finishing her thoughts on Miyachi Hikage and seeing that there was still no reply from Ayano Shiho, she no longer focused on the chat group. Her time was very tight now. She needed to clear her tarnished name during this Golden Week holiday and also approach the tough nuts at Shuchian one by one, to get them to help her pull down the current student council president and make her the interim president of Shuchian. More importantly, she had to find a sister of Mayano Shiho, who was in constant danger of losing her life. After all, if this was successful, she would have a genius scientist who had obtained a double doctorate before the age of 20 as an asset. Especially since the other party had the assistance of a diary, she would only have more potential in the future. Therefore, Mayano Shiho's position in Shinomiya Kagaya's mind was even more important than Miyachi Hikage's. But Tokyo was large, and all Mayano Shiho had provided was Mayano Akemi's name and a photo from 3 or 4 years ago. The main thing was that the investigation couldn't be done openly. It had to be carried out secretly and cautiously to avoid attracting the attention of that organization. Although 2 or 3 days had passed, she still hadn't received any useful information. Thinking of Mayano Shiho's hopeful private messages every night, she felt a bit bad facing her. If it really came down to it, she would go to the shrine that Miko had discovered under the guidance of the diary and ask that shrine maiden with real abilities to help with the divination. Although the other party wasn't very welcoming last time, for the sake of Yen, she should still be willing to help. Although as a prospective student of the Jujutsu High who hadn't officially enrolled yet, it was a bit embarrassing to ask for help from someone from the Shinto side. But who could she blame when the Jujutsu High didn't have any sorcerers who were good at divination or finding people? With this thought, Shinomiya Kagaya contacted Hayasaka AI and asked her to adjust tomorrow's schedule to resolve Mayano Akemi's safety issue as soon as possible. However, when Hayasaka AI entered her bedroom, the expression on her face looked a bit strange. "Hayasaka, what's wrong with you?" Shinomiya Kagaya could tell at a glance that Hayasaka seemed to have a lot on her mind. She couldn't help but frown slightly. "Is it the main family? Are my good brothers putting pressure on you again?" After obtaining some authority in the Shinomiya family from her father, in order to better develop in the Jujutsu world, Shinomiya Kagaya, who had made some simple consolidations of the Shinomiya family's power in Tokyo, naturally learned that the main family had previously required Hayasaka AI to report her information to them regularly. Her father usually didn't care about her daily life, so they naturally referred to Shinomiya Kagaya's brothers who were competing for inheritance and property. But after learning this, Shinomiya Kagaya was not angry, because Hayasaka AI had always kept the secret of her supernatural powers for her and had not revealed this information to her narrow-minded brothers before she talked with her father. She had not received any warnings from the diary in this regard. Before she went to talk to her father, her brothers only knew that she had made many new friends online recently and had become much more cheerful. And now, Shinomiya Kagaya, who had already gained her father's support, no longer needed to care so much about her brother's thoughts. Their thoughts could hardly even trigger a warning from the diary. But it seemed that Hayasaka had become the outlet for her brother's frustration. They even wanted to use the safety of the Hayasaka family to coerce Hayasaka AI into continuing to pass information to them. But they were stopped by Shinomiya Kagaya, who even personally called and mocked them. Therefore, seeing Hayasaka A's somewhat troubled expression now, Shinomiya Kagaya naturally guessed it was related to her brothers. However, the place where Hayasaka was struggling had nothing to do with that. She hesitated for a long while before finally Under Shinomiya Kagaya's questioning, she took out several wrapped documents from her hand. Actually, tonight, about an hour ago, 2 special packages appeared on my desk. The names on them were mine and yours, Kagaya-sama. Then I checked them and found the contents a bit strange. Strange? Shinomiya Kagaya was taken aback. Then she seemed to think of something, and her expression suddenly changed. Hayasaka, the contents of that package aren't manga, are they? And Hayasaka AI also nodded with a strange expression. Shinomiya Kagaya immediately got a headache. You've read the contents? Hayasaka AI continued to nod silently. All right. Checking the packages was part of a maid's duty. It was normal for her to check the contents. But considering the time Hayasaka got the package, she probably hadn't had time to read much, right? Thinking of this, Shinomiya Kagaya rubbed her head. A few days before the Golden Week holiday, that guy, the mysterious person, had said he would distribute their works. Previously, a few girls in the group who had been named by the mysterious person many times were a bit worried about how he would deliver the packages this time. But he said he would send them before the Golden Week holiday, and yet he kept everyone on edge until the holiday, without any sign. Everyone had privately thought that the mysterious person had gone to explore alien ruins with that young fellow Jerry, and had forgotten about this matter, and they were relieved. Unexpectedly, they had relaxed too soon. They just didn't know what means the mysterious person used to deliver these manga. Was it Jerry? Or did the mysterious person personally deliver them using some means? Anyway, Hayasaka, just take out the manga you have and let me see what's going on. Hayasaka AI didn't ask any more questions and handed over the contents of both packages to Shinomiya Kagaya. After just a few glances, Shinomiya Kagaya's expression became even more pained. In the package Hayasaka received, besides 1 volume that should be Hoshino-e story, there were also 18 volumes of Kagaya-sama. Love is War. 18 volumes is a lot for manga. If Shinomiya Kagaya hadn't seen that one of them was marked with 28 and, after arranging them by number, found that a full 10 volumes were missing from the middle. So, who did that guy, the mysterious person, send the remaining 10 volumes to? Chapter 167. Shinomiya Kagaya, my future doesn't need a male protagonist on this night. The girls' chat group was destined to be anything but calm. Fortunately, it was a holiday, so everyone could stay up a little later. First, the diary once again mentioned the Demon Slayer core and the breathing styles, allowing them to learn many secrets from 100 or even 1,000 years ago. Then, Shina Mishiro produced the photo that Mayachi Hikage had sent him, making everyone wonder if the talent of this male supporting character was truly so extraordinary. Then, starting from around 9 in the evening until after midnight, the girls living in Tokyo, beginning with Shinomiya Kagaya, successively began to discover a small package in their rooms. These packages generally contained 2 or 3 volumes of manga and novels, 1 volume of Hoshino Ace manga, 1 or 2 volumes of the Seikano or regular novels, and sometimes some special bonus items. On top of that, Amara mentioned that she had also received a light novel with a certain black cat on the cover and was now teasing Goku Rura's heartstrings in the group. Kasume ga Kaka Yudaha, on the other hand, received a game called White Album 2. Yatsuya Miko said with a look of resignation that she had received a pile of discs of horror movies and horror games labeled Mysterious Person Selection. Even Takanashi Rika, who had come to Tokyo to persuade her uncle not to travel abroad this holiday, received a package. Among them, the ones who received the most were Bachi and Hoshino AI. In addition to the standard items, both of them also received several anime discs of other idol and band works, and were now studying these works to learn from the experience of those bands and idol groups. Among them, perhaps only Mayano Shiho, who was in a research institute surrounded by surveillance, would not receive a gift. However, she had not yet spoken in the group, so everyone was unable to confirm her situation. Besides her, the only one who was puzzled by the contents of her package was Tsukimi Eiko, because in addition to receiving 2 standard works, she also received a hardcover Chinese version of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Why did they stuff a copy of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms in my package? Tsukimi Eiko asked in the chat group. Then she quickly received a reply from Yukino Shida Yukino. Perhaps it's because your name hides the two kanji for yueing. In the records of the Three Kingdoms, that is the name of Zhuge Kongming's wife. Yukino Shida Yukino seemed to have thought of something and continued to explain to Tsukimi Eiko. Perhaps your story will only begin after you meet a certain descendant of that Zhuge Kongming. Maybe a whole bunch of characters related to the Three Kingdoms will appear around you, starting a modern version of the romance of the Three Kingdoms story. After all, when the mysterious person mentioned you before, he said that something quite extraordinary might happen on your side. Before this, the mysterious person had never shown such an attitude. So you should probably read this copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms that the mysterious person sent you during this time. At least get to know more about the deeds of Shu Han and that Zhuge Kongming. It might be useful in your future. With the mysterious person not having mentioned Tsukimi Eiko again, this was the most she could come up with. After all, having never encountered heroic spirits, they could never have imagined that it would be the Chancellor Zhuge himself who would cross 1,000 years to the present day and form a bond with Tsukimi Eiko. Yukino Shida Yukino said this, while also silently calculating in her mind. So far, many people in the group had said they had received that Oreguru, which was Yukino Shida Yukino's original work. By her count, the mysterious person had sent out more than 10 volumes tonight, almost completing the collection of her original work. This made her feel a little relieved. At least her original work had fallen into the hands of these girls who also held diaries, so she didn't have to worry about it being seen by other irrelevant people, let alone worrying about her situation becoming as embarrassing as Kasumigakake Yuta has. As for these girls, the mysterious person had already posted parts of their works in the diary more than once while padding out the word count. As long as it wasn't a punishment live broadcast on the level of Shinomiya Kagaya's, Yukino Shida Yukino felt that this level would no longer make her feel too ashamed. She could even now record the approximate time everyone received the manga according to the girls' reports in the group, confirming that this time there should be only one person delivering the packages, starting from the center of Tokyo and gradually moving outwards along a pre-planned route. Since everyone's manga seemed to have been delivered, they probably wouldn't be coming to Chiba, right? Yukino Shida Yukino was slightly disappointed by this, but she didn't mind too much. At least compared to the diary holders living in Kyoto or even further away, Chiba had at least been visited by Jerry, who had helped them improve their strength a lot. So when a mysterious person went out to explore those ruins, he didn't take Jerry with him, but left him in Tokyo. Yukino Shida Yukino thought, could it be that the mysterious person's current strength was such that he no longer needed to worry about the potential dangers of coming into contact with those alien ruins? Or were the so-called exploring ruins and attending art exhibitions all just things the mysterious person made up to fool them? After all, no one knew if the mysterious person really went to investigate any ruins. As for that art exhibition, the opening date had been announced long ago. Even if the mysterious person didn't attend, no one would know. Until now, Yukino Shida Yukino still believed in her judgment. Given that the birth years of all these female protagonists were close, the mysterious person, this transmigrator, was most likely a high school student of a similar age to them, and at most could not be over 18. Maybe the diary entry tonight was about the mysterious person delivering them with Jerry. The mysterious person took Jerry to various places in Tokyo, and then Jerry, with some kind of storage ability, secretly slipped into everyone's rooms, placed the packages on their desks when they weren't looking, and then left. However, the mysterious person must have a way of knowing the locations of us girls who hold the diaries. Otherwise, Rika just arrived in Tokyo yesterday afternoon. It's impossible for the mysterious person to know her current location so quickly. Kasumigakake Yutaha had similar thoughts to Yukino Shida Yukino. As one of the people most severely persecuted by the mysterious person in the group, she had naturally been tracking his movements, wanting to take this opportunity to find his whereabouts. As for the Sikano novels being scattered, she really didn't care much about that. After all, the story of Sikano had been almost completely padded out by that guy, the mysterious person. He had even sent the entire animated series directly to Shina Mashiro tonight, with a note that said wishing for the early publication of your manga, which may or may not have been handwritten by the mysterious person himself. This made Kasumigakaka Yudaha not even bother to count how many volumes of the Seikano novel had been sent out. Even if the Seikano novel were to fall into the hands of that true Sinai heroine Kato Megumi now, she wouldn't have any particular feelings. Even if the mysterious person really did that, what could she do? At worst, she could just pull Kato Megumi into the group as well. Anyway, isn't her relationship with Shina Mashiro and that Mayachi Hikari quite good now? But Eri would probably throw a fit. After all, ever since she learned that Kato Megumi was the female protagonist of the novel version of Seikano, she had been dismissive the first few times she met Kato Megumi. But as they interacted more, she slowly discovered that Kato Megumi was not as inconspicuous as she had imagined, but rather the type of girl who warms up slowly and becomes more captivating the more you get to know her. She had already become wary of Kato Megumi. From time to time, she would pass by her classroom to check on Kato Megumi's situation. Kasumigakaka Yudaha thought, then shook her head. Better not to think about Eri. Even without the appearance of Kato Megumi, she was still destined to be a loser in love in this life. Who could she blame when she was already several laps behind at the starting line? Compared to her own side, which was already used to the mysterious person's persecution, it was better to pay attention to Shinomiya Kagaya for now. After all, after a tally, a few more volumes of the Kaguya-sama manga were found on Hoshino Ace and Yatsuya Maika's side, but overall, there were still 5 volumes missing. If the mysterious person has already sent out all the packages, does that mean that 5 more volumes of the manga have been sent to other people? With the help of the girls in the group, Shinomiya Kagaya, who had also completed the mysterious person's delivery route map, looked at the map and began to ponder. Chika had just called me and said that she had received a few more manga volumes that seemed to feature her, me, and Hayasaka as the main characters. So the mysterious person chose to split the content of the manga and distribute it to the people around me this time. Listening to Fujiwara Chika's description, the content of the manga she received was very fragmented, as if the parts of the manga where Fujiwara Chika had a lot of screen time were gathered together and then edited down into a slice-of-life manga where the plot was indecipherable. Shinomiya Kagaya had already sent Hayasaka AI to the Fujiwara household to pick up both the manga Fujiwara Chika received and Chika herself. When Chika arrived, she would know the specifics of the manga in her hands. And now, Shinomiya Kagaya recorded the time Chika received the manga on her timeline. After doing all this, she discovered that the route on the delivery map, which had originally seemed a bit roundabout and had taken a lot of extra time, suddenly became much more reasonable. Perhaps she could use this method to find the other few unreasonable routes, and from the area between these routes, find the residences of people related to her, and thus roughly analyze who the mysterious person might have sent the remaining manga to. Shinomiya Kagaya thought, and then immediately began to analyze with her sharp mind. With this analysis, she quickly found 1 or 2 other routes that might be problematic. One of them passed through the wealthy district of Baika Town. If the mysterious person didn't deliberately bypass Baika Town, this inner world's garbage dump, then the most likely person to receive the manga on this route would be a member of the not-so-quiet branch of the Shinomiya family, the Shijo family. Is it that little girl, Shijo Maki? Shinomiya Kagaya, who was 2 generations senior to her, and Shijo Maki, although they both attended Shuchian since they were little and were in the same grade, almost never interacted with each other due to family reasons. At most, they would secretly compete in terms of grades. Of course, she was always the more outstanding one. However, after getting the diary, Shinomiya Kagaya had stopped caring much about these things. Even though she had just briefly skimmed the beginning and end of her manga, and found that although the main reason for the Shinomiya family's decline was indeed her father's poor health, the Shijo family seemed to have made quite a few small moves in the process, Shinomiya Kagaya only felt a slight dissatisfaction towards the Shijo family in her heart. but she still had no ill feelings toward Shijo Maki. After all, who would dislike a girl who, in her first appearance in the manga, without even having her lines or name mentioned, had already become a loser in love? She flipped through the manga, and when she came to the page where Shijo Maki looked listless with teary eyes, she couldn't help but let out a light laugh. So that little girl has a crush on the young master of the Tanuma family. How interesting. However, if the manga really fell into the hands of the Shijo family, perhaps I can take this opportunity to give them a warning in advance, so they don't make any moves behind my back. Besides that, there might be a problem with this other route. Shinomiya Kagaya looked at the map in her hand. However, the area in the middle of the other route seemed to be all residential districts, and she hadn't heard of any diary-holding girls there. So, was it another character who had appeared in the manga, or a girl who had received a second batch diary? Shinomiya Kagaya needed time to verify this point. If it was a second batch girl, then she would go find her and see if she could get a reward. If it was another character who appeared in the manga, then she didn't need to care. Using the excuse that someone at Shuchian wanted to smear her name, she could just use the power of the Shinomiya family to strongly retrieve these manga. Even if those people might be major characters in the manga, it was no exception. Shinomiya Kagaya couldn't understand her own strange actions in the manga. Hayasaka AI also said that she couldn't imagine what kind of man could turn her into the silly girl in the manga. Probably because she hadn't yet been affected by the intelligence-lowering aura called love. Even after quickly flipping through these manga, it was difficult for her to reconstruct how the Shinomiya Kagaya in the manga, who looked just like her, had changed her mindset over the next year. After all, the manga didn't mention much about this part of the plot, and it was completely discontinuous. It was as if in the manga, one moment she was the self she was familiar with now, and the next moment, time jumped, and she had already fallen for the other's earnest and gentle attitude and become the love-struck girl later on, with no transition period in between. However, after spending a long time in the chat group, Shinomiya Kagaya had learned a lot. For example, Amara had previously complained in the group about the tropes in many school romance manga, saying that although many male protagonists in school manga don't do anything special and win the hearts of a bunch of beautiful girls just by being gentle and considerate, who can blame them for being the male protagonist? With that protagonist status, they're just naturally likable. For this, Amara even brought up Katsura Kotonoha, who had started to practice Aido again, as an example. Look at that, Ita Makoto from Kotonoha's side. Senchuredo. This was something the girls in the group had noticed after Shinomiya Kagaya hired a detective to monitor Ita Makoto's situation, plus Katsura Kotonoha occasionally mentioning some things about her school in the group. It was only because of this that the girls in the group realized that there really were male protagonists in this world who seemed introverted and didn't do anything, yet could become the object of a group of girls' crushes. Perhaps this was the so-called protagonist halo. Now it seemed that in her manga, there was a similar plot. As the female protagonist, she, under the arrangement of the script, fell in love with the male protagonist without any trouble. It was just that the male protagonist was not a scumbag like Ita Makoto. But in the final chapters of the manga, not only could she not empathize with herself in the manga at all, but she couldn't even see any talent in this male protagonist that was worthy of her attention. The manga artist with world-shaking wisdom who created her and Hoshino AI was only sharply criticized by the mysterious person once or twice. The mysterious person was really holding back. Originally, Shinomiya Kagaya had already decided that her future would not be at Shuchian and was prepared to completely overturn her original script. And after reading these manga, she was even more certain of this. In her future, she didn't need any male protagonist. Not even the mysterious person was an exception. Then, in the next moment, in the chat group that was still lively at midnight, that Mayano Shiho who had been silent all night finally spoke. It seems that the mysterious person has already rescued my sister. A recent photo of my sister just appeared on my bed, with a note on the back telling me to leave the organization as soon as possible before they find out. Seeing this sentence, Shinomiya Kagaya immediately felt her fists clench. This was the talent she had reserved for herself. How was she suddenly poached by that guy, the mysterious person? Chapter 168. Spatial fluctuations in the mountains that night. Many of the girls with diaries stayed up very late, finally waiting until 2 or 3 in the morning for Mayano Shiho to announce in the group that she had safely escaped the research institute. A living person, at night, bypassed the heavily guarded surveillance and security of the research institute, escaping silently. One can imagine that after this night, the other people in that research institute would probably not be sleeping well. However, according to Mayano Shiho, she seemed to have received help from the mysterious person during her escape. At least, when encountering the institute's surveillance equipment, her diary hardly triggered any warnings. She only needed to peacefully avoid the security guards and then smoothly escape from a garbage chute inside the institute. Although Shinomiya Kagaya grumbled in her heart that the mysterious person had snatched away all the things she had planned to do without a word, helping to save the sister and helping Mayano Shiho turn off the surveillance. By now, Mayano Shiho's favorability towards the mysterious person had probably been maxed out. Fortunately, given the mysterious person's character, he certainly wouldn't proactively appear before Mayano Shiho to reveal his identity, nor would he likely arrange for her future after escaping the organization. And at this point, Shinomiya Kagaya had the ability to get involved. Anyway, no matter how the mysterious person rescued Mayano Akemi, it wouldn't prevent the sisters from needing the protection of the Shinomiya family for a long time to come in order to avoid the distillery's wanted pursuit. With this favor, even if she couldn't completely win over Mayano Shiho as she had planned before, she could still maintain a cooperative relationship for a long time. If the other party truly produced a finished version of that drug that could restore youth in the future, she believed the Shinomiya Zaibatsu, and she herself could reap a handsome reward from it. She urgently arranged several safe houses secretly prepared by the Shinomiya family for Mayano Shiho. As long as the diary didn't issue a warning, it meant that the organization wouldn't be able to find that place in the short term. Shinomiya Kagaya also adjusted her schedule for the next day again. Besides negotiating with the students of Shuchian and confirming whether they had received her manga, she also had to make time to have a good talk with Mayano Shiho in person. While most of the girls were just waking up after staying up late, Mayachi Hikage, who had gone to bed shortly after writing the script for Shina Mishiro's replies last night, was already up around 5 in the morning. He had originally just wanted to get up early to practice his car magic by the river. Moreover, after obtaining the car master template, although only a day had passed, after waking up, he felt that the magic power that had grown in his body seemed to have already met the activation requirements for the destiny skill. But before he could start practicing, he saw a number of reports from Jerry and Shina Mishiro on his phone. It seemed that fellow Jerry really couldn't sit still at home. The tasks he had originally given Jerry were to help maintain contact with Shina Mishiro and to keep an eye on that guy Conan, lest he fail to save someone and get himself into trouble again. The third was to have it distribute some of the manga and novels he had drawn these past few days. He had given Jerry some room for free activity, but he hadn't expected Jerry to spend a whole day preparing and then turn into Santa Mouse last night, delivering gifts all over Tokyo. Shirogane Miyuki probably fainted when he woke up this morning and found a pile of study aids from who knows where on his desk. Mayachi Hikage muttered to himself, "If Jerry can also sync with my newly acquired teleportation ability, then after returning to Tokyo, I can also let it go to other supernatural factions for some advanced training." Not the Jujutsu High, but he was preparing to let Jerry play the role of a yukai and go learn some skills from the yukai hidden in Tokyo. This was something he had learned from Yatsuya Miko, who had joined the Jujutsu High. Although Yatsuya Miko herself didn't know much about the yukai situation, just the name Nurera Heian was enough to make Mayachi Hikage think of many things. If nothing unexpected happened, the yukai side should have also incorporated the plot of Nura, Rise of the Yokai Clan. Thinking of this, Mayachi Hikage couldn't help but shake his head. He could only say that Japan 1,000 years ago was truly teeming with demons and monsters. On the Jujutsu side, there was the once-in-a-millennium king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna, and also Kinjaku, who wanted all of humanity to evolve together. On the Yukai and on Myoji side, there was Abe no Saimai, who, After turning to the dark side, wanted to destroy the world and create a world where only Yukai existed. And this Abe no Saimai was exceptionally powerful. When he first appeared, he destroyed half of Kyoto before he had even adapted to his new body. In the final arc, he even showed the ability to manipulate planets, or rather, gravity. It could be said that he alone raised the power level of the entire work by several orders of magnitude. In the end, just because the manga was canceled, it took only a few chapters for the protagonist team to defeat him with a rather unimpressive mental attack, and the story ended abruptly. If another Asakura, Hao who wants to eliminate all humans on Earth, shows up, this world would be even more exciting. After all, Asakura Hao's strength was even more exaggerated. After becoming the Shaman King, he leaped to the level of a cosmic deity, capable of creating a supernova explosion and a black hole with a single thought. In the end, the protagonist could only choose to move him with love, making him give up his plan to destroy the world on his own. However, shamans were originally considered a school of Onmyoji, and Asakura Hao was a character created based on Abe no Saimai. With the Onmyoji in this world being unusually low-key, even proactively ceding their status to the jujitsu sorcerers, Mayachi Hikage was currently unsure if this world had also incorporated the setting of Shaman King. In any case, since he knew that this world most likely had the story of New Rarahayan mixed in, it was very necessary to send Jerry to the Yukai side to pay attention to the plot development there. It wouldn't be bad to let Jerry cause some trouble there while studying Yukai and vengeful spirits. And with the teleportation ability, Mayachi Hikage wouldn't have to worry too much about its safety. As for Mayano Akemi's situation, it was much simpler, knowing her alias and place of work. Conan quickly found her whereabouts. Then he spent 2 days gradually gaining her trust and also confirmed that the distillery didn't seem to care much about a low-level member like Mayano Akemi, not even bothering to assign someone to watch her movements. They probably thought that as long as Mayano Shiho was in the organization, Mayano Akemi, who wanted to leave with her sister, wouldn't dare to do anything against the organization. Similarly, their attitude toward Mayano Shiho was the same. Then, yesterday evening, Mayano Akemi abandoned the accomplices she had found to rob a bank and successfully escaped the organization, temporarily hiding at Professor Agassi's house. And in the early hours of this morning, Mayano Shiho also successfully escaped the organization with Jerry's help and was now hiding at Shinomiya Kagaya's place. To be honest, if Shina Mishiro hadn't discovered his identity, Mayachi Hikage had originally planned to cultivate Mayano Shiho into his own undercover agent. But since he already had Shina Mishiro, an insider with a very deceptive appearance, he gave up his original plan. After processing the information from last night, Mayachi Hikage washed up and then went to the riverbank by the back mountain alone. Because Nanami Kento had specifically reminded him not to go into the mountains during this period, although he wasn't very worried about the Yukai in the mountains, Mayachi Hikage wouldn't deliberately court death. He just simply familiarized himself with the attack patterns of the cards by the river. The yellow card is a single-target mental shock. The red card applies a binding effect along with an area of effect magic explosion, and the blue card is just a simple magic attack. All 3 types of cards can consume extra magic power to have a tracking effect. Unfortunately, the blue card didn't have a mana-restoring effect. After all, this was reality. There was no cooldown time for him to use these skills. It all depended on whether he had enough energy in his body. If he had enough magic power, he could even throw out a dozen yellow cards at once. And the blue card, being the one with the lowest consumption, would allow him to use it 50% more times than cards with other effects when he had no special needs. After familiarizing himself with the process for a while, Barato completed the card retrieval automatically with a thought. He needed to conserve the rest of his magical power to test the teleportation effect and discover what the skill, boldly named Destiny, could do. As he calmed his mind and activated his ability, he felt his spiritual power instantly spread outwards at an astonishing speed. In just an instant, Mayachi Hikage clearly saw everything around him. Within a 1-kilometer radius, Mayachi Hikage felt as if he had a full map view. Not only the positions of people, but even the positions of animals could be seen with perfect clarity. In this state, Mayachi Hikage felt that his thinking speed had also become much faster than before. He could even vaguely sense the direction of a person's fate for a period of time when he cast his gaze upon them. Of course, this was not his limit yet. At least, he didn't feel any fatigue in his spiritual power at all. It was just that his current magic power only supported him to this extent. Teleportation within 1 kilometer? The distance seems a bit short, Mayachi Hikage muttered. But he quickly thought of a way that might solve the problem. Mayachi Hikage tried to gradually withdraw his spiritual power scattered in other directions, reducing the angle of its spread. Then he extended all of this recovered spiritual power outwards in one direction. He could originally observe a circular area of about 3 square kilometers around him. Now, by changing this 3 square kilometer circle into a semicircle, a quarter circle, or even a smaller angle, as long as he had enough spiritual power to extend it outwards, he could correspondingly extend his teleportation range, at the cost of sacrificing his observation breadth and increasing his spiritual power and magic power consumption. After this round of testing, Mayachi Hikage consumed another half of his remaining magic power and determined his limit. The current limit of my spiritual power should be extending in a line for about 10 kilometers. That is to say, my current maximum teleportation distance should be about 10 kilometers. But with sufficient magic and spiritual power, continuous teleportation should also be feasible. Of course, he could also choose not to activate the current observation mode, which continuously consumed magic power, and instead directly choose a direction and pour his magic power into the teleportation. That way, he could teleport to a farther location. However, that would not guarantee the safety of the teleportation. If he accidentally teleported to some dangerous place, he wouldn't even have a chance for regret. Mayachi Hikage was not in a hurry to use teleportation. Anyway, he had already confirmed his current maximum teleportation position. Later, he would just use the remaining magic power to teleport a dozen meters or so to get a taste of teleportation. With his thinking accelerated several times by the Destiny ability, Mayachi Hikage shifted his gaze towards the deep mountains. He intended to maintain this state to observe the situation on the mountain and see if he could find out what was happening. However, after shifting his perspective to the mountain, Mayachi Hikage immediately detected unstable spatial fluctuations in a large area of the mountain. Mayachi Hikage withdrew some of his sight and slightly increased his observation angle. From 3 or 4 kilometers away on the mountain, he could already feel the spatial fluctuations. Why does this feel like a rift is about to open at any moment? Could it be that some creature from another world is coming to this world? Feeling the large area of unstable space over there on the mountain, Mayachi Hikage suspected. After all, he had long known that this world was home to a bunch of protagonists waiting to be reincarnated into another world. Similarly, he had also seen many anime where creatures from other worlds came to reality. Such a large area of unstable space was like a temporary connection point that appeared after 2 worlds collided. Perhaps the rumors of wild beasts in the mountains here in Asagaoka were the roars of beasts from another world that had been heard by people. Demons? Dragons? Or some demon lord who has come to Earth? He didn't know if the inner world had any countermeasures against such creatures from other worlds. He hoped they could handle this matter in the next few days. Sensing that his magic power was almost depleted, Mayachi Hikage retracted his thoughts. He didn't sense any guidance from Destiny, so it probably had nothing to do with the diary holder. In any case, before the Golden Week holiday ended, he would scan it one more time to confirm if the spatial fluctuations in that area of the mountain had stabilized. For now, it was time to test the teleportation. Mayachi Hikage confirmed that he had just enough magic power left to teleport to the other side of the river, so he casually chose a location on the opposite bank. There was no tearing sensation. First, a faint imprint of light appeared at the teleportation point. Then, after a second or 2 of meditation, he naturally appeared at the preset teleportation point. Although it was only a short distance of a dozen meters, The feeling of crossing space was indeed not bad. Then, a sense of fatigue came from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that he had consumed a bit too much energy. Since it was still early, he might as well go back and take a nap. Chapter 169. Menma's arrival. When Miyachi Hikage woke up again, it was to Miyachi Ringe calling him by his bedside with her beloved recorder. Miyachi Hikage glanced at the time. It was already almost past 10 o'clock. There were several missed calls from Nanami Kinto on his phone, followed by a few messages from him. It seemed that when he was testing his abilities this morning, he had indeed consumed a lot of energy. If he had simply chosen a direction, quickly observed the surroundings, and then teleported, the consumption of magic power and energy would not have been much. But this morning, he had maintained this full map ability for several minutes, then continuously adjusted his observation angle, all while constantly receiving and processing the large amount of information being transmitted into his brain. It was indeed quite tiring. No wonder the full map effect of the Card Master's skill only lasted for at most 10 seconds in the game. Miyachi Hikage thought as he sat up, rubbing his eyes and gently stroking his little sister's head. After maintaining Hammond breathing for a month, if nothing else, Rang's demeanor was much more stable than in the anime. He checked Nanami Kinto's messages while asking Ringe, "Ringe, is something wrong?" Miyachi Ringe put down her recorder and pointed downstairs for Miyachi Hikage. "We have guests. Dad asked me to wake you up, Nichan." "Guests?" Miyachi Hikage wasn't surprised by this. It should be Hamamiko and her parents driving over from the neighboring Chichibu city. His parents had mentioned 2 days ago that they would be coming to Asagaoka to thank the people who had saved their daughter back then. Thinking of this, Miyachi Hikage changed his clothes and returned Nanami Kinto's call, chatting briefly. Nanami Kinto's side should have already investigated Kino Yuko's situation, but he still agreed to the filming. He also told him that he could try to start with the chairman of that academy's board to learn more. He could tell that Nanami Kinto seemed to want him to do something, but didn't state it explicitly. He just said that if he encountered any problems, he could call him, and he would arrange for nearby professionals to come and help handle it. Does he think Kino Yuko's vengeful spirit isn't very dangerous? So he wants me to use this for practice? Miyachi Hikage muttered, then called Itu Kaiji. After getting up and having breakfast, Itu Kaiji had driven off alone to investigate the rumors about Kino Yuko, but his solo investigation didn't seem to have made any progress yet. But isn't it a bit too hasty to go directly to the school's chairman? Will she be willing to see me? Itu Kaiji sounded troubled on the other end of the phone. He didn't have much confidence. You can first say you're from Asagaoka, then show her Nanami-san's business card to let her know we are online bloggers with official support. We want to share the tragedy from half a century ago with more people. If she's still unwilling to see you after that, then just wander around the vicinity for a while and see if you can find any other insiders. If all else fails, we'll talk about it when you come back tonight. After arranging things for Itu Kaiji, Miyachi Hikage finally went downstairs with Miyachi Ringe, who had been watching him with eager eyes. For guests were now sitting in the living room, and his parents were sitting beside them, chatting warmly with the guests. Miyachi Hikage recognized 2 of them as Hamamiko's parents. After their daughter was out of danger, they had come to Asagaoka with a large pile of gifts to thank them in person. Of the other 2, one was Hamamiko, and the other should be her younger brother. Miyachi Hikage first focused his gaze on Hamamiko. With the naked eye, one could only see a somewhat frail-looking girl. But in Miyachi Hikage's eyes, her physical problem seemed to be not so simple. Because around Hamamiko, there seemed to be a layer of faint, dark energy that could only be seen with careful observation. It was a bit like a curse, but the powers seemed to be slightly different. If it were the previous Miyachi Hikage, he would probably only be able to see this much. But after obtaining card magic and the ability to glimpse a thread of fate, Miyachi Hikage could see more. There seemed to be a thin, invisible thread connected to the layer of energy on Hamamiko. This was probably the main reason why, even after 7 or 8 years since she fell into the water, her health still hadn't improved. And the direction this thread was connected to seem to point towards the direction where she fell into the water. Was there some yokai or vengeful spirit on that mountain? Or was there some other reason? And would the unstable space on a mountain have any effect on Hamamiko? After all, the range of the unstable space on the mountain was quite large, with a tendency to spread over a 10-kilometer area in the mountains. The only thing Maiachi Hikage could be sure of was that there was definitely something wrong with the mountain where Hamamiko had almost drowned years ago. If Maiachi Hikage and the others hadn't been there 5 years ago, Hamamiko would have naturally drowned according to the original story. Then, after 5 or 6 years, during a summer when her friends from back then were in high school, she would reappear before them in the form of a ghost. And she would appear as a 16 or 17-year-old girl. To be able to grow up after becoming a ghost should not be an easy feat after all. At the moment of death, a person's soul is basically fixed. Unless there is external intervention, even if a deceased soul becomes a ghost, at most it would regress to a younger age based on life experiences. It would be very difficult to continue growing after death. Kanoe Yuko had been wandering in the school for half a century, and she still looked the same as she did in her youth. So there must be some reason for this. However, whether there was a curse or something else in that mountain, and whether Hamamiko's condition would change due to this spatial disturbance, was not something Maiachi Hikage could judge now. As he was thinking, Maiachi Hikage's parents coughed a few times, telling him not to keep staring at the girl. "Hikage, this is Hamamiko, the girl you and the others helped save before. Now that her health has improved a little this year, she came over to thank you and the others from back then in person." Only then did Maiachi Hikage nod slightly at her and give a friendly greeting. And Hamamiko also gave him a shy, grateful smile. Although she had seen photos of Maiachi Hikage and the others in the group a few times, seeing him in person for the first time was clearly a different feeling. She was now a little conflicted about whether to demonstrate her Hammond breathing in front of Maiachi Hikage later, and then ask him to help her design a breathing method that was more suitable for her. After all, her health was already poor, and her aptitude for Hammond wasn't great either. Even after investing all the reading value she gained every day into her Hammond proficiency, her month-plus of practice had only allowed her to interact with others more normally. She still seemed to be a long way from being able to live a completely normal life. If she could get Maiachi Hikage's help to point out the problems with her breathing rhythm, she should be able to recover her health faster and no longer need to make her parents worry about her. But she was too embarrassed to bring it up now, feeling that it would be a bit too deliberate if she took the initiative to ask. Therefore, a look of conflict appeared on her face. Maiachi Hikage, on the other hand, could roughly guess her intentions, so he didn't do anything, just simply asked about her health and her life over the years. Overall, compared to the changes in their expressions, their verbal communication was still quite stilted. However, this subtle feeling was very keenly perceived by Maiachi Hikari, who was watching from the side. She was very sensitive to this kind of feeling. After just watching for a few minutes, she could see that the girl had a lot she wanted to say to Maiachi Hikage, but was too embarrassed to say it. And she had also gone on the spring outing 5 years ago. Although she had forgotten the specific process, she still had a very deep impression of Maiachi Hikage giving first aid to the little girl who had been rescued. At that time, Kashiya Komari, who was only 9 years old, had blushed at the sight and had even secretly asked her on the way back if Maiachi Hikage was trying to be like the prince in Sleeping Beauty, trying to wake the girl up with a kiss. And at that time, she and Fujimiya Kinomi had even fooled Kashiya Komari, almost making her try to pretend to be asleep in her own home. But these two should have only met for the second time in all these years, right? It should be the first time that Hamamiko had seen Maiachi Hikage while she was conscious. But why did her little brother keep staring at the girl's face just now? And the way this Hamamiko looked at her little brother was also a bit strange. Could this be the so-called love at first sight? Does her little brother like this type of girl? She sized up this Hamamiko. She was very pretty. It was said that her mother was European, which is why she inherited this silver hair. But wasn't her body a bit too weak? After just an hour's car ride, she already looked a little tired. And this was already an improvement. Maiachi Hikari didn't even know how she had survived the past few years. Faced with such a girl, Mayachi Hikari felt sympathy, but if she were to really become her sister-in-law, she would still be a little hesitant. But what would happen in the end still depended on her little brother's thoughts. After sitting in the living room for a while, the parents on both sides also found that their children seemed to only be communicating with their eyes in the presence of adults. So, it was Mayachi Hikage's father who told him to take them upstairs to rest for a while, and after lunch, he would take them to visit a few other families. After the young people went upstairs together, the atmosphere of their conversation naturally became much more relaxed, and Mayachi Hikage also successfully unlocked her nickname, Menma. But because Mayachi Hikage had Renji and Hikari with him, and Hamamiko had her younger brother accompanying her, many topics were naturally not easy to talk about. They basically just chatted about her situation over the years. Mayachi Hikage actually didn't know much about these things, because he was familiar with the Menma who had drowned, returned to the human world as a ghost, and finally disappeared after fulfilling her wish. His appearance had changed her fate, and now this strange thread had appeared on her body, connecting her to something unknown, leading to her frail appearance. As for Menma herself, she had only briefly mentioned in the group that she had been saved by the residents of Asagauka when she drowned, and had not mentioned her situation over the past 5 years in detail, probably feeling that there was no need to talk about these things in the group. Soon, Mayachi Hikage found out what he wanted to know. When she was first saved, for the first few months, she just felt weak and could no longer run around with others like before, but attending school normally was not a big problem. But in the winter, after being bedridden for a few days due to a cold, her health never recovered. Even when she went to the hospital for checkups, they couldn't find the cause, only saying that it might be a side effect of the drowning. In the following years, she even went to school less and less, and could only study at home. Occasionally, her friends from childhood would come over to help her with her homework. After being held back a year, she got into a high school with a pretty good atmosphere and was relatively close to home this year. And now, by adjusting her physical condition with the Hammond breathing from a diary, she could now go to school a few days a week, meeting the school's attendance requirements. It was clear that she was quite satisfied with her current life and was completely unaware that there were other problems with her body. Was it because it wasn't fatal, so the diary hadn't issued any warnings about it? Mayachi Hikage thought to himself. However, when she mentioned her childhood friends, from the expression on her face, it could be seen that the relationship between her friends had indeed become much more distant due to time. Although it wasn't like the original anime, where the group fell apart and drifted away after Menma's death, they had hardly gathered together in the last 1 or 2 years. Even when they came to visit her, it was almost always alone or in pairs of 1 or 2. But this was also a situation that was bound to happen with growth. Childhood playmates, with the passage of time, gradually find their new goals, thus slowly leaving their original group to meet more new friends and experience a new life. In the anime, it was because of the appearance of a supernatural being like Menma's ghost that the friends who had never forgotten her were reunited. And in this world, they might feel some guilt about Menma's drowning, but Menma was, after all, still alive and well. Although they could still maintain their friendship with Menma, the friendship among the others was not so stable. Under such circumstances, it might not be difficult to get them to gather together again. But to make their relationship return to the level it was before the drowning would probably be even more difficult than in the anime. But the Menma before him was not the Menma he was familiar with from his past life. After being bedridden for so many years, this girl's mind was naturally much more mature and stronger than in the anime. At least now, it seemed that although this Menma was a little regretful that her childhood friends were drifting apart, she was not too attached to this matter. Of course, besides Mayachi Hikage asking about Menma's situation over the past 5 years, Menma was also very interested in the situation here in Asagauka. Chichibu City was not far from Asagauka, and many people around her would come to this internet-famous village to visit and check in on weekends. And after learning that Mayachi Hikage was also a character in a certain work, Hamamiko, feeling that the distance between the two had been shortened a lot, also started paying attention to the videos Mayachi Hikage had filmed before. When I watched those horror videos you filmed, Mayachi-kun, because I'm a little scared, I usually call my younger brother Satoshi over to watch with me. As Minma said this, her brother, Hama Satoshi, was a little surprised. Yeah, the videos you've been watching recently, sister, were all filmed by Mayachi Oniai-chan. It was only at this moment that Hama Miko realized with some embarrassment that she seemed to have accidentally let the cat out of the bag. She only knew that those videos were filmed by Mayachi Hikage because of the girls in the group who were close to him. She had completely ignored the fact that Mayachi Hikage had never appeared in these videos himself, nor had he ever mentioned these things on his own account. How should she explain this to Mayachi Hikage? Just when Hama Miko didn't know how to smooth things over, Mayachi Hikage casually waved his hand and proactively covered for her. Although I only recently linked my account to Asegauka Media, and am the only one from Asegauka filming videos in Tokyo, I didn't expect your observation skills to be so sharp. You guys found out so quickly. As he said this, Mayachi Hikage looked at the Hama siblings and extended an invitation. If you're not in a hurry to go back this afternoon, I can also take you to see the nearby filming sets. Chapter 170. Hama Miko's nervousness after lunch. Mayachi Hikage took the Hama siblings to the filming set. After all, the young people in the village nowadays were either resting at home or working at the filming set. The children and teenagers who had gone on the spring outing together back then were the very group of people who had most supported his revitalization of Asegauka over the years. Being able to earn a good amount of money in their hometown under Mayachi Hikage's arrangements without having to work long hours. And with a bunch of outsiders now wanting to get a piece of the pie at Asegauka Media, naturally, few would choose to leave Asegauka after graduating from high school or university. Today, they happen to be filming the segment that has been circulating on the internet for a long time. My blade is a poison blade, coated with a powerful poison. The low-quality set and exaggerated acting couldn't hide the relaxed atmosphere on site. The filming was basically completed amidst various bouts of laughter. But then again, this kind of spoof drama was all about being nonsensical and playful. The fact that the set could have such an atmosphere also meant that Kashigeya Suguru and Kageyama Kid had no major problems with their management of the filming site, and the entire crew could maintain a stable state to carry out the shooting. Satoshi, do you want to give it a try later? This is a low-budget comedy series. Those background extras don't need any acting skills and don't have any lines. It should be a good experience. Maybe when the series airs, you'll even have a chance to see yourself on TV, Mayachi Hikage asked Hama Satoshi. It was clear that the 13-year-old boy was very interested in these things. He had been looking at his masked sister with some hesitation, seemingly worried that she might not be used to the overly lively environment of the set. However, Hama Miko waved her hand at him and even encouraged him to give a try. I'm fine physically, and with Mayachi-kun looking after me here, there won't be any big problems. If I feel uncomfortable, there are plenty of places to rest nearby. She really wanted to find a chance to spend some time with Barato without the others around. Before, it was either his sister or her brother nearby, and she couldn't find any chance. Seeing that time was ticking away and she would have to go back by evening at the latest, she felt a little nervous in her heart. Therefore, watching her brother excitedly being led by the crew members to pick out clothes and get his makeup done, she couldn't help but look at Mayachi Hikage standing beside her. She was almost a year older than him, but due to her frail health, she was slightly shorter than other girls her age. Mayachi Hikage was different. Not only did his skin not look like that of a boy who grew up in the countryside, but at the age of 16, he was already nearly 1.8 meters tall, a whole head taller than her. Coupled with the confident aura he exuded, Hama Miko, who had spent these years mostly at home without going out much, couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy in front of him. So much so that when she finally got a chance to talk alone, she didn't even know what to say to him at first. It was Mayachi Hikage who took the initiative to start the conversation. Your breathing rhythm is messy. With this sentence from Mayachi Hikage, Hama Miko immediately looked at him with an astonished expression. She was still wearing a mask. How did Mayachi Hikage notice that her breathing rhythm was messy? Or could it be that Mayachi Hikage had already realized that she had also mastered a breathing method through her breathing rhythm? Because as long as she could keep breathing Hammond could continuously restore her stamina. So even if her own talent was not good, she had always reminded herself to develop the habit of maintaining Hammond breathing at all times. However, when her emotions fluctuated greatly, it was still easy for her breathing rhythm to become disordered. She hadn't expected Miyachi Hikage to be able to see even this. In response, Miyachi Hikage pointed to an open space on the side. The sunlight there is good. Your physical condition really needs more sun. Let's go there and talk while we walk. Feeling her heartbeat inexplicably speed up again, Hamamiko managed to adjust her breathing and then followed behind Miyachi Hikage in the direction he pointed. Miyachi Hikage had adjusted his pace, so she could keep up without much effort. Further away, Kageyama Kid, who was still constantly watching the situation here, couldn't help but grit her teeth again. Senchuredo. Kageyama Kid resisted the urge to go over and disturb them. That girl was pitiful too. She fell into the water once and was bedridden for 4 or 5 years. Even Asagaoka, which was less than 20 kilometers from her home, was the farthest she had traveled in all these years. Her heart must have accumulated a lot of negative and pessimistic emotions over the years. This was indeed a time when Miyachi Hikage's help was needed. After all, this guy was best at telling those chicken soup stories and making grand promises to inspire people. It was quite appropriate for him to help this girl regain her confidence in life. Kageyama Kid looked again at Miyachi Hikage and the silver-haired girl who looked particularly delicate standing beside him, and she felt a little more at ease in her heart. Miyachi Hikage would never like this type of girl. Thinking of this, she refocused her attention on the set, occasionally glancing toward Barato. After walking with Hamamiko for a while and confirming that no one nearby could overhear their conversation, Barato turned to face her. Please remove your mask. The air here is nice, and you can also get some afternoon sun. This kind of environment is the most suitable for practicing breathing methods. Hamamiko looked at Miyachi Hikage before her. Even though in the diary's radar map, the dot representing him was much smaller than hers, which meant that his Hammond intensity was definitely not as high as hers. But from his words, it was clear that Miyachi Hikage's level of research on the breathing method was much higher than theirs. The mysterious person's description of him in the diary was indeed correct. Miyachi Hikage was this kind of genius suited for creation and research. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to ask how Miyachi Hikage knew about the breathing method. That should have been the normal way of conversation. But asking such a question when she already knew the answer made her, being thin-skinned and not good at lying, feel a little embarrassed. Can you also do that breathing method? Stuttering 3 times in just one sentence, Miyachi Hikage felt that there was no need to prepare so many contingency plans in Tokyo. No matter what he said, she would probably believe him. In response, Miyachi Hikage extended his hand towards Hamamiko. Hamamiko was taken aback for a moment, but she still followed his gesture and gently reached out to hold his hand. In just an instant, a connection was established between their Hammond. Hamamiko could feel the Hammond in her body naturally surging out, interacting with the Hammond that flowed from Miyachi Hikage. After letting go of her hand, Miyachi Hikage's expression couldn't help but become strange. How is your situation so similar to Mishiro's? Huh? Hamamiko let out a sound of confusion, seemingly not knowing what was wrong with her body. Miyachi Hikage then briefly explained Shina Mishiro's identity and how he had learned, and then began to analyze, research. He continued refining the breathing method through his own research, guided by her. Do you know Shina Mishiro? Barato asked Hamamiko. Hamamiko quickly waved her hands in denial, although she had not received a warning of danger. Saying they knew each other would only make the situation harder to explain. Just this guilty-looking appearance. Anyone would be suspicious of your reaction, right? Miyachi Hikage thought, but he didn't press further on this question. He just nodded at Hamamiko and continued. Although, I don't know why you're the only one in your family practicing this breathing method. Looking at the Hammond in your body now, you should have been practicing for almost a year, right? Hamamiko nodded shyly. She had used all her reading value to improve her Hammond, only keeping a few points as a warning for danger. By her calculation, the Hammond in her body was indeed about a year's worth. Seeing Hama Miko nod, Mayachi Haikage continued. Your situation is the same as Mishiro's. You've both practiced for a year, and you clearly have a decent amount of power in your bodies, but you haven't made the power in your bodies become active along with your breathing, nor have you adjusted your breathing rhythm in a way that is more suitable for yourselves. As he said this, Mayachi Haikage demonstrated how to use half a month's worth of Hammond for a normal person, which was essentially using Hammond to adhere to the palm of his hand, and then using this method to enhance his hand strength. Watching Mayachi Haikage squat down, leave a palm print on the ground with ease, and then lift his hand without a speck of dirt on it. Hamamiko tried to do the same. Either the power couldn't be accurately gathered in her palm, being either too strong or too weak, or her hand even got covered in a lot of dirt. It seemed that their level of control over Hammond was not on the same level. The power in your body is already not weak. As long as you learn how to control this power properly, it should allow your body to recover faster. Mayachi Haikage took out a wet wipe and handed it to her while speaking, then suddenly asked Hamamiko a question. Do you know who the person who taught you this breathing method is? Hamamiko had also been in the chat group last night and naturally knew how Shina Mishiro had answered. So she stuttered and answered according to Shina Mishiro's template. Same explanation as Mishiro. A mysterious, unknown person gave you this breathing method through a letter? Mayachi Haikage said, while also putting on a look of dissatisfaction with that mysterious person, to not teach such a breathing method in person, but instead to guide through writing like this. Aren't they afraid that you'll mess up your practice and harm your bodies? Mayachi Haikage continued to mutter. Fortunately, you've all been honestly practicing according to the contents of the letter this past year. Although it's a bit rigid, at least no accidents will happen. Then Mayachi Haikage mentioned the matter of the Demon Slayer Corps from 100 years ago again, and once more took out the story written by his ancestor, asking if Hamamiko knew about that history from 100 years ago. In response, Hamamiko could only continue to shake her head and deny it in the same way as Shina Mishiro. You don't know, and Mishiro doesn't know either. So what does that mysterious person want to do? And what happened 100 years ago? And for what reason now is that person spreading this breathing method again? Mayachi Haikage pretended to ponder, then shook his head again. But the most important thing right now is your physical condition. You've been practicing the breathing method for a year. Even if you're not good at using the power in your body, this power should have subtly made your body better. But your body is only improved slightly now, which is actually a bit abnormal. There must be some other reason affecting your body. Anyway, just relax first. It'll teach you how to find the breathing rhythm that's most suitable for you. If you're fast, you can basically learn it in a day or two, and it should also allow your body to recover faster. Hearing Mayachi Haikage's words, Hamamiko became a little nervous again. According to Mayachi Haikage, the Hammond in her body was already enough for her to return to a normal life. It was because her body was affected by other reasons that she hadn't fully recovered. So what could be the reason? These past few days, through the sharing of Yatsuya Miko, who had successfully enrolled in the Jujutsu High, the group had gained a lot more knowledge about cursed spirits and curses. This made her can't help but wonder if her body had also been cursed by something. As she thought of this, she immediately felt the diary automatically appear in her hand, and at the same time, it sent her a notification. She glanced cautiously at Barato, and after confirming that he had not noticed her action, she opened the diary to look. A new commission had been refreshed in the diary. Go to the place where you fell into the water back then and find the truth behind why your Barato has grown weak. Chapter 171. Acknowledgement from Mayachi Haikage. Mayachi Haikage was quite curious about what was happening with the diary in Hamamiko's hands at that moment. Had it received some kind of danger warning, or had a new commission been refreshed in the diary? However, as he needed to maintain his disguise while explaining to her how to adjust her breathing rhythm, he naturally didn't show any particular reaction. He first extended his hand towards Hamamiko with a puzzled look, waving it in front of her to indicate whether she hadn't understood what he had just said. At the same time, a sliver of his stand, yellow temperance, extended from the shadow beneath his feet, silently circling behind Hamamiko. It rested on her shoulder with a force almost imperceptible to a normal person, while simultaneously observing the contents of the diary in her hands. Regarding whether yellow temperance could be seen by the girls, Mayachi Hikage had also conducted an experiment with Shina Mashiro. In its normal state, yellow temperance's form of existence was close to that of a ghost. People who could see ghosts could vaguely see the outline of yellow temperance with careful observation. This was the extent of what Shina Mashiro's unlocked primary spiritual vision could see. To see yellow temperance's appearance completely clearly, one would need at least an intermediate or higher level of spiritual vision. Although Mayachi Hikage didn't know if Hamamiko had unlocked the spiritual vision feature, which required extra reading value, under his careful control, it was naturally impossible for her to discover any problem. And as Mayachi Hikage asked her what was wrong, while quickly reading the updated content in her diary from behind her, Hamamiko, after confirming the commission situation, quickly put away the diary in her hand and then apologized to Mayachi Hikage, saying that she had just been accidentally distracted. At the same time, she and Mayachi Hikage were also secretly pondering the information of this commission. For some reason, this suddenly refreshed temporary commission did not give a specific commission level or detailed task situation, only a task deadline that seemed a bit unsettling. The task deadline was 3 months. It seemed like there was still nearly a quarter of a year to slowly complete this commission. But Hamamiko obviously couldn't drag it out until the last minute to complete this commission, because the task details not only mentioned that the sooner the commission was completed, the higher the reward, and the easier it was to trigger the next stage of a new commission, but also used a line of rather conspicuous red text to indicate that if she failed to complete the commission by the time the deadline ended, she would suffer unexpected consequences. So, if she couldn't complete this commission within 3 months, could she die? Hamamiko subconsciously thought of this possibility, although her mind was still full of doubts, not knowing what had happened to her body at the place where she drowned to cause her to be so weak now. But she decided it was better to discuss these things with the girls in the group after she got back. Hamamiko secretly glanced at Mayachi Hikage. Better not. Although Mayachi Hikage was indeed very capable and had a good talent for Hammon, in the end, he was still just an ordinary person who had only been practicing Hammon for half a month. He was unlike her, who had at least learned many of the world's secrets and inside stories from the mysterious person and the other girls with diaries. If she went there to investigate, she could probably find ways to avoid risks with the diary's warnings. But if Mayachi Hikage went with her, and if there was real danger there, she couldn't guarantee his safety. Mayachi Hikage had already saved her once. Even without considering Shina Mashiro's matter, she couldn't possibly do something so ungrateful. For now, it was better to continue to diligently learn from Mayachi Hikage how to control her breathing rhythm. After learning these things, she should have more confidence when she went back to that place. As for Mayachi Hikage's side, after seeing the commission that appeared in Hamamiko's diary, he was also multitasking, thinking about what was wrong with her body. A 3-month commission period would put it at around August. And in the anime, the deceased Minma appeared before the protagonist as a grown-up ghost around that time. The timing matched up. So is there some connection between the two? Could it be that after 4 months, if the Hamamiko before him couldn't complete the commission, she would also turn into that special kind of ghost from the anime? Looking at the thread on her body, Mayachi Hikage could only be sure that what made her like this was not a curse. Otherwise, after she got the diary, it should have issued a warning to her. That is to say, at least from the diary's perspective, Hamamiko's physical condition and the truth in the mountains had not reached the standard to trigger a warning. This made Mayachi Hikage even more curious about what was on that mountain. But on the surface, he still maintained a calm expression. In about an hour, he explained in detail to Hamamiko how to adjust her breathing rhythm. Hamamiko's aptitude and comprehension were indeed a bit different from Shina Mashiro's, but with the cheat of the diary, she wasn't too far behind. Hamamiko also knew that her comprehension was not very good, so throughout the whole process, she was almost always taking notes in her diary. After all, this was something the girls in the group were now paying more attention to. Shina Mishiro couldn't explain the process clearly, and she wanted to teach the other girls these skills after she learned them herself. After the lesson, at Hamamiko's own request, the two also exchanged contact information. Even if there was anything she didn't understand after she went back, she could continue to ask Mayachi Hikage through text messages. And before returning to the filming set, Mayachi Hikage also continued to maintain and consolidate his persona in the eyes of the girls who held the diaries, telling her that if she encountered any trouble, she could contact him at any time. My ancestor was once indebted to the Demon Slayer Corps, and then I learned the breathing method from you all, confirming and seeing the other side of this world. Although my strength is not great, if the Demon Slayer Corps were to assemble again, I would be very willing to continue to fulfill the promise my ancestor made back then. Hearing this, Hamamiko was naturally filled with shame and wanted to declare that she was not actually a descendant of the Demon Slayer Corps several times. But the matter of the diary could not be explained. Caught in a dilemma, she could only once again state that she didn't know anything about the Demon Slayer Corps. And in her heart, she still regarded Mayachi Hikage as the benefactor who had saved her life. She didn't even notice that Mayachi Hikage's so-called fulfilling his ancestor's promise didn't actually require him to pay any price. Instead, it logically made her view him as logistics personnel with no combat power. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps member who had saved his ancestor had originally only wanted the Mayachi family to hang a wisteria flower crest in front of their door. It would have been enough for members of the Demon Slayer Corps to be able to stay and rest at the Mayachi house when they were short-staffed or passing by. However, perhaps that Demon Slayer Corps member ultimately fell in the Infinity Castle battle, or perhaps after annihilating Muzan, the disbanded Demon Slayer Corps no longer needed any wisteria flower crests, which was why they never returned to Asaigauka. Of course, if the descendants of those Demon Slayer Corps members really encountered some trouble and Mayachi Hikage found out, and if he had the ability to solve it on the sly, he would still lend a hand. In short, after Mayachi Hikage's contact with Hamamiko this time, and after she mentioned what happened during her time with him in the chat group after returning home, many of the girls in the chat group also developed a greater sense of approval for Mayachi Hikage. Chapter 172. What happened to Kano Yuko? So you spoke with the young performer for over an hour. Did you find out anything? This was the question Barato asked after approaching Barato when he returned to the filming location. Barato was standing off to the side of the set, watching her younger brother act, and was not next to Mayachi Hikage. Because she had used 2 points of reading value for learning, Hamamiko had now mastered some techniques and seemed to be in much better spirits than before. However, due to the sudden new commission that had appeared, she was somewhat melancholic. Therefore, even Kageyama Kid could see the slightly forced smile on her face. Thus, in response to Kageyama Kid's inquiry, Mayachi Hikage shook his head and sighed. What do you think I can do in such a short time? I just did my best to comfort her, but it doesn't seem to have had much effect. Hearing this, Kageyama Kid looked at Hamamiko in the distance. Is her health that bad? She looks fine now, doesn't she? Mayachi Hikage casually spun a tale. For the past few years, she's only been able to get out of bed and walk a few steps when the weather is good. As soon as it gets a little colder, she can only lie in bed and rest. If it were you, would you be able to accept that? Kageyama Kid was about to say that she would quite like to live that kind of life. After all, her original life goal was just to be the proprietress of a snack shop in a small place like Asaigauka and pass the time leisurely. Unexpectedly, under Mayachi Hikage's persuasion, she had inadvertently stepped into this deep pit and was now busy all day, even having to participate in various promotional activities. But she looked again at Hamamiko's position. She was indeed a bit too thin and weak. She just wanted to lie in bed and live a peaceful life. She didn't want to have difficulty even walking like her. A trace of pity appeared in Kageyama Kid's eyes. Can't even the hospital find a cause? If they could find a cause, her health would have probably recovered long ago, Mayachi Hikage said, then seemed to remember something. How about we go to Chichibu City for a day for this year's spring trip. We can also invite Minma to come out and play with us. Although Chichibu is a bit small, it's a city after all, and there are hot springs around. It would be nice for everyone to go there and soak in the hot springs to relax. It'll have Kazahone contact the new transfer students tonight, and it'll give you the specific details then. Although in the original story, there were only 5 students in the Asahigaoka branch school. But now, because Asahigaoka's economy had been revitalized, there were a few families who had moved in with their children. Therefore, the number of students at the Asahigaoka branch school was now a few more than before. Upon hearing Mayachi Hikage's request, Kageyama Kid rolled her eyes at him again. At first, he wanted her to decide on this year's spring trip plan. Just yesterday, she was thinking about where to go and how much budget to use this year. Unexpectedly, today, Mayachi Hikage had arranged a place for her again. However, going to Chichibu was indeed convenient. 5 years ago, Mayachi Hikage had even talked about walking through the mountains all the way to Chichibu to soak in the hot springs. But it was canceled because they encountered the drowning Hamamiko. In the following years, the spring trips of the Asahigaoka branch school were led by Mayachi Hikage to other places, and they had never been to Chichibu again. So much so that Kageyama Kid was actually still quite fond of the rather famous hot springs in Chichibu. Therefore, although she complained a bit, Kageyama Kid still waved her hand at Mayachi Hikage, indicating that she would arrange things in the next 2 days. And upon hearing that Asahigaoka would also be organizing the school students to go to Chichibu for a trip and to soak in the hot springs in a few days, Hamamiko also seemed quite happy. After all, she hadn't really gone out to play with friends much these years. After agreeing to meet again in Chichibu City in 3 days, the Hanma family, having had dinner, prepared to leave Asahigaoka. In response, Mayachi Hikari, who was watching from the side, saw the two of them exchanging flirtatious glances before saying goodbye, and felt that the two of them must have secretly made significant progress in their relationship this afternoon. Otherwise, why would this guy, Mayachi Hikage, suddenly say that the spring trip in 3 days was to go to Chichibu to soak in the hot springs? Something must have happened, but there was nothing she could do. Who could she blame but that guy Mayachi Hikage for suddenly mentioning holiday homework and even taking out his already finished homework? This resulted in her being cooped up in her room doing homework this afternoon, with no time to keep an eye on him. Feeling like she had missed out on the gossip, Mayachi Hikari decided that she must keep a close eye on Mayachi Hikage in 3 days and absolutely not miss any more scenes. And not long after the Hama family left, Ita Kaiji, who had been busy outside all day, also drove back. It was clear that his trip out today had been very fruitful. Otherwise, Cinchuredo, faced with Ita Kaiji's question, Mayachi Hikage coughed lightly. Looking at you, that chairman must be someone related to the Kano family, right? Ita Kaiji immediately gave Mayachi Hikage a thumbs up. You're right, and not just anyone. The chairman of CQ Academy is actually the younger sister of the legendary Yuko-san. She even told me about what happened to her sister back then. And according to my investigation, many of the ghost stories that have been circulating at CQ Academy for the past half-century were actually spread by this chairman herself. At this point, Itu Kaiji himself was a little confused about what the chairman was trying to do. Was it because she missed her sister's sacrifice back then? So she was using this method to try and see her sister's spirit? Itu Kaiji said this, and then continued to report the situation to Mayachi Hikage. However, the chairman has already agreed to our filming and said she will assist us. So are we going to film there tomorrow? It was clear that Itu Kaiji was a little relieved after his investigation. After all, this school was run by Kano Yuko's own sister, and she was the one who spread these rumors and ghost stories. With her support, even if the spirit of that Kano Yuko really existed in this world, no accident should happen, right? And listening to Itu Kaiji's explanation, Mayachi Hikage was also pondering which version of Kano Yuko's death had occurred in this world. In this regard, although in both the anime and manga versions, Kano Yuko died as a sacrifice, the specific cause of death was not the same. The truth in the manga was much crueler. Back then, it was Kano Yuko's younger sister who, after their mother died of illness and under the pressure of the villagers, felt too much stress. Finally, before their father was about to take them to leave the village to escape the plague, she took the initiative to sacrifice her own sister, offering her up, wanting to save the village in this way. Of course, such a method had no effect at all. After Kano Yuko's death, the plague in the village continued to rage. Kano Yuko's younger sister was then filled with remorse, and at the place where her sister had died, she witnessed the birth of the Shadow Yuko with her own eyes. But the Shadow Yuko, at the last moment, chose to let her go, letting her live with this remorse until now. After that, she continuously spread the rumors and ghost stories of Yuko-san, while also preserving the old school building, hoping that in her lifetime, she could find a way to resolve her sister's resentment and allow her to be reincarnated smoothly. And in the anime, this matter was changed to the male protagonist's grandmother, and the motive was changed from intentional to an unintentional misunderstanding. Therefore, when the truth was revealed, it also seemed a bit gentler and made it easier for the audience to understand why Kano Yuko could finally let go of her hatred and merge with the Shadow Yuko. From what Itu Kaiji said, it seemed that when the chairman talked about her sister, her face was always filled with a heavy expression. When Itu Kaiji requested to enter the school for filming, she hesitated for a while before agreeing after seeing the business card he handed over. It seemed there was a high probability that it was following the manga version of the plot. Being betrayed by her own sister and the villagers' coercion, this hatred was difficult to resolve. But the villagers who had coerced her had mostly passed from the plague, and she was subconsciously unwilling to harm her own sister for revenge, nor did she dare to face the ugly side of her own heart, which caused her to split into two different Kano Yukos. Thinking of this, Mayachi Hikage couldn't help but shake his head. The accumulation of her own negative emotions, coupled with the fact that a school is a place where various negative emotions easily accumulate, he could only say that it was a good thing that the amnesiac main body of Kano Yuko was there to suppress it. And the Shadow Yuko's obsession was only to make her main body feel her own pain, which is why she hadn't laid a hand on anyone else for so many years. If not for this reason, the Shadow Yuko might have even become a special grade cursed spirit in this world. Of course, if she really became a special grade cursed spirit and endangered human lives, she would have been exorcised long ago. After all, regardless of whether the supernatural was resurgent or not, the high-end combat power of this world was still on the side of humanity. It was because of her harmlessness over the past half-century that she had been able to survive until now. But it should be reaching its breaking point soon, Barato thought, sensing the guidance of fate as he recalled the Kano Yuko he had seen that day. Her appearance was ethereal, giving the feeling that she could dissipate at any moment. She was completely unlike a ghost who had existed for more than half a century, and still had multiple ghost stories to maintain her presence. Anyway, we'll investigate more tomorrow. If there's no problem, we'll start filming around dusk. We'll write the script first based on the stories you told me. Itu Kaiji had heard a fairly complete story from the chairman of CQ Academy, but the story was missing the explanation of who exactly chose to make Kano Yuko the offering. Mayachi Hikage was currently planning to write the script based on the anime version's plot. After all, if he filmed the complete truth, although the level of discussion would definitely be higher, Kano Yuko's sister, the chairman of CQ Academy, would definitely be cyberbullied. After all, she had agreed to their filming request. She was already in her 70s or 80s and close to the end of her life. This matter between sisters should be left for them to handle themselves. He was not the kind of unscrupulous media that preys on others' tragedies. So, the next morning, Mayachi Hikage, along with Itu Kaiji and Fujimiya Kanomi, took the script he had written to the chairman of CQ Academy. Kano Kuriko, who was already approaching her dotage, looked at Mayachi Hikage's script, which, apart from the most crucial part, described the other parts almost as if he had been there himself. Her hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Not only because these words clearly brought back memories from more than half a century ago, but also because of the shame in her own heart. Mayachi Haikage's script spent a considerable amount of ink describing what a gentle person Kano Yuko was back then, and how she took care of the other students in the school and calmed everyone's mood when the plague broke out. But as the plague worsened, the ignorant villagers chose a young girl by drawing lots to choose the sacrificial pillar. In her nervousness and fear, she subconsciously shouted out Kano Yuko's name, leading to Kano Yuko being chosen as the sacrifice by the superstitious people. Mayachi Haikage's description was very realistic. To be able to write such a delicate story from the past she had told him yesterday made her can. Help, but have the illusion that it would have been better if it had really been like that back then. But in reality, the person who did all this was her younger self. And even when she made that choice back then, she really thought that by doing so, she could make the village return to normal. The result was a memory of regret that she could never make up for. Thinking back, she gently wiped her eyes and then looked seriously at the bright-eyed boy before her. Yesterday, when that Itu Kaiji had suddenly visited, she had actually been a little worried about whether her sister's story could be filmed properly. It was only because she saw some hidden information on his business card that only people like her who had dealt with those secret organizations would know that she thought this was a new decision from the inner world regarding her sister's arrangements, which was why she agreed to their filming request. Today, after meeting Mayachi Haikage and seeing this seriously written script, she felt that the worries in her heart had lessened a lot. And because of this overly excellent script, she couldn't even bring herself to speak the real truth of what happened back then. For this reason, after thinking for a while, she also called for her granddaughter, who looked almost identical to her sister, intending to have her assist Mayachi Haikage and the others in completing the video shoot. Chapter 173. You must maintain contact with Mayachi Haikage grandma. Why did you suddenly call me over this morning? About half an hour later, a short-haired girl walked into the house with a puzzled look on her face. Upon seeing the boy sitting across from her grandmother, laughing and chatting with her, an ominous thought couldn't help but arise in her mind. The Kano family was considered a prominent household in this area. For her grandmother to suddenly call her over today, could it be to introduce her to some fiancé she had never heard of, but who had actually been arranged before she was even born? Kano Kiri, who had been reading a lot of romance novels for girls recently, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. At the same time, she carefully sized up Mayachi Haikage. Itakaiji was naturally ignored by her. After all, he couldn't be called ugly, just that he had no distinguishing features and looked a bit scruffy. From his attitude, he seemed to be the boy's subordinate. As for the girl beside him, she inexplicably gave off the feeling of a secretary or an assistant. It seemed that among the three of them, this youth was the leader. Therefore, her attention naturally focused on Mayachi Haikage. This youth didn't look bad at all. In fact, he was quite in line with her aesthetic taste. And just being able to sit and chat happily with her grandmother was already a rare feat after all. Even she had rarely seen her grandmother smile so happily these years. The only problem was that she had no impression of him at all. She also didn't know what this boy's personality was like. She hoped he was a brave one. After all, for the past month at school, she had always been able to see some unclean things, which made her, who was already quite timid, have to pretend that she hadn't seen anything at all. As she was thinking this, she was introduced to this boy by her grandmother. Then she first let out a sigh of relief, and then immediately felt a bit breathless again. It was good that he wasn't a fiancé. Although he wasn't bad-looking, it was still their first meeting, and she didn't want to decide her future live's major event so early. They're here to film a video? Their CQ Academy's reputation in this area should be quite good. As a middle school, it's considered to have a relatively high promotion rate. It shouldn't need any more local publicity, right? Wait, they want to film that Yuko-san? Hearing this, Kano Kiri immediately felt that something was not right. In a month she had been enrolled, she naturally knew that the identity of the demon she had been seeing from time to time at school for the past month was most likely the Yuko-san that had been passed down from generation to generation by the students. So, Are these two really not afraid of death? Why did they come here to film that Yuko's story? Kano Kiri wiped her forehead, confirming that she hadn't misheard her grandmother. Although my granddaughter is a student at CQ, I haven't told her much about Yukone before, so she doesn't know much about what happened back then. Kano Yukuriko nodded towards Mayachi Hikage, indicating that she would now go and explain the specific situation to her granddaughter. Mayachi Hikage also nodded, and at the same time took this opportunity to size up Kano Kiri. He had to say that in anime and manga, it was mainly because characters were distinguished by their hairstyle and clothing. In the anime, with such a standard tomboy hairstyle, it was hard for people to associate her with the long, straight black-haired Kano Yuko, despite them having the same face. But in reality, this similarity was not something that a hairstyle could make indistinguishable. The moment she walked in, Mayachi Hikage had subconsciously thought he was seeing Kano Kiri again. It was only when he noticed her short hair and her youthful appearance that he remembered there was indeed such a person in the original work. However, it was only because of his enhanced supervision from his improved physical fitness and by carefully observing her appearance with his spiritual vision at close range that he could realize the two looked exactly alike. And although Fujimiya Kinomi, who was sitting next to him, had also seen Kano Yuko's figure from afar at dusk the day before yesterday, from a distance of 100 or 200 meters, it was already good enough to notice the general features. It was clear that she hadn't seen Kano Yuko's face clearly at that time. Otherwise, when she saw Kano Kiri now, she would probably have screamed on the spot. Watching the grandmother and granddaughter walk into the bedroom on the side, Fujimiya Kinomi also quietly leaned into Mayachi Hikage's ear and whispered to him, "I think that chairman is hiding something." And her attitude towards her granddaughter also seems quite strange. She continued, "Needless to say, what was hidden in the front was naturally the truth of what happened back then. As for her attitude towards her granddaughter, it was because she had always been unable to face her granddaughter's face, which was identical to her sister's. However, for Fujimiya Kinomi to be able to notice these things, her observation skills were sharp enough. In contrast, Mayachi Hikage looked at a certain unparalleled gambler in adversity behind him. If it were the desperate gambler Kaiji standing here, he would definitely have noticed these things in a state of high mental concentration. But the one present now was the smooth-sailing Kaiji who had no worries about food and drink and had godlike teammates by his side. He was basically in a state where anyone could swindle a large sum of money from him. Looking at his dazed appearance, you could tell he definitely hadn't noticed anything. But it was better for this guy, Ita Kaiji, to remain in this state. He didn't know what his reaction would be when he encountered a real ghost later tonight. Barato thought, and then simply responded to Fujimiya Kinomi. There was something fishy about the story back then. After all, with the Kano family as the shrine successors, even if it was in ruins, this kind of sacrificial ritual is generally not something that ordinary villagers can decide on by just finding some random person. Normally, it should have been Kano Yuko, as the shrine's successor, who chose the person for the sacrifice. Then, because Kano Yuko was unwilling to do such a thing, the angry villagers instead used her as a sacrifice to the gods. This development should be more reasonable. But according to what the chairman said yesterday, from the very beginning, it was the villagers who chose someone else to make this choice, and in the end, that person chose Kano Yuko. Why do you think that is? Fujimiya Kinomi was no fool and quickly connected the dots to the truth. At the same time, her expression became a little ugly. You mean back then it was this chairman who knows? It's been so many years, and she's still spreading her sister's ghost stories, and she always looks remorseful when she mentions her sister. Mayachi Hikage shook his head, and Fujimiya Kinomi frowned slightly. Since you've guessed it, should we revise our script? Originally, she had thought this chairman was quite reasonable, but after learning such a truth from Mayachi Hikage, her impression of her couldn't help but change a little. In response, Mayachi Hikage waved his hand indifferently. I think the reason she's taking her granddaughter into the bedroom now is probably to tell her granddaughter the whole truth, and then have her granddaughter relay it to us. But you know me, I'm not some detective. Uncovering the truth has never been my job. Making popular and profitable videos is my pursuit. Hearing this, Fujimiya Kinomi just shrugged her shoulders slightly, seeming not to quite believe his words. If it were the Maiachi hikage from a month or two ago, what he said would have a 70 or 80% credibility. But the current Maiachi hikage, after having other pursuits, money was probably no longer his goal. It was just that she didn't know what Maiachi hikage was pursuing now. But she had already made up her mind these past few days. No matter what Maiachi hikage wanted to do, she would continue to follow behind him and watch him. Looking at the meaningful smile Fujimiya Kinomi gave him, Barato didn't say any Barato and continued to drink his tea calmly. Compared to the calmness outside, the atmosphere in the room had become Barato, subtle and tense. So, back then, the person who caused Grand Aunt Yuko's Barato was you, Grandma? Kano Kiri listened to this story with an expression of complete shock. Before this, she did know that her grandmother had a sister she had thought about her whole life, and that this sister was the prototype for that Yuko-san at CQ Academy. But she had only thought that it was because her grandmother could never let go of her sister that she had always left that old and dilapidated old school building as it was. Until today, she learned this truth from her grandmother that shocked her immensely, and it could even be said that it shattered the idealized image of her grandmother that she had grown up with. Did her grandmother really do such a thing when she was young? Even though she was only 13 this year, Kano Kiri could feel just how excessive what her grandmother had done back then was. Looking at her granddaughter's complex expression of shock, doubt, fear, and apprehension, Kano Yukuriko sighed softly and then gently touched her granddaughter's cheek. "You look just like Yukone. Seeing you now always reminds me of my foolish self back then." She paused and then continued speaking to her granddaughter. "Originally, I thought I would take this matter to the grave without telling anyone. But now the situation has changed. You should be able to see it too, the ferocious appearance of that thing. Actually, Barato, than 10 years ago, it wasn't as restless as it is now." Kano Yukuriko told her granddaughter about the temples and special organizations she had sought out in her earlier years in the hope of letting her sister rest in peace. And in the process, she had also met some people with real abilities. Back then, some people came to confirm Yukone's situation, but because her spirit was still relatively stable, on my request, they did not exorcise Yukone's spirit. But in the last 10 years, especially in the last few months, she has become more and more violent. If this continues, I'm worried that one day, she will attack the students of the school. She explained Maiachi Hikage's origin to her granddaughter and also said that he should have been assigned by some special organization to specifically handle Yuko's spirit. I was just thinking that the people from that organization hadn't come to check on Yukone's situation for almost 10 years. And I was wondering if I should contact them again. I didn't expect them to come over, and it seems they've become much more advanced than before. They even helped to record these things as stories. She shook her head, saying that she was old now, and after trying countless times over the years, she had never gotten a reaction from Yuko's spirit, let alone her forgiveness. But you're different. You can also see Yukone's spirit, maybe even more clearly than I can. And with your appearance, you must have inherited the bloodline of our Kano family. Perhaps through this opportunity, you can also enter that world again and rebuild the shrine that our Kano ancestors once protected. Because of her grandmother's explanation, Kano Kiri knew that the Kano family had once guarded a certain shrine here for generations, and it was only after the shrine fell into disrepair 100 years ago that they became the local landlords. But as for bloodline and ancestors, being exposed to these things at this age was still a bit too much for her. In response, Kano Yukuriko just stroked her granddaughter's head again, saying that it didn't matter even if she was unwilling. She just wanted to tell the truth that had been bottled up in her heart for half a century. I will also go over tonight. If Yukone still cannot rest in peace, I think I will probably use my own life to let her resolve this hatred. It could be said that she was telling her granddaughter these shameful past events with the thought that she would not live past tonight. In fact, she had already written her will last night. And hearing the finality in her grandmother's tone, Kano Kiri quickly shook her head, wanting to stop her grandmother from having such thoughts. She hadn't expected that her grandmother would still have such thoughts at this meeting today. She wiped the corners of her eyes and then said that she had no problem and that she would go alone tonight. No matter what, the old woman before her was her grandmother. As her granddaughter, she had to bear this sin for her grandmother. Kano Yukariko just smiled and hugged her granddaughter, then continued to give her final instructions. You must maintain good contact with that boy named Mayachi Hikich. He is from Asagaoka, and I think the changes in Asagaoka over the years should be his doing. Now, he is also connected with those organizations. Although I don't know his strength, I think that since they sent him to handle Yukoni's matter, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. Chapter 174. The Shrine Maiden from the Hiragi family of Takamiya Shrine. Under Kano Yukariko's warm hospitality, Mayachi Hikage enjoyed another sumptuous lunch at the Kano residence. Kano Kiri seemed absent-minded throughout the meal, probably because she had not yet come to terms with the truth she had just learned. On the other hand, Kano Yukariko even briefly inquired about the arrangements for after the filming tonight. Itakaiji, who was only focused on eating, found this somewhat strange. What arrangements after the filming? Shouldn't they just go home and rest after filming? Could it be that this old lady had some special activity she wanted them to experience? Itakaiji wondered in his heart. Mayachi Hikage, however, nodded at her. I already contacted the professionals last night. According to their reply, they should be arriving this afternoon. Although Nanami Kinto had said to only call that contact number when he ran into trouble, with Mayachi Hikage's cautious nature, he had naturally already made contact with them last night using the information Nanami Kinto had given him. It was clear that the jiu-jitsu world was indeed short-staffed right now. The jiu-jitsu sorcerer of unknown grade who answered the phone was indeed very respectful to Nanami Kinto after hearing his name, but he probably really couldn't spare the time to come and confirm the situation of a vengeful spirit that had been stable for more than half a century. However, that jiu-jitsu sorcerer had taken the initiative to contact him again this morning, saying that he had outsourced the matter and had helped Mayachi Hikage contact another shrine with a relatively long history in Saitama Prefecture, finding a shrine maiden there to help. It seemed that Nanami Kinto had explained some things to this jiu-jitsu sorcerer. The sorcerer had casually mentioned over the phone that the shrine maiden had strength close to grade 1. After Barato pretended to be puzzled and asked for additional details, the sorcerer brushed off the question with a brief answer. Originally, if it had only been a shrine maiden, Mayachi Hikage wouldn't have cared much. However, after Mayachi Hikage did a card divination this morning, he had a subtle feeling, as if he might know that shrine maiden. Recalling the few shrines he had visited in the prefecture over the years, and after thinking of a certain shrine, Mayachi Hikage couldn't help but have a strange feeling of could it really be them? After resting for a while after lunch, Mayachi Hikage's group, along with the silent Kano Kiri, returned to CQ Academy and began some simple filming work, using the daytime to introduce the situation of the academy and the story from half a century ago. And around 3 in the afternoon, having almost completed the preliminary preparations, Mayachi Hikage finally received a call from that shrine maiden. Although it was not a familiar voice, it was indeed a familiar surname. In a place like Japan, the surname Hiragi could hardly be considered a common one, let alone a Hiragi family that also had shrine. In other words, it really is the Hiragi family from my memory. I originally thought that in this world, Takamiya Shrine was just a relatively obscure shrine, but I didn't expect it to be connected to the inner world after all. I just don't know if it's the eldest or second eldest sister from the family who's coming. After hanging up the phone, Mayachi Hikage muttered in a voice only he could hear. Perhaps in this hodgepodge world, the families that have been managing shrines for generations all have some connection to the inner world. But before this, Mayachi Hikage had indeed found it difficult to connect that gag anime from Kyoto Animation's early years, Lucky Star, with supernatural powers. But after actually taking this call, Mayachi Hikage also thought about it carefully for a while. In his memory, the protagonist Izumi Kanada's mother's spirit was guarding their home, and had even created a spirit photograph because she wanted a photo of her husband and daughter together. And the Hiragi Kagami and Hiragi Tsukasa sisters' family did indeed run a shrine. And although their Takamiya shrine was an obscure local shrine in this world, and Mayachi Hikage had only discovered it by chance while taking everyone out on a spring trip, and had just gone in to pay his respects and said hello to the two sisters who were working part-time as shrine maidens at the time. But the real-life prototype of this shrine, Washinomiya Shrine, was known in his previous life as one of the oldest and largest shrines in the Kanto region. In mythology, Yamato Takeru had also worshipped at this shrine. Although it was just a prototype and didn't mean much, it still had some reference value. In addition, Mayachi Hikage had also visited there before and could feel the history of that shrine. Therefore, the Takamiya Shrine, managed by the Hiragi family, should also be an old shrine that has been passed down for 1,000 years. Coupled with the situation in this world, for the ancestors of the Hiragi family to be able to establish a shrine in that era of the pandemonium of 100 demons, and to be able to continue making a living even during the 100 years of supernatural decline, it was not strange for them to have a connection with the inner world. Perhaps the ancestors of the Hiragi and Kano families even knew each other several hundred years ago. Mayachi Hikage muttered, and then walked towards the school gate. Before long, a woman with short purple hair, who looked to be in her early 20s, arrived at the school gate by car. After exchanging greetings and confirming their identities, she formally introduced herself. Hiragi Inori, a shrine maiden from Takamiya Shrine. However, she was not wearing a Miko uniform at the moment, but just ordinary casual clothes. She patted the bag she was carrying on her back, indicating that the Miko uniform was inside, but it was too troublesome to wear. If it wasn't necessary, she rarely wore it even at home, let alone when going out. Although it was their first meeting, upon hearing her words and seeing her habitual stretching motion after getting out of the car, Mayachi Hikage instantly connected her with his own eldest sister. She seemed to be a lazy person, just like his own big sister. Hiragi Inori-san, if I'm not mistaken, you should have a few younger sisters, right? Mayachi Hikage asked, and said that he had once visited Takamiya Shrine and had said hello to her two younger sisters. But after Mayachi Hikage said this, Hiragi Inori patted his shoulder. So you've worshipped in my house before. To be able to find such a remote place, since you're Edo, you'll have to go through many trials. As she said this, she paused for a moment and continued to speak quietly to Barato. But if you're willing to join her household, I can help put in a few good words for you with my family. Hearing this, the corner of Barato twitched slightly, and he secretly sized up the girl before him. The Hiragi family's reputation was just like that. Not to mention Hiragi Kagami and Hiragi Tsukasa, those two high school girls who kept to themselves. Even you, the eldest sister, seem rather reserved. I'm sorry, I'm also the only son in my family, and I haven't considered marrying into another family for the time being. Mayachi Hikage waved his hand, making Hiragi Inori sigh slightly. After muttering something like, "Why can't I find a suitable boy?" she finally looked up again and continued speaking to Mayachi Hikage. Speaking of which, I've seen your videos. To be honest, they're not bad. At least my cowardly sister couldn't sleep after watching them. But when you were filming, did you ever feel nervous when you found out you had filmed that vengeful spirit? Mayachi Hikage looked at Hiragi Inori before him. Aren't there people like you in this world who are specially responsible for dealing with those things? With you guys around, what's there for me to worry about? After hearing Mayachi Hikage's words, Hiragi Inori looked at him a few more times, as if to confirm whether his heart was really so calm. So you've already realized it. And here that guy Nanami even asked me to tell you these things subtly without making a fuss. So you're the helper Nanami found. This fake middle-aged man's social circle is quite wide. But you're not being subtle at all. You're not even building up to it. Who starts by directly asking if he's afraid of ghosts? Mayachi Hikage shrugged. After all, I'm just a video maker. Even if I'm filming videos related to murder cases, it shouldn't be so soon that someone comes out to warn me not to film similar videos again. Although Nanami-san later informed me that I could continue filming, I have to report in advance before each shoot, which is obviously not normal. And the ghost filmed in the video In the original audio and video files I have, there are indeed more shots of it. After confirming that it wasn't a problem caused by the camera flickering, I began to realize this. Mayachi Hikage finally pointed to the entrance of CQ Academy. And then, the day before yesterday, my own eyes saw that so-called dusk maiden appear at the entrance of this school. Although my friend said that the girl's figure disappeared when she was taking me there, for some reason, I could still vaguely see some of her figure. Hearing this, Hiragi Inori stared at Mayachi Hikage's eyes with her blue pupils. As expected, what they told me was right. You might have already started to awaken your powers. Although your aptitude might be slightly lacking, with this kind of mind, no wonder you were noticed by those jujitsu sorcerers. It's a pity you've already been reserved by those jujitsu sorcerers. Otherwise, I would have wanted to recommend you. She muttered, seeming to be thinking about whether to cause a scene with the jujitsu world for Mayachi Hikage. But in the end, she probably gave up the idea of poaching him. Of course, if he insisted, that would be another matter. Mayachi Hikage continued to put on a puzzled look, as if he didn't know what a jujitsu sorcerer was. Hiragi Inori waved her hand, seemingly finding it too troublesome to explain these things. It's too troublesome to explain these things. Let them explain it to you themselves when the time comes. She turned her head to look inside the school. I'm just here to confirm the situation of the vengeful spirit here. My mother came to confirm the situation here back then, and it's been about 10 years now. If there are no major problems, I'd like to go home for dinner tonight. She said this, and seeing that Mayachi Hikage still had a puzzled expression, she added a few more sentences. You don't know, do you? The vengeful spirit here is an old fellow who has existed for half a century. She has been very well behaved all these years and can even help suppress other vengeful spirits. So this area has always been quite safe. As long as we confirm that her situation hasn't changed, you guys can not only use her to film videos, but she probably won't do anything to you even if you want to demolish the old school building she's attached to. Otherwise, that guy Nanami wouldn't have agreed to let you come into contact with her. Although she hadn't said much, the Hiragi Inori before him clearly couldn't be bothered to explain any more and was about to walk into the school right away. Along the way, Mayachi Hikage also tried to ask about the shrine and her younger sisters, wanting to know if the twin sisters Hiragi Kagami and Hiragi Tsukasa had also awakened their spiritual powers. When these topics were mentioned, Hiragi Inori was more willing to talk. From her words, it seemed that the inertia of the plot from Lucky Star still existed. The four Hiragi sisters all seemed to have a certain amount of spiritual power in their bodies. As twins, Hiragi Kagami and Hiragi Tsukasa might have even higher talent in spiritual power than her. But because she was the eldest sister in the family and had shown a much stronger talent for spiritual power than her mother during the spiritual resurgence, she was chosen early on to be the successor of the shrine and was secretly trained. In order to comply with the secrecy law signed by the inner world, among the next generation of the Takamiya Shrine, currently only Hiragi Inori was aware of these matters concerning the inner world. The remaining three younger sisters would not be told these things unless they awakened their spiritual vision on their own. In other words, apart from this lazy eldest sister who didn't have much of a role in the anime, and her mother, the remaining daughters of the Hiragi family were completely ignorant of their family's affairs and were still living according to the trajectory in the anime. But recently, the spiritual energy has become more and more active, and the number of awakened people is constantly increasing. The secrecy law is becoming difficult to enforce. I guess my younger sisters are about to become aware of the power in their bodies. I wonder what this world will become in the future. As she said this, Hiragi Inori urged Mayachi Hikage again, seeming to imply that if he could marry her younger sister, the children they had in the future might also inherit their spiritual powers and become a brand new supernatural family. It wasn't until they reached the old school building, where the filming site had been set up, that she reined it in a little, but she still maintained that relaxed appearance, seemingly not noticing the strangeness hidden beneath the calm surface of this old building. Although the resentment power has increased a lot compared to 10 years ago, it's still within the normal range. It looks like today's work will be done quickly. Muttering about finishing up quickly and going back for dinner, Hiragi Inori, in front of the few people outside the school building, walked directly into this old building. And looking at her oblivious appearance, Mayachi Hikage was thinking in his heart whether he should call Nanami Kento for backup. Chapter 175. The vanished ley line. It was still daytime, and the shadow Yuko had retracted its power at this time. As for the other, normal Yuko, although she had no restrictions on her movement other than not being able to leave the school grounds, her own power was being intercepted by the shadow Yuko. Her figure was probably also hidden somewhere in the old school building and would not come out on its own. Therefore, before Hiragi Inori arrived, Mayachi Hikage and his team had already entered this old school building to do some simple location scouting and map out the interior routes. Seeing that the helper Mayachi Hikage had found was a strange woman who had just walked into the old school building with her bag without saying a word, Ida Kaiji couldn't help but ask him, "Boss Mayachi, what's that woman's background?" In response, Fujimiya Kinomi also moved a little closer with interest. "That woman is someone Nanami-san found to help. She's here now to confirm the situation in this old school building." Mayachi Hikage briefly introduced Hiragi Inori's identity. "A shrine maiden from Takamiya Shrine? Isn't Nanami-san a government employee? Why would he ask a shrine maiden from a shrine to help? What can a shrine maiden do here? Help pray for blessings?" And that woman doesn't seem to have the slightest bit of a shrine maiden's aura about her. Itu Kaiji muttered, and Fujimiya Kinomi also fell into thought after hearing these words. On the other hand, a look of recognition appeared on Kano Kiri's face. This morning, her grandmother had just explained to her the past of the Kano family, including how the family had also been the administrators of a long-established shrine on this land 100 years ago. It was just that 100 years ago, for some unknown reason, the ancestors of the Kano family gave up on continuing to run the original shrine. And after the shrine was closed, the current CQ Academy was built on the original site of the shrine. It was also in her grandmother's explanation that she mentioned the Sakatama that the Kano family had once worshipped and its origin. She had also heard of several other shrines in Saitama Prefecture that had worshipped other Mitama. This seemed to include the Hiragi family of Takamiya Shrine. It could be said that the Hiragi family was a longtime friend of the Kano family. It was just that ever since the Kano family gave up the shrine, their relationship with those shrines and families had naturally diminished a lot. Thinking that her grandmother seemed to still be thinking about the Kano family's former shrine, Kano Kiri felt that she could go and ask the shrine maiden from the Hiragi family about the situation. But then she thought of the vengeful spirit of Yuko hidden in the old school building, and a look of nervousness appeared on her face again. After all, although she could be considered her grandaunt, more than half a century ago, it was her grandmother who had committed an irreparable mistake, leading to her tragic death. Recalling the ferocious demon she had once accidentally seen, even though it was daytime now, Kano Kiri was a little afraid to step into this old school building. She could only keep comforting herself in her heart that as her grandmother's granddaughter and the future heir of the Kano family, she had to overcome her fear and face her grandaunt Yuko, who had turned into a demon. Mayachi Hikage glanced at the three people beside him. After learning that most of the rumors about Yuko-san were spread by Kano Yukuriko, Itakaiji had become much more relaxed and currently did not believe that any real ghost would appear here. Fujimiya Kinomi should still be in the skeptical stage. After all, the dusk maiden she saw with him was a real event. She probably just wanted to know what changes had occurred to her body and whether she had really come into contact with ghosts and the like. As for Kano Kiri, whom he had only just met, she seemed to have heard a lot from her grandmother, but she should still be in the adaptation phase of not yet having accepted these changes. Hiragi Inori, who had just walked in, was a supernatural being who had received orthodox Shinto training at shrine. Although Mayachi Hikage did not sense any particularly strong aura from her, but by relying on her ability to sign a contract with the local ley line and borrow power from it, she should be a relatively stable grade 1 combatant when fighting on her home turf. Perhaps it was precisely because a grade 1 supernatural being was enough to deal with more than 90% of abnormal events in this world that her attitude seemed overly relaxed when faced with a ghost that had been stable for more than half a century. Mayachi Haikage couldn't even help but recall the Gojo Satoru quotes that Shinomiya Kagaya had recently shared in the group, which Shinamishiro had then shown to him, such as how the recent acceleration of the spiritual resurgence and the increasing activity of spiritual power had caused many sorcerers to misunderstand their own strength, mistaking the world's progress for their own growth. Therefore, because it was their first meeting, Mayachi Haikage didn't know if Hiragi Inori had similar thoughts, having developed some illusions about her own strength due to its rapid increase in recent months. In any case, Mayachi Haikage simply summarized the situation here and what Hiragi Inori had just said to him, and sent it all in a package to Nanami Kento, which was considered a formal showdown with them. After all, he had already been reserved by the jiu-jitsu world. They had to give him some kind of joining fee, right? While waiting for Nanami Kento's response, Hiragi Inori's side had also quickly walked around a few places in the old school building and then appeared somewhat puzzled. That's not right. I remember the ley line's gathering point is over here. Why is there no reaction after walking around? She muttered, wondering if she had misremembered her mother's instructions when she left home. But the spiritual power in this area was indeed much more active than in other places. She muttered and then walked around the old school building again, but still couldn't find the location of the ley line. Could it be that the position of the ley line has shifted due to the spiritual resurgence? Hiragi Inori still didn't think in the direction that all this might be caused by Yuko. The shifting of ley lines does happen occasionally due to earthquakes or other disasters, but it usually doesn't shift too far. The ley line in this vicinity should still be nearby, she thought as she walked out of the old school building. After greeting Mayachi Haikage, she went off in other directions within the school to search for the whereabouts of the ley line. She had two reasons for looking for the ley line. One was because the Shinto practice she cultivated required the help of ley line power. Although this was not her main base, it was fine to temporarily borrow an ownerless ley line and sign a temporary contract. Of course, if there were other spirit mediums on this ley line who had already signed a contract with the local ley line, she naturally couldn't borrow the power of the local ley line without their permission. However, the owner of this land, the Kano family, was no longer a family of priests. Although the ley line of this land was still nominally managed by the Kano family, it was actually no different from ownerless land. She only needed to obtain the approval of the ley line itself. The second point was that Kano Yuko had died next to the ley line here. According to her mother's research, the place where Kano Yuko was sacrificed should have been near the last shrine of the Sakatama Shrine. When she died, she generated a strong resentment, and through the priestess bloodline in her body, she formed a connection with the local ley line that was close to a contract, which was what allowed Kano Yuko to become a vengeful spirit close to an earthbound spirit in that era of scarce spiritual power. As long as she could find the ley line and connect with it, she could quickly confirm Kano Yuko's current state through the ley line's condition. The problem was that now she couldn't even find where the ley line was, so naturally, she couldn't confirm Kano Yuko's situation. Muttering all the way, Hiragi Inori spent the next hour or so searching the entire school. Seeing that she wouldn't even make it back in time for dinner, she finally stood at the top of the school's back hill and helplessly called her home, asking if her mother had remembered the ley line's position wrong. However, her mother answered very carefully on the phone. The ley line was in the basement of the old school building, and Kano Yuko's remains could even be seen there. If it weren't for Kano Yukuriko still wanting to atone for her sister, and the higher-ups being happy to see a harmless, vengeful spirit replace the function of a cursed object, Kano Yuko would have almost been exorcised 10 years ago. The basement? Hiragi Inori was taken aback. What basement? I searched so carefully, and my spiritual vision has been open the whole time. I didn't see anything that looked like a basement. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone before a reply came. Based on my judgment, that Kano Yuko is very unwilling for people to see the place where she died. so she will subconsciously cover up the location of her death. At that time, I also searched for a while and spent some spiritual power to find it. I think that ley line should still be in its original position, just hidden better by her. At this point, her mother seemed a little worried. Such a concealment ability was at least at the grade 1 level. Even if her emotions had been stable for more than half a century, one still needed to be more careful in this era. If necessary, her mother also said that she could come over to investigate together. However, this point was politely declined by Hiragi Inori. Now that I know the problem, I know what to do. I won't be coming home for dinner tonight. Remember to leave the door unlocked for me later. He'll be back after I'm done. As she said this, after hanging up the phone, Hiragi Inori stood at the top of the slope and looked at the old school building below. Looks like I have to change my clothes. Touching her backpack, Hiragi Inori thought that since she had wasted so much time, she would have to rest for an extra day when she got back after handling this matter. When Hiragi Inori appeared before Miyachi Hikage and his group again, she had already changed into the traditional Miko uniform passed down in her family. Now, not to mention Miyachi Hikage, even Fujimiya Kinomi and Ita Kaiji on the side could feel that her aura seemed to have undergone some changes. If the previous Hiragi Inori looked like a listless woman, now her eyes seemed to carry a sharp glint. Miyachi Hikage could even vaguely see a faint white light emanating from around her, which should be the defensive ability of this Miko uniform. It seemed that the search of the past hour or so had made her a little more vigilant. With this battle attire on, even if the Shadow Yuko went berserk, she should be able to hold out for a while. Thinking this in his heart, Miyachi Hikage still put on a puzzled look and asked her, Hiragi Inori-san, "What's this?" Ahem, Hiragi Inori coughed lightly. "This is a necessary ritual. Just wait for me outside the old school building. It'll be done soon." She mentioned that the remains of that Kino Yuko might be hidden in the old school building, and she was now going to find the location of those remains and pray for them. Hearing these words, Itakaiji subconsciously took several steps back. Even if there were no ghosts, he didn't want to see someone's remains in real life. On the contrary, after hearing this, Kano Kiri finally mustered up the courage to stand up and ask Hiragi Inori if she could go in with her. Hiragi Inori glanced at her. So this girl seems to have some signs of spiritual power too, and she always looks familiar, as if she has seen her somewhere before. You are? She looked at Miyachi Hikage, thinking that this person was one of his employees. Miyachi Hikage also briefly introduced Kano Kiri's situation to her. After learning about the connection between Kano Kiri and Kino Yuko, Hiragi Inori also blinked. It turned out that the photo of Kino Yuko in her youth that she had seen before was 90% similar in appearance to the short-haired girl before her. But since she was a descendant of Kino Yuko, with this connection, it might be easier to find the basement with Kino Yuko's remains. And compared to Miyachi Hikage, who had already been reserved by the Jujutsu sorcerers, although Kino Kiri was a bit younger, her ancestors' relationship with the Shinto side was clearly much closer. If her talent was good, then she could indeed find an opportunity to pull her and the Kano family back to the Shinto side. Thinking of this, Hiragi Inori nodded and said yes, but she would have to follow her commands later. What about you guys? Do you want to go with me? She was referring to Miyachi Hikage's group. In response, Miyachi Hikage glanced at the time. After all this fuss from Hiragi Inori, it was almost dusk. Since the theme of this episode was the Dusk Maiden, Miyachi Hikage's focus naturally had to be on dusk. Besides, what was the point of dealing with that Shadow Yuko, who was full of hatred, could lose control at any moment, and most importantly, wasn't good-looking when you could be dealing with a long, straight-haired, older sister-type ghost? So Miyachi Hikage looked at Itsukaiji. I'll film the dust scene here and see if I can run into the ghost we saw yesterday. Kaiji, as the man, you go into the old school building with them to help out and train your courage. They'll give you a raise later. Chapter 176. Yuko at dusk, Itakaiji, trembling but with eyes glittering with eagerness for money, steeled himself and followed Hiragi Inori and the others inside. After they had all entered the old school building, Mayachi Hikage began to prepare for the coming dusk. With no one else around, Fujimiya Kanomi moved a little closer to him. "You let that Ito person get involved in this kind of thing. Aren't you worried something might happen to him?" Fujimiya Kanomi asked Mayachi Hikage tentatively. In response, Mayachi Hikage just shook his head nonchalantly. After he got the Cardmaster template, he had read the fates of the people around him that very day. Although, due to their interaction with him, a considerable portion of their fates had become unknown, he could still see matters of life and death quite clearly. That guy, Ito Kaiji, still had the fate of surviving against all odds. He was just incapable of living a normal life. If Mayachi Hikage hadn't met him, or had simply changed his future of being forced onto a ship to gamble with his life due to high-interest loans, then he would either remain poor and destitute, but with enough to get by, or he would successfully turn his life around after being pushed to the brink and become rich overnight. However, even if he became rich overnight, he would easily be knocked back to his original state overnight due to an inflated ego, and his life might even become worse than before, and he would never be able to shake off the thrill of gambling with his life. But now Mayachi Hikage had pulled him into his crew, making it impossible for him to live a normal life, and his fate of surviving against all odds could play a greater role. He was a bit like Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball or King from One Punch Man. Although their real strength was insignificant on the battlefield, and even the aftershock of a battle could potentially make them GG on the spot, they could successfully survive until the end through sheer luck and making the right choices at critical moments. Of course, Itakaiji's fate was not that good. He had to be in a desperate situation first to trigger this passive ability, and he would have to suffer a bit in the process. Mayachi Hikage thought, and then said to Fujimiya Kanomi, "Although Kaiji looks like a good-for-nothing delinquent on the outside, at critical moments, the perseverance and determination this guy shows are quite powerful. It's just that he's been living a bit too comfortably recently. In order to tap into his potential, I'm planning to put a little pressure on him." Fujimiya Kanomi knew that Mayachi Hikage had always been a good judge of character. When Kashiga Suguru was 5 or 6 years old, he had taken him to do all sorts of handicrafts, allowing him to become a master craftsman with max practical skills in just a few years through self-study. Similarly, Mayachi Hikage had also seen at a glance that Kageyama Kid, who always said she disliked children, was actually extremely fond of Renji, almost treating her like her own daughter. But she carefully recalled the appearance and personality of that Itakaiji, and still found it hard to believe that such a character, whom Mayachi Hikage had brought in to be the comic relief in his videos, could also have a side that showed perseverance and determination. However, out of trust for Mayachi Hikage, she did not express any doubt. So what is Hiragi Inori-san's identity? And what is the situation inside this old-school building? She continued to ask about the matter she was more concerned about. Hiragi Inori-san is indeed a shrine maiden from that shrine, and we even went to worship there a few years ago. It's that pair of purple-haired shrine maiden sisters. Hiragi Inori-san is their older sister. Mayachi Hikage reminded Fujimiya Kanomi. As for the old-school building, as he said this, he handed his modified camera obscura to Fujimiya Kanomi. "This camera is the instrument that helped me capture that ghost shadow." In response, Fujimiya Kanomi was a little puzzled. This camera seemed to be the one Mayachi Hikage himself had been using for a year or two. It was originally very normal, but ever since I went to Tokyo and had its lens changed, it has occasionally been able to see some special things. Mayachi Hikage gestured for Fujimiya Kanomi to take a picture of the old school building. Although Fujimiya Kanomi was a little nervous, she still took a picture as he had instructed. Carefully looking at the image displayed on the camera, Fujimiya Kanomi's eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. In the photo, some abnormal fluctuations seemed to have appeared around the old school building. Although she didn't know what these fluctuations were, just looking at the distortions in the photo made her feel a little tense. "So, it was after you discovered this change that you decided to film those videos. Did you deliberately put those images in the videos to attract the attention of those people?" "I did have that thought. After all, you also know about the things I found in my family's warehouse back then. Mayachi Hikage looked at Fujimiya Kanomi. Not just my family. Your family also has some corresponding records, right? Her family side didn't mention anything about the Demon Slayer Corps. It was probably only the Mayachi family that had a deeper connection with them. But the Fujimiya family did indeed record that some people in the village had died tragically back then, and in the end, the murder was dealt with by a wandering samurai. Seeing Fujimiya Kanomi nod, Mayachi Hikage continued. So, this world seems to be hiding many secrets, and because of these videos, it seems I've already been reserved by some faction over there. It's not just this world that's hiding many secrets. You're hiding many things, too. This was the thought that arose in Fujimiya Kanomi's mind. She also remembered, when Mayachi Hikage took them on trips all over Saitama Prefecture and beyond, they had indeed gone to many strange places and had them do many strange actions. That Takamiya shrine was among them. At that time, when Mayachi Hikage saw the two purple-haired shrine maidens, he had been particularly proactive in approaching them, and they had even taken several group photos together in front of the shrine. This was something Mayachi Hikage rarely did when he visited other shrines. Previously, Fujimiya Kanomi had thought that Mayachi Hikage might have just found the two middle school-age shrine maidens particularly interesting. But now it seemed that Mayachi Hikage had already noticed something back then. Thinking of this, she just gently held Mayachi Hikage's hand. How confident are you? She was referring to whether Mayachi Hikage could ensure his own safety after coming into contact with that world. Mayachi Hikage revealed a smile. Cinchuredo, so much so that he could still show such an attitude when facing a world completely unknown to ordinary people. Fujimiya Kanomi actually wanted to ask many additional things. After all, she was also full of curiosity and worry about that unknown world. But feeling a wave of warmth from his palm, Fujimiya Kanomi also felt much more at ease. Since Mayachi Hikage hadn't fully explained everything to her, she wouldn't press any further. However, such quiet moments never last long. As the sky began to turn yellow and dusk was about to arrive, Fujimiya Kanomi took the initiative to let go of his hand, indicating that it was time to start work. Mayachi Hikage also turned his head to look at the school gate. That illusory figure also seemed to gradually emerge with the arrival of dusk. Of course, it was not yet the witching hour. This semi-transparent figure could only be seen by him. Fujimiya Kanomi, who was beside him, could not see it. However, Mayachi Hikage could let Fujimiya Kanomi use the camera obscura in her hands to capture the abnormal fluctuations around them, giving her a slight sense of participation. With Mayachi Hikage's proactive reminder, Fujimiya Kanomi also tried to take a picture of the school gate with the camera. There seemed to be some not-so-obvious distortions here, too. After discovering the problem with the photo, Fujimiya Kanomi quickly told Mayachi Hikage her finding. Should I call Hiragi Inori-san out? Although the trace of Hammond power made her body feel much warmer. When encountering such a situation, Fujimiya Kanomi's first instinct was still to find a professional to handle it. That Yuko-san has existed for half a century. In all this time, she has never taken the initiative to harm anyone. Even if she is a real ghost, there is nothing to be afraid of. To have the chance to learn the true thoughts of a deceased spirit is a rare opportunity. Mayachi Hikage said this, and then waved at Fujimiya Kanomi, telling her to stand where she was and take pictures. He then walked towards Yuko's position. However, as Mayachi Hikage approached, the gradually materializing Yuko seemed to have sensed something. After casting a curious glance at him, she also took the initiative to move towards his position. Can you see me? When they were only 1 or 2 meters apart, Yuko took the initiative to ask Mayachi Hikage. Perhaps it was because there wasn't much of a connection between them yet. In Mayachi Hikage's eyes, Yuko's figure was still a bit hazy, and her voice sounded a little distorted. But upon closer inspection, she really did look exactly like an older Kinokiri, except for the hairstyle and her noticeably different physique. Just as Barato was sizing her up and wondering whether to respond, behind her, Fujimiya Kanomi's heart couldn't help but tense up. As Mayachi Hikage approached, a woman's figure gradually appeared on the camera screen. In terms of clothing, it was indeed the same school uniform she had seen the evening before yesterday, and also the same black long hair. But in other aspects, there were quite a few differences. For example, the girl who now appeared on the camera screen had eyes that were completely black, with nothing visible, and the corners of her mouth were turned up, forming an angle that looked somewhat creepy. No matter how you looked at it, she looked exactly like a standard female ghost from those horror stories. Fujimiya Kinomi quickly shouted a warning to Mayachi Hikage, and at the same time, walked towards his position with the picture she had just taken on the camera. This action surprised Kano Yuko. Did that girl use the camera in her hand to take a picture of her current appearance? But her current appearance shouldn't be that scary, right? She floated to the side, wanting to know what kind of picture the other had taken of her. A clear figure only appeared for a few seconds, but I happened to capture it. Take a look at this photo. As Fujimiya Kinomi handed over the camera, Mayachi Hikage and the Kano Yuko behind him both leaned in to look. What was captured in the photo was indeed different from what he saw with his own eyes. Looking at the photo of Yuko, who looked like the shadow Yuko and was exuding an ominous aura, Mayachi Hikage glanced at the equally puzzled Yuko behind him. It seems the shadow Yuko has indeed started to affect Yuko's main body, right? And just as Yuko saw this photo, the sun finally began to set. The connection between the two of them and the ghost, at the moment her figure was completely revealed, was noticed by Fujimiya Kinomi, who realized there seemed to be a new figure behind her. This scare almost made her drop the camera obscura in her hands. Mayachi Hikage and Yuko, one human and one ghost, simultaneously reached out instinctively to catch the camera. After Mayachi Hikage caught his camera first, in the next moment, Yuko's hand also touched the camera obscura. Then she seemed to have received an electric shock and let out a hiss, quickly pulling her hand back. So hot, so hot. Why is your camera so hot? At this moment, Mayachi Hikage felt that her pained cry had become much closer to reality. He turned around and blocked Fujimiya Kinomi behind him, and the latter, having come to her senses, also tightly gripped his arm. Kano Yuko? With Mayachi Hikage's question, Kano Yuko was stunned for a moment, then nodded. You know my name? I came here just for you. Mayachi Hikage answered, and then carefully looked at the Kano Yuko before him again, before quickly explaining his purpose for being here. Turn my story into a video and post it on the internet. Hearing his words, Kano Yuko seemed to have become interested. Although she had existed in this school for a long time and had personally witnessed the progress and changes of the times, her entire ghostly existence had been in a muddled state except for a few times. She knew only Barato about the internet. I don't mind these things, but why is your camera so hot? And the photo you took made me look so ugly. That's not me at all. Chapter 177. Kano Yuko's brain starts to overload because Mayachi Hikage only mentioned that he wanted to make a video of the ghost stories and rumors that had been circulating in the school about Yuko over the years, and didn't mention how she had died. Therefore, Kano Yuko, who had lost all her memories from the very beginning, and even periodically formatted and cleared the excess memories from her mind, just felt that it was something new when she heard Mayachi Hikage's words and didn't connect it to the cause of her own death. She herself would subconsciously avoid thinking about these things. She was now just curiously sizing up the boy before her. It seemed that there was no sign of fear or panic in his expression. She pointed at herself. It seems you're not afraid of me? She even gestured with her hands and claws. And in your camera, you took such an ugly picture of me. How come you have no reaction at all? And behind Mayachi Hikage, Fujimiya Kinomi tightly gripped his arm, listening to the conversation between him and the female ghost. It was only at this moment that she discovered that the ghost appearing before her didn't seem to have the ferocious appearance captured by the camera. Instead, she was like a perfectly normal person. Even her tone of voice sounded fine, except that when the afterglow of the setting sun shone on Kano Yuko's body, her figure did not cast any physical shadow on the ground. She wanted to use the camera to confirm again, but she was a little nervous. Sensing Kinomi's nervousness, Mayachi Hikage gently patted her arm to tell her not to be nervous. Then, he continued to look at Kano Yuko before him. I've been through a lot of things recently, and I've also filmed a lot of strange things with this camera. Now is the time when my ability to accept this world is at its strongest. And I've also heard a lot about you, Yuko-san, these past 2 days. I know you're not that kind of evil spirit, so naturally, there's nothing to be afraid of. As for this camera, if you don't mind, could you let me take another photo up close? As he raised the camera in his hand, he even had Kano Yuko strike a pose she liked. This reaction, on the contrary, made Kano Yuko a little uncomfortable. Is this boy's receptiveness this strong? Or is the world changing much faster than she imagined? Could it be that people and other deceased souls can now coexist peacefully? In this state of confusion, Kano Yuko was rather stiffly photographed by Mayachi Hikage. With the close-up shot, the image of Kano Yuko in the photo became much clearer than the one Fujimiya Kanomi had snapped earlier. But the person in the photo still had that same appearance, covered in black energy, looking somewhat creepy. Kano Yuko couldn't help but puff out her cheeks, looking at the photo with a face full of disgust. There really is something wrong with your camera. However, upon closer inspection, Mayachi Hikage could still see some problems in this photo. He pointed to Yuko's outline in the photo and then continued to explain to the Kano Yuko before him. This camera of mine only became like this in the last half month. I also only recently learned that ghosts really do exist in this world. Yuko-san, you're the first deceased spirit I have met who can still maintain complete rationality, so I'm not too sure what's going on with this camera either. Perhaps what it captures is another side of you, Yuko-san. Look here, you can still faintly see your current appearance here. Mayachi Hikage was pointing at the position of Kano Yuko's eyes in the photo. If you looked closely, you could see her normal pupils, but most of them were covered by the black and lifeless, creepy eyes. In other words, this should mean that there might be some problem with your spirit, Yuko-san, with two forms appearing at the same time, which is why this appearance shows up in the photo. Hearing Mayachi Hikage's answer, Kano Yuko seemed a little dissatisfied. How could that appearance be her? She had lived at CQ Academy for so many years and had never appeared before anyone with that look. For the students who occasionally saw her at dusk, she had only played some simple pranks and would never use that creepy appearance to scare people. You should know that she had done a lot of things at CQ Academy over the years. A few years ago, she often mixed in with the crowd to participate in the school's physical examination activities, and no one found anything wrong until the end of the examination. It was just that at the end of each physical examination, a physical examination form with the same numerical values but without a class and name filled in would inexplicably appear. It was also because of this that she had scared the school doctor for several years in a row. But just thinking of this, Kano Yuko felt her head become a little dizzy. It seemed that she could no longer clearly remember how she had done those things back then. She just felt that she had been living a bit too muddledly in the past 1 or 2 years. It seemed like every day she would just walk around the school at dusk and then go back to sleep. It seemed that a few days ago, there was also a newly enrolled male student who had been sneaking around her house. If it were in the past, she would have at least come out to tease that boy. But because she was too tired, she hadn't taken the initiative to come out and scare him. Therefore, after wandering around for a while, he had left the location of the old school building. On the contrary, after being burned by the strange camera in this boy's hand just now, it seemed to have made her a little more clear-headed. Originally, Kano Yuko had wanted to ask more about whether her video, when uploaded to the internet, would only show people her unattractive appearance. If there was a problem with her spirit, she could slowly find a way to solve it in the future, but the photos shown to others absolutely could not be that appearance. Kano Yuko wanted to say more, but Mayachi Hikage glanced at the position of the sun. The sun had already set halfway. When the sun completely set, he didn't know if this Kano Yuko would revert to her previous semi-transparent and muddled state after some time. Therefore, Mayachi Hikage no longer dwelled on the topic of the camera obscura capturing the shadow Yuko on Kano Yuko, after stating that if she was unwilling, he could not post these photos, and even if he did, he would use post-production techniques to restore her current appearance. For example, Directly having Kano Kiri wear a wig to play the role of Kano Yuko would also be quite good. Mayachi Haikage thought to himself, and then quickly continued to ask the Kano Yuko before him if she still remembered things from before she was alive. And did she know about the cenotaph on the hillside with her name on it? This sentence, which had been on her mind as she was wondering if she had been sleeping too much lately, immediately piqued Yuko's interest. My cenotaph? She had lived at CQ Academy for so long, and she didn't even know this thing existed. Mayachi Haikage pointed the way for Kano Yuko. It's right on that slope. There's a small path in the middle on the way to the top. You can see a stone monument with your name on it after a few minutes' walk from the path. Hearing this, Kano Yuko's interest was also piqued after a long time. She couldn't remember, and she didn't want to recall these things. But she was still a little concerned that someone had commemorated her in this way. I don't remember much about my life before, but can you take me to see that stone monument? Mayachi Haikage naturally nodded, and then led Fujimiya Kanomi up the mountain. After just walking for a minute or two, before they even reached the slope, the sun had completely set, and Kano Yuko's form also quickly became dim and transparent, and her voice became hazy again. However, she still followed behind Mayachi Haikage, seemingly determined to see her own monument. From time to time, he would take out the camera, pretending to use this method to confirm if Kano Yuko was still following him. This was not a long slope, but Mayachi Haikage took nearly half as long as the day before yesterday to finally bring Kano Yuko, whose figure was now completely invisible to ordinary people, to her monument. This is it, Yuko-san. Do you have any impression of this place? Fujimiya Kanomi looked at the black energy-covered Kano Yuko, who was standing in the camera's frame, exuding a low pressure, and didn't know what her current situation was. Because this camera couldn't capture her current expression, and she also didn't know if she was speaking. Standing behind Mayachi Haikage, through the lens, she could only see Kano Yuko slowly walking to the monument and reaching out to stroke it. Although she didn't know who had erected the monument for her, looking at it and its location, Kano Yuko felt that this place seemed somewhat familiar. However, what she was more concerned about was the exceptionally clean gray diary next to the monument. Did someone leave it here? Kano Yuko thought to herself, and at the same time, reached out and picked up the diary. But almost as soon as she picked up this diary and opened it to see what was written inside, she saw a full page of red warnings suddenly refresh on the diary. The diary holder's existence is under serious threat. Considering the holder has just obtained the diary, the advanced function will now be activated, temporarily entering emergency mode to ensure the holder's consciousness remains clear for one day. The diary holder is urged to resolve the crisis as soon as possible. Looking at this line of text, Kano Yuko felt as if a special power was gushing out from the diary in her hand, wandering through her body. Although it didn't seem to have changed anything, but she inexplicably felt her mind become much clearer at once, and the feeling of drowsiness that had been starting to set in completely dissipated. She felt that in recent years, she had probably never been as clear-headed as she was now. She stared blankly at the stone monument before her with her name on it. What was going on with this diary that was placed in front of her monument? She was about to continue checking the text that followed in the diary, but then a somewhat surprised voice came from Fujimiya Kanomi behind her. She turned her head and found that her eyes met Fujimiya Kanomi's in midair. From the other's expression, it seemed that she could see her again. And Mayachi Haikage was still holding that camera and filming this location, but his face now also looked a little surprised. Yuko-san, did something happen to you? Your image in the camera seems to have suddenly become normal, Mayachi Haikage said, holding the camera, and, at the same time, brought up the footage he had just recorded. Although the diary shielding function was ineffective against Mayachi Haikage, it could still work on the camera. The images captured by the camera or other surveillance equipment were also content that had passed through the diary's rule-like shielding function. The content in the footage was very simple. It was just that after the dark and gloomy Yuko came into contact with her own monument, the black energy surrounding her faded considerably, revealing her original appearance. Since the camera had not recorded her picking up the diary at all, Barato looked puzzled, then glanced down at the diary in her hand again. She tried to tell the two of them about the diary in her hand, but it seemed that neither Fujimiya Kanomi nor Mayachi Hikage noticed what she was saying at all. What was going on with this diary? Kano Yuko thought. This diary seemed to have restored a lot of her power, allowing her to be seen clearly by others, and most importantly, it could even make her look beautiful again on camera. But it seemed that no one other than her could see the existence of this diary. She carefully checked the text that followed in the diary. Those words were no longer reminders, but looked like some diary entries. The content of the diary was about someone who called himself Voldemort, who explained the situation of this diary and this world in these entries. To be honest, reading these diary entries made Kano Yuko even more confused. The ordinary people of the outer world, the supernatural powers of the inner world, the transmigrators from other worlds, the aliens who had infiltrated Earth for unknown purposes, and the diary in her hand, which was a gift from a high-dimensional god. In addition, there was the decline of the supernatural 100 years ago, and the resurgence of the supernatural after the new century. Although Kano Yuko was a ghost who had existed for more than half a century, she had spent all these years in a muddled state. How could she accept so many new things at once, especially in a situation where she couldn't ask the people around her? So, with the things written in this diary, and the emergency mode that was just activated to remind her that her existence was threatened, true or false. If the things in this diary were true, then what was threatening her existence? Chapter 178. The sealed room. While Kano Yuko was doubting herself and the diary in her hands, Mayachi Hikage made a new discovery. His progress bar for helping other diary holders complete their commissions showed a significant increase. Originally, Mayachi Hikage had been completing Shina Mishiro's daily commissions and the occasional B-rank commissions that popped up in Tokyo, in addition to Kasumigakake Yutaha's daily commissions. Now, his commission progress bar had accumulated to about 25, which was about a quarter of the way. If he continued at this pace, he would be able to obtain the ability to perform a targeted skill draw in about a month or so. But now, after he took the initiative to bring Kano Yuko, who had obtained a diary without her own knowledge, here, and as she discovered her diary, Mayachi Hikage's progress bar jumped by nearly 10. In other words, this progress bar wasn't just about helping those heroines complete their commissions. Did it mean that as long as he interacted with them and helped them in some way, it would also affect the progress bar? Mayachi Hikage analyzed in his mind. This new progress bar itself was a reward mechanism created by the higher dimensional being who gave him the diary to encourage him to actively interact with other girls. Compared to only being able to accumulate progress by helping to complete commissions, this more lenient condition, which was also less likely to be noticed by the girls, was naturally more beneficial for him. So, in the end, it still required him to interact with more girls. Although a flicker of emotion rose in Mayachi Hikage's heart upon learning this, it was forcefully suppressed almost as soon as the thought emerged. Almost all of Shina Mishiro's daily commissions were related to him, and he was the one helping her complete all the B-rank exorcism commissions. And Kasumigakake Yutaha had only interacted with him a few times, and it had already triggered a commission for him to help her. Now, almost every day, she had to deliberately come up with problems to consult him, and as time went on, it seemed to become easier for her to trigger commissions related to him. He had just met Hamamiko again yesterday, and he didn't even know if she had triggered any commissions related to him yet. And now, there was this ghost before him. Fortunately, Kano Yuko had just gotten the diary and had not yet unlocked the authority to open the commission function, so he didn't have to worry about these problems for the time being. It could be inferred that the being must have secretly adjusted the probability. Any girl who had contact with him would be more likely to trigger commissions related to him. The current situation was still manageable. Mayachi Hikage had only provoked these few girls, and among them was Shina Mishiro, the mole who could help him cover his tracks. But if he got involved with a few more girls, Mayachi Hikage felt that he might not be able to handle the pressure. So, even though he knew about this shortcut, he still intended to act according to his original pace and not give up his belief in lying low until he was invincible just for the sake of rewards. Looking at Kano Yuko, who was reading the diary before him, Mayachi Hikage controlled his expression to be as consistent as possible with Fujimiya Konomi's. At this moment, he maintained an appearance of still having many questions in his mind, but seeing Kano Yuko's pensive look, he felt it would be rude to press her with questions. However, while Mayachi Hikage could wait calmly for Kano Yuko to read the diary here, on the other side, the three people who had entered the old school building were not having such an easy time. After walking into the old school building, Kano Kiri had been sticking closely behind Hiragi Inori, who, in her shrine maiden attire, gave her a strong sense of security, never leaving her side. Although Itakaiji was also nervous about searching the old school building for the remains of a woman who had barado than half a century earlier, he thought that although his boss probably wanted some alone time with his partner and had deliberately sent him away. But on second thought, these two short-haired colleagues were fine to work with. Kano Kiri, a younger teen barado who was just in middle school, could be supervised separately, but if his work barado was okay, maybe he could even make an impression on that Hiragi Inori in the Miko uniform. Thinking that he could also get overtime pay, Itakaiji cheered himself on his heart, telling himself not to be nervous if he saw any remains later, and that he must show his masculinity. He had completely forgotten that his image had already been thoroughly ruined by his performance as a crying, whining, useless liability of a teammate in the previous videos. Hiragi Inori, on the other hand, had not noticed Itakaiji's thoughts at all. Her attention was now mostly focused on the surrounding environment. She released her spiritual power, carefully observing the surroundings, checking for any abnormal fluctuations in spiritual power. She would only occasionally ask Kano Kiri behind her a few questions, as a way of testing whether she really had talent in this area. She's really good at hiding. If I weren't so sensitive to spiritual power, I might not have been able to find the location even after searching for several more hours. After walking through the entire old school building again carefully, and at the same time setting up some spiritual power sensing barriers, Hiragi Inori walked to the door of the room furthest and deepest from the main entrance of the old school building and stopped. She had been here many times before, and since the door was not locked, she had naturally gone in to see the structure inside. Inside was an old but well-decorated and furnished office. It was probably used as the chairman's office several decades ago. However, the old school building itself had not been used for classes for several decades. According to Kano Kiri, this old school building was usually only used by a few small clubs that couldn't find a club room in the new school building or hadn't been approved by the student council. They would apply for a few classrooms closer to the main entrance of the old school building as temporary activity spots. Anyway, no proper club would ever come to the old school building to conduct activities, let alone in the deepest room of this building. Even if they did come, it was usually just to hold some test of courage event. Looking at the dust in the room, Itakaiji was a little puzzled as to why she had stopped here. Could this be the burial place of that Kano Yuko? Could it be that Kano Yukuriko had built a chairman's office on the very spot where her sister had lost her life? But in the next moment, Hiragi Inori's action completely stunned him. She took out a few pre-prepared talismans and stuck them on the wall to the side. In the next moment, Itakaiji felt as if his vision had blurred for a moment. Then he was stunned to see that on the wall in front of him, which had seemed empty, an even older wooden door had appeared. But when he blinked, the wooden door disappeared again, as if what he had just seen was all an illusion. Hey, did you guys see that? I didn't see it wrong, did I? Did a door just appear on the wall? Itakaiji asked the two girls with wide eyes, but no one paid him any attention. Hiragi Inori carefully examined the talisman she had stuck on the wall and found that the spiritual power inside had been completely drained in that instant. It seemed that ordinary ones wouldn't work. A ghost that had completed its transformation with residual divine power before the spiritual resurgence. With the resurgence of the supernatural, its strength had indeed been greatly enhanced. Her own mother had been able to suppress it back then, but now if her mother were to come, it probably wouldn't be so easy. Thinking of this, she tried again. Although she had found this place through some subtle fluctuations in spiritual power, it seemed that it was not so easy to get through its blockade. She turned her head to look at Kano Kiri and asked her to stand to the position where the door had just appeared. That ghost of Kano Yuko had probably taken control of the ley line located below the old school building and used it to complete a small barrier, perhaps even a domain. It was a very irrational act to pit one person's spiritual power against the entire ley line of this vicinity. On the other hand, Kano Kiri was, after all, descendant of Kano Yuko. The two of them inherited the same bloodline in their bodies, so perhaps this restriction could be broken through this method. And as Kano Kiri's hand pressed on the position of that door, she immediately told Hiragi and Nori on the side that she seemed to have touched a doorknob. It seems that the similar bloodline is useful. Can you open the door? In response, Kano Kiri gave it a try, and then carefully pulled the door open, revealing another, even dimmer room where almost no light could be seen. By this time, no matter how thick-skinned Itakaiji was, it was impossible for him to pretend that nothing had happened. He rubbed his eyes again, confirming that he had not seen wrongly. Then he began to retreat with some trembling, pointing a shaky finger at the two girls before him. In response, Hiragi Inori finally turned her head to look at Itakaiji. Miyachi Hikage probably wanted this guy to witness this supernatural world, which was why he had him follow them. Although Hiragi Inori didn't think this timid man would be of any use even if he knew these things, she still gave Miyachi Hikage this face. If you're scared, then just go out. After I've dealt with things here, they'll call you guys over to film. Itakaiji was already at the exit of the room at this time. He didn't hesitate for a moment upon hearing Hiragi Inori's words. He just wanted to leave this place quickly, go out and find his boss to tell him that there was really something wrong with this old school building, and that they should run away quickly. As for the video, anyway, he hadn't even thought about it all. It was only when he reached out to grip the doorknob of the exit and found that he couldn't turn it no matter what, that he suddenly remembered they hadn't closed the door at all when they came in. So who closed this door now? Just thinking of this made Itakaiji break out in a cold sweat. He tried to pull the doorknob with force, but the doorknob at the exit still didn't move an inch, as if it had been welded shut. Seeing Itakaji's strenuous appearance, Hiragi Inori's expression also became much more serious. So, she has completely turned this entire room into her possession? Or is it that the entire old school building can be affected by her? She walked towards the exit, and Itakaiji obediently made way for her. Standing at the door, she just used her spiritual power to sense it briefly and immediately detected a wave of resentment emanating from the exit. It was this wave of resentment that had sealed the exit of this room. This closed door was actually formed from resentment. Such dense resentment. It's already at the level of a grade 1 vengeful spirit. A vengeful spirit of this level shouldn't be so unstable, right? Hiragi Inori muttered with a frown. It seemed that many changes had indeed occurred to her in these 10 years. It seems she doesn't want anyone to leave this room. Before we figure out what's going on with that Yuko, you'd better just stay here and wait for us to come out. After all, your boss and the others are still outside. If we don't come out for a long time, he will definitely help contact other people to come over. As she said this, she was about to go and investigate the dim room that Kano Kiri had opened, that should lead directly to the location of Kano Yuko's remains and the ley line of this land. As long as she found the ley line, the situation here would still be within controllable range. But upon hearing that he was to be left here, Itakaiji almost fell to his knees before Hiragi Inori on the spot. For the past half-month, in order to train his courage, he had been forcing himself to watch several horror movies. He had watched them all with trepidation and had nightmares for several days in a row. However, not only did these horror movies not improve his courage, but they also affected his performance in the subsequent filming, making him seem even more jumpy in the videos. But after watching these horror movies, he did gain something. That is, although the ghosts and monsters in horror movies all have their own special characteristics, the people who die most easily are still those fools who don't listen to advice and insist on acting alone. apart from being killed off by the plot. These Char Barato heirs who inexplicably want a Barato alone are the most likely to meet a grim end in the story. In the current strange atmosphere, if he really stayed here alone waiting for someone, he would probably soon become one of those disposable Char Barato heirs in the movies. In just a short minute, Ito Kaiji's mentality had already changed from the original slacker mentality of relying on teammates to win in a smooth sailing situation to the current super adverse situation of encountering a crisis in the supernatural world. After realizing this, his thinking became much more active. He confirmed that being alone now was equivalent to being a useless person at the mercy of others. Only by staying with these two women, who clearly had considerable strength, could he feel a little more at ease. Hearing Ito Kaiji's trembling voice, but resolute refusal to be left alone, Hiragi Inori didn't mind. Then you can continue, but be careful not to make any noise. If you really accidentally do something and provoke that Yuko, I might not be able to save you in time. Ito Kaiji quickly covered his mouth, indicating that he would be absolutely obedient from now on and would do whatever he was told. Chapter 179. The enraged, vengeful spirit of Kano Yuko, looking at the dim and cold room before her. Hiragi Inori could clearly feel the negative emotions emanating from within. Sensing this immense negative energy, her expression also became a little more serious. Fortunately, her connection to the ley line had also become clearer. She tried to establish a connection with the ley line, but it seemed that the spirit of that Yuko had indeed occupied its core. At her current distance from the ley line, she could not directly borrow power from it. After all, this was originally the ley line that the Kano family had guarded for generations. If it weren't for the fact that the gods no longer interacted with the mortal world, followed by the decline of the supernatural, this place might still be the Kano family's shrine. Although Kano Yuko was dead, she had the Kano family's bloodline flowing in her veins when she was alive, and her soul had also, by a stroke of luck, connected with the ley line before her death. It was precisely for this reason that while becoming a vengeful spirit, she also retained the characteristics of an earthbound spirit, and even a deity. If someone had worshipped her as a deity over the years, as long as she could resolve the hatred from her past life, she truly had a chance to become a new god. Under such circumstances, even with the improved secret techniques of Shinto, it would probably take a lot of effort to snatch control of the ley line from Kano Yuko. Thinking of this, Hiragi Inori couldn't help but sigh softly. She had originally thought this was just a walk in the park, at most needing to comfort the emotions of this vengeful spirit, and see if Miyachi Haikuji's video could act as a catalyst to help Kano Yuko get rid of her past hatred. Unexpectedly, after being stable for half a century, Kano Yuko's vengeful spirit had started to show some signs of restlessness due to the spiritual resurgence. According to Ito Kaiji's feedback, the cell phones could no longer receive any signal, nor could they make calls to the outside world. They couldn't even take pictures. The phone screen would just display a pile of mosaics. This was very normal. Whether it was spiritual power, cursed energy, or any other special power, including the negative emotions on a vengeful spirit, these powers would interfere with the use of electronic devices once they reached a certain level. Since Kano Yuko had sealed them in this room and was not letting them leave, she would naturally cut off all their means of contact with the outside world. She just didn't know why she, who had been quite stable 10 years ago, would become so violent 10 years later. Could it be that her own mother had some unpleasant encounter with her back then, so she had held a grudge all this time, and now that she smelled the scent of an enemy on her, she wanted to get revenge? After muttering this in her heart, Hiragi Inori brought her thoughts back to reality. In any case, it was better to establish a connection with the ley line as soon as possible, leave this place first, and then consider how to deal with Kano Yuko. And to seize control of the ley line, she had to walk into this room hidden by Kano Yuko. In this regard, Hiragi Inori's mentality was still relatively stable at the moment. The battle suit she was wearing now was basically a bulletproof vest specifically designed for vengeful spirits and ghosts. Even against the attack of a special grade vengeful spirit, it could provide a certain defensive effect. If necessary, she could also activate the spiritual power in the battlesuit to enhance her techniques. Even if it couldn't erase Kano Yuko's existence, at a critical moment, using it to forcibly destroy the barrier and leave this school would not be a problem. But these two ordinary people, Hiragi Inori glanced at Kano Kiri and Itakaiji. Both of them seemed quite nervous right now, especially that Itakaiji. His face was pale, his eyes were dull, his forehead was covered in fine sweat, and his legs couldn't stop trembling. He really looked like a complete newcomer who had just come into contact with this world. But this was the true reaction of an ordinary person when suddenly encountering a strange event. After all, not everyone had a big heart like Mayachi Hikage. Even after having seen a real vengeful spirit on camera and receiving a warning from Nanami Kento, he could still continue to take his equipment to the crime scenes of those murder cases to film videos, seemingly without showing any fear. Perhaps it was precisely because of his strong-willed, to the point of being a bit twisted personality that he was able to turn a whole village, Asagaoka, into the current internet-famous base through the platform of the internet in such a short period of time. In other words, it was also highly likely because of his personality that he was targeted by those abnormal jujitsu sorcerers. But it was fine to just be targeted by jujitsu sorcerers. There were still a few guys in this group who could be communicated with normally. It was just that because they had to deal with those cursed spirits that were even more twisted than vengeful spirits every day, their personalities were more or less a bit crazy. In addition, the core group of jujitsu sorcerers was still that bunch of clan sorcerers with innate techniques. They basically spent their whole lives fighting with the techniques passed down in their families. So there were not many people in the jujitsu world who specialized in researching techniques, including the current strongest jujitsu sorcerer, Gojo Satoru. His power, besides his own talent, was also basically built on the Gojo family's inherited limitless curse technique and the six eyes. So even if Mayachi Hikage was targeted by jujitsu sorcerers, it would be difficult for him to make any big moves. But if he was targeted by mages, then it would be really hard to say. After all, those mages were all crazy about their research. There had even been a few extremist factions who planned to sacrifice the entire magical foundation of the magical world, along with other supernatural systems, to create a new one. It could only be said that in order to achieve their goals, this group of mages could truly treat human life as grass. If a person like Mayachi Hikage was targeted by mages, then Hiragi Inori would really have to worry about whether he would do something even more earth-shattering. Hiragi Inori shook her head, then looked at Kano Kiri again. Barato remained tense, but she was not as frightened as Itakaiji. She had previously seen Barato behaving aggressively at the school, and now that she understood the full truth, she was naturally less afraid. Her nervousness was more because what her grandmother had done back then was too shocking, making her, as a granddaughter, not know how to face this grandaunt, Kano Yuko. Now that she had encountered this situation, she was also thinking in her heart whether it was because her bloodline had angered Kano Yuko, which was why she had acted to seal off this area and prevent them from leaving. However, Hiragi Inori was not aware of these thoughts. After all, she only had a slight understanding of this Kano Yuko's past and what happened after she became a vengeful spirit. As for Kano Kiri, she only learned about her when Mayachi Hikage introduced her. After letting Itakaiji and Kano Kiri calm down for a few minutes and briefly explaining the truth of this world to them, Hiragi Inori planned to enter the room hidden by Kano Yuko to connect with the ley line. Do we really have to go in? Seeing that Hiragi Inori was about to move, Itakaiji asked again, still a little nervous. He had roughly understood some of the truth about this world through Hiragi Inori's explanation just now. After knowing these things, he wanted to punch himself. It was he who had brought up the matter of Yuko-san, and then attracted Mayachi Hikage's attention. And when they arrived at CQ Academy, Mayachi Hikage and that suspected boss wife had already seen the figure of that Dusk Maiden. But because of the things he had investigated, he had let down his guard, thinking that it would not be much different from the usual filming, at most needing to personally come into contact with Kano Yuko's remains. Who would have thought that they would run into the real thing this time, and a great vengeful spirit that had survived for half a century at that? Fortunately, his boss was still relatively vigilant and had contacted professionals right away. Otherwise, if they had really encountered the situation during filming, they would have been truly helpless. Now, he at least had a shrine maiden like Hiragi Inori by his side, and Mayachi Hikage and the others were still investigating outside. If they stayed here for a long time and his boss couldn't contact him, he should also find a way to contact other professionals to come and rescue them, right? Hiragi Inori waved her hand. Even if my mom rushed over now, it would still take an hour or two. And if I can't solve it, then even if my mom comes now, it probably won't be of any use. At least a special grade would have to be called, unlike the jujitsu sorcerers, who were few in number and whose promotion mechanism was completely monopolized by the higher-ups, resulting in only a single-digit number of special grades so far this century. The Shinto school still had a considerable number of special grade exorcists. It was just that most of these exorcists were also restricted by region. After leaving their own territory, their strength would drop significantly. Only after re-establishing a connection with the local ley line could they display their full strength. Itu Kaiji memorized this information, planning to find the priest in charge of his area after returning to Tokyo, so that he could immediately seek their help if something happened in the future. After getting ready, Hiragi Inori stepped into the dim room, then reached out and took out a talisman to light it. A small spark appeared in her hand, illuminating some of the room's structure. The mottled wooden walls, on which some old photos seemed to be hanging, but it was no longer clear whose photos they were. Obviously, no one had set foot in this secret room for many years. Due to the dampness, the dust on the ground exuded an unpleasant, musty smell in the air. The most conspicuous place in the entire room should be the full-length mirror placed at the edge of the room. Some spiritual power fluctuations could be felt on the mirror, and in this dusty room, it was surprisingly clean, as if someone often wiped it. Kano Yuko probably usually rested in the mirror. This is indeed Kano Yuko's lair. As she said this, Hiragi Inori beckoned to the two of them, indicating that they could come in, and Kano Kiri and Itakaiji also carefully entered this room after she beckoned to them. But just as the two of them also followed into the room, the door of the room slammed shut again, further restricting their movement to this room. Hiragi Inori did not show the slightest bit of surprise, just continued to remind the two to follow behind her. As she said this, she followed the position of the ley line she sensed and walked forward under the illumination of the spark. Soon, after passing through one or two more rooms, she came to another, even older wooden door. The ley line was right below this, and Kano Yuko's vengeful spirit was probably already waiting for their arrival below. Pulling open the door, a staircase leading down to the basement, with an almost bottomless appearance, was revealed. But even if they couldn't see anything, Kano Kiri behind Hiragi Inori could feel a sense of pressure from below. If a fight breaks out later, you guys find a good position and protect yourselves. Hiragi Inori said this, holding a few talismans in her hand in advance, while also applying some enhancement spells to herself, preparing to go down to the basement in one go to figure out Kano Yuko's current situation. But this last flight of stairs was particularly difficult to walk. With every step down, the connection between Hiragi Inori and the ley line became clearer. Similarly, the resentment from the basement, which was almost about to materialize, was also becoming increasingly obvious. It seemed that this vengeful spirit, which had existed for over half a century and had a great chance of becoming a deity, but was abandoned by the Shinto higher-ups, had finally taken the most critical step in these 10 years. Even if she had not yet felt the pressure of a special grade, judging from this resentment, it had already far exceeded the level of a normal grade 1. If they had come a few months later, she probably would have really become a genuine special grade vengeful spirit. Your boss really picked a good time to discover this place. When she truly becomes a special grade vengeful spirit, this school will probably be forced to deal with something catastrophic. But just as Hiragi Inori was mentally preparing to use all the spiritual power of her Miko uniform to forcibly suppress her, a furious and soul-shaking shriek suddenly came from the direction of the basement. This howl almost scared the life out of Itakaiji. He tremblingly supported himself against the wall next to the stairs, stammering and asking Hiragi Inori what was happening down there. But in the next moment, a black shadow shot out from underground. Just as Hiragi Inori was prepared for an all-out battle, she was stunned to find that Kano Yuko's vengeful spirit didn't even glance at them and rushed past them with extreme anger. At such a speed, even Itakaiji didn't have time to react. By the time he realized what had just happened and screamed, Kano Yuko's vengeful spirit was long gone. He didn't know who had provoked her to make her so violent. Hiragi Inori stared blankly at Kano Yuko leaving. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Miyachi Hikage, who was outside. The only one who could provoke Kano Yuko seemed to be Miyachi Hikage, who was outside. Could it be that Miyachi Hikage, upon finding that he couldn't contact them, had caused some huge commotion outside? So how on earth did that boy, who was noticed by the jujitsu sorcerers, manage to enrage Kano Yuko to the point where she would even abandon her own home? But Hiragi Inori would not let this opportunity go. After being stunned for a few seconds, she quickly rushed down to the basement, preparing to first establish a connection with the ley line here and resolve this barrier, before going to find Miyachi Hikage's whereabouts. Chapter 180. The hatred of the Shadow Yuko on Miyachi Hikage's side. After Kano Yuko had been in a daze for quite a while, after finishing reading the few diary entries, she could only confirm that the diary she had obtained was indeed far more mysterious than her own existence. However, as another warning prompt appeared in the diary, Kano Yuko finally realized that now was not the time to figure out the origin of this diary. The most important thing now was to confirm what the crisis mentioned in this diary was all about. If it were the muddled her from before who would get drowsy and want to sleep after just moving around for 10 minutes a day, she might never have realized this before. With the help of this diary, Barato felt that her spirit had been renewed. Barato, in many years, her mind felt clear, as if she had returned to an earlier time in her life. Then she noticed a problem. It seemed that from the very beginning of her existence, she had already lost all memories of her previous life. She only remembered that her name should be Yuko and that she was a student of this school. Then, based on the rumors circulating in this school about her, her identity before she was alive seemed to be quite diverse. Sometimes she died of illness, sometimes she jumped off a building for love, and recently there seemed to be a rumor that she was brutally murdered by a serial killer. Unlike humans, ghosts are beings that can be changed by the influence of rumors. As a ghost who had already died, in this school, all the rumors related to Yuko-san, after the passage of time, seemed to have a part of them reflected back onto her. Perhaps it is because I have forgotten my own memories and gradually begun to be unable to distinguish which is the real me, that I have started to enter that lost state. Kano Yuko analyzed in her heart. It seemed that at present, this was the most likely possibility. Ghosts are beings born from a thread of obsession. If she couldn't even remember the thread of obsession that gave birth to her, then even if she could continue to survive by relying on rumors, if this continued, would she be the ghost of Yuko, or the Yuko-san pieced together from countless rumors and ghost stories? Looking at the stone monument before her, which also seemed to have been weathered by the years, she felt that she should be able to distinguish which was the real Yuko. Thinking of this, she turned her head to look at Miyachi Hikage behind her, and then sat down on this stone monument, which she did not know who had erected for her. Seeing this stone monument seems to have made me a little clearer. She had already confirmed that no matter what method she used to try and bring up the diary, the two ordinary people in front of her would not seem to react. So she simply changed her wording. This time, Fujimiya Kanomi finally understood. After all, watching Kano Yuko stare at that stone monument for nearly 10 minutes in a daze, and even inexplicably say some words that she didn't understand, had made her a little nervous that she might suddenly go on a rampage or something. Fortunately, this Miss Kano Yuko still seemed relatively rational at the moment. She stood half a step behind Miyachi Hikage and asked her, "Miss Kano Yuko, have you remembered something?" Kano Yuko shook her head with a somewhat bitter expression. I seem to have forgotten many things, and at the same time, there are some memories in my mind that shouldn't be mine. I'm trying to separate them now, but it doesn't seem to be that easy. I feel that I seem to have experienced some unpleasant things in my previous life, which is why I chose to forget those memories after becoming a ghost. She explained her memory situation to Fujimiya Kanomi. You guys said just now that you wanted to film my life story and post it on the internet, right? Since you already know my real name, you should also know what I encountered in my previous life, right? It doesn't matter if the investigation isn't clear. Can you tell me what you know now? Kano Yuko looked at the warning prompt in the diary and continued, even if it's not a pleasant memory, I must recall these things now and find my true self. Fujimiya Kanomi hesitated. She already knew the truth of what happened back then through Mayachi Hikage. However, this truth was indeed a bit too cruel and dark. She didn't know what the result would be if she told this story to this now amnesiac ghost. This kind of matter was better left for Mayachi Hikage to decide. Mayachi Hikage, on the other hand, secretly felt a wave of guidance from fate in his heart. Then he opened his eyes. Although more than half a century has passed, it is still a story that will make people feel despair. Miss Kano Yuko, your choice to forget that memory was indeed a form of relief. Are you sure you can bear that past again now? Hearing Mayachi Hikage's serious tone, Kano Yuko's heart couldn't help but waver. She also seemed unsure if she was really ready now. She reached out and gently stroked the stone monument with her name on it. She could almost feel the regret and sadness on this stone monument. Has it really been that long? Kano Yuko herself was a little dazed. Has it really been that long? She put on a relaxed look and nodded at Mayachi Hikage. Tell me, it's been so long. I think I should be able to let it go by now. Mayachi Hikage raised his camera and adjusted the shooting mode. Kano Yuko's figure disappeared from the camera's lens. The camera in this mode would not capture those supernatural images. In the lens, there was only that stone monument with Yuko's name carved on it. At this time, after dusk, as the sky gradually darkened, Mayachi Hikage, in the form of a narrator, told this story again. However, what he used was still the original script he had written based on the anime's plot. The Kano family, guardians of the shrine for generations. After the original shrine fell into decline, the school was built on its grounds. The Great Plague, more than 60 years ago. The daily rising death toll. The increasingly tense and fearful atmosphere. As an ignorant villager mentioned that in the past, offerings were used to appease the wrath of the gods. A group of people struggling on the brink of survival immediately felt as if they had grasped the last life-saving straw. And the sacrifice that the villagers finally chose, Mayachi Hikage pointed his hand at the stone monument with Yuko's name on it, and also at Kano Yuko, sitting on the monument. Was this Kano Yuko, who was not yet 16 at the time? Then, there was another long silence. The camera only captured a breeze passing through the woods. Mayachi Hikage was satisfied with the completion of this segment. Kano Yuko did not interrupt his explanation throughout the process. With a trace of destiny magic in his voice, plus his years of experience in making short videos. The effect of the sky in the camera, changing from dusk to darkness, also looked quite good. This segment should be able to be kept in the video. He looked at Kano Yuko before him. A look of reminiscence had appeared on Kano Yuko's face at this time. It seemed that because of the story Mayachi Hikage told, she had substituted herself into that past. A look of regret and sadness would occasionally appear on her face. But after Mayachi Hikage finished speaking, she shook her head at him. What you said, I seem to have some impression of it. It seems to be my past, but it doesn't seem to be the most crucial part. She hesitated for a moment, and then added, if it was just this, it doesn't seem like it would be so hard for me to accept. Mayachi Hikage nodded. That was true. Kano Yuko was originally the type of character who was willing to sacrifice herself for others. Originally, when she was alive and saw her sister's strange behavior and mistakenly thought that her sister was preparing to become a sacrifice to save the villagers, her attitude seemed to have been to think of using herself to replace her sister. But who would have thought that the sister she wanted to save would stab her with the most critical knife at the last moment? Mayachi Hikage walked a couple of steps closer. Yes, I also feel that this is not the most crucial part. So, what do you think is missing from the story I just told? Kano Yuko seemed to have realized something, but then she shook her head vigorously again. If it were the her from before, she would probably have had the thought of running away from it at this point. But now, this overly clear mind made it impossible for her to choose to escape anymore. After more than half a century, that scene from the past seemed to appear in her mind again. That girl, dressed in a white sacrificial robe with a white cloth on her head, pointed her hand at her and said in a voice that was exceptionally familiar to her, "The offering is Kano Yuko," in such an incomparably cold tone. She stared blankly at the stone monument beneath her and said the name she had forgotten for more than half a century. Yukuriko. With Kano Yuko's words, Fujimiya Kanomi, who was standing behind Mayachi Hikage, suddenly felt a chill from nowhere. She couldn't help but shiver, and then clung tightly to Mayachi Hikage's back, trying to make herself feel more comfortable. And Mayachi Hikage slightly turned his body, leading Fujimiya Kanomi a few steps back. At the end of this small path, the shadow Yuko, with its ferocious face and black energy emanating from its entire body, had finally realized that there was a problem with its main body and had followed its main Bodis aura all the way here. At this time, Mayachi Hikage could clearly see that the shadow Yuko's gaze was fixed on him. From the reaction of Fujimiya Kanomi behind him, who was hugging him with suddenly increased force, because they had already established a connection with Kano Yuko, Fujimiya Kanomi could now also see the existence of the shadow Yuko. "Was it you who made me remember?" In the next moment, the shadow Yuko appeared before Mayachi Hikage, asking him with her sharp and piercing voice. And Kano Yuko, who was sitting on the stone monument, also looked at this suddenly appearing other self with astonishment. Unlike her current self, who was wearing a clean old-fashioned school uniform, had her long black hair neatly managed and silky smooth, and looked like a flawless, beautiful girl. The self before her, messy long hair, a ferocious appearance, wearing a worn-out school uniform, emanating black energy all around her, and even some marks could be seen on her. Isn't this the appearance of her that was captured by that camera? So this is the real her? She stood up, looking at that self somewhat nervously, not knowing what she wanted to do to Barato, and looking at such a ferocious face and feeling the negative emotions emanating from her body. Mayachi Hikage's heart did not feel any threat. After all, she had not yet completed her final evolution and was not yet a special grade vengeful spirit. If Mayachi Hikage hadn't sealed his Hammon and pure yang body, a vengeful spirit of this level would probably be only slightly better than the high-grade vengeful spirits in Baikatown that were cleared out by his unconscious AoE, not even being able to see what he looked like. However, although Baikatown was a place where vengeful spirits gathered, no special grade vengeful spirits had ever appeared there. It was also because Baikatown had no special grade vengeful spirits, and after dealing with the grade 1 and grade 2 vengeful spirits there, a new batch of not-so-aggressive vengeful spirits would gather and gestate again in a month or two. So neither the outer world nor the inner world had spent too much effort on this vengeful spirit garbage dump of Baikatown. Thinking of this, Mayachi Hikage's gaze quickly swept back and forth between the shadow Yuko and Yuko, and then he put on a look of seeming understanding. So, the painful memories and negative emotions that Miss Barato forgot have finally condensed into you? Discovering that the boy before her had not produced a single negative emotion in his heart, the shadow Yuko showed a fierce smile. What a clever man. Although your appearance has disrupted my plans, in this matter, I should thank you. She turned to look at the uneasy Kano Yuko. For this past half-century, I have always wanted to appear before you, to make you experience the hatred that I have not been able to extinguish for this past half-century. But unfortunately, you couldn't accept that ugly side of yourself, which is me, so you could never see the existence of the shadow. And even as the main body, you have been subconsciously suppressing my actions, preventing me from laying a hand on other humans. She slowly walked in Kano Yuko's direction. But you, who have given up your past memories and hatred, how would you know what powerful force these things you have abandoned can generate in this era? I, who have memories, have become stronger and stronger because of this inextinguishable hatred. And you, who have no memories, I probably can't even maintain my own sanity now. I originally thought it would take several additional months to completely absorb your existence and make me a complete being. I didn't expect these few men to be able to reach you within just a few minutes at dusk, but even make you recall the memories of the past and realize my existence. In that case, then you shall become one with me again today, starting with this school built on filth. Let's take revenge on those who wronged us and their descendants. As she said this, the shadow of Barato reached toward Barato, intending to overwhelm and take control of her original form. After a long while, seeing that Barato seemed completely unaffected, the shadow stood stunned for several seconds. Then she felt that although she still maintained a connection with the Kano Yuko before her, but between this connection, another irresistible force had appeared out of nowhere, making it completely impossible for her to absorb the Kano Yuko before her into her own body. Chapter 181. The unfading hatred of Shadow Barato didn't know what method those outsiders had used to make Barato, a ghost who had been avoiding it for Barato than half a century, finally decide to face herself. Because of this, she didn't have much hostility towards Barato and the others. At the very least, she would give them a swift end. Compared to Kano Yukuriko, for whom she had spent the last half-century plotting against, an early end could indeed be considered a form of relief. But the current situation was that after waiting for decades, just when she was about to slowly consume the original form of Barato and completely replace her to become the true original form of Barato, she now found that she couldn't Barato with the Barato before her. An unseen barrier she simply couldn't shake was just lying between them so casually, preventing her from crossing this chasm to fulfill her wish of half a century. You actually have a backup plan? The Shadow Yuko shook her head in disbelief, the resentment on her body almost materializing at this moment. No, how could you have a backup plan? We were originally one. If you had this kind of power, there's no way you could have hidden it from me. The Shadow Yuko stared intently at Kano Yuko with her dark pupils. At this moment, she finally noticed the seemingly ordinary gray diary in Kano Yuko's hand. She was very sure that the Kano Yuko before had never taken out such a thing. In other words, the power Barato had to resist her came from this diary that she had obtained at some unknown time. And on Barato's side, seeing the gaze of this strange version of herself land on the diary in her hand, her heart couldn't help but tighten. Almost at the instant the Shadow Barato appeared, she had recalled the past she had wanted to forget, and in a very short time, she understood how this ugly self had been born. More than half a century ago, she was chosen by her own sister to be an offering to the gods. Then, before her disbelieving eyes, the villagers, to prevent her from running away, she was captured and locked away in the basement of the old school building, which was the last shrine left in this world by the Kano family, lit by only a few candles. In the darkness, she eventually Barato amidst despair, confusion, anger, and hatred. Looking at the Kano Yuko before her, she could completely feel how twisted her own heart was at that time. Even before she died, she had to pray to the shrine, hoping to obtain the power to take revenge on everyone. If I cannot take revenge on those people, then this resentment will never be resolved. Kano Yuko recalled her vow before she died, but she had not been able to fulfill this vow. Perhaps this was so-called retribution. By the time she regained consciousness as a ghost, the villagers who had killed her had all lost their lives in that plague. The only one still alive was her own sister. But at that time, Barato, at the final critical moment, still hesitated. One reason was that in that instant, she caught a reflection of her own extremely disheveled appearance through the other's eyes, making it impossible for her to accept that image as herself, nor was she willing to hurt her own sister, the last bloodline of the Kano family left in the world. The other reason was that after witnessing her sister's Barato fate, a heavy and Barato thought arose in her heart, believing she could not allow such a loss to happen again. She wanted her sister to live forever burdened by guilt. Yet her sister, even after becoming a demon, was unwilling to seek revenge. Only after her heart was tormented to the point of being completely worthless would she personally defeat her to fulfill her Barato for revenge. These two completely different mentalities produced the same idea. The final result was that Kano Yukuriko, as the only survivor of that sacrificial event, had been unable to walk out of the shadow of the past for half a century. And Kano Yuko, after that, gradually differentiated into two different existences. The main body, but having lost her memory, Kano Yuko, the shadow Yuko, whose heart was full of hatred for humanity, but was unable to lay a hand on others due to the constraints of the main body. As the other had said, although they had been separated for half a century, in the final analysis, she and the other were indeed one. Only when the different sides of the two Kano Yukos were combined could they be considered the complete Kano Yuko. Under such circumstances, since she could see this diary that suddenly appeared before her, the other should be able to see it as well. To be precise, this self before her probably also had control over this diary. It was just that because she had the desire to come and check out this cenotaph that Miyachi Hikage had mentioned, which her sister had set up for her, that she had obtained ownership of this diary first. So, the warning issued to her by the diary was referring to this self before her wanting to completely consume her, and the emergency authority that the diary had opened for her was to cut off the connection between her and the other self, preventing the other from directly consuming her. Feeling the other's anger and helplessness, at this moment, Kano Yuko also somewhat understood why this diary had appeared next to this stone monument. She began to feel fortunate that this diary had not appeared at the old school building. If it had really appeared around the old school building, then she, who only had less than 10 minutes of clear-headed time a day, would never have been able to discover this diary before this self. At that time, faced with the others devouring, she would probably have only been able to disappear completely in a muddled state. Thinking of this, Kano Yuko couldn't help but look at the shadow Yuko before her with a trace of sadness. It was precisely because she understood the other's existence that she could more clearly recognize what the hatred on the other meant. Unless she, as the main body, could proactively merge with the other and then completely let go of this hatred. Otherwise, the hatred on the shadow Yuko could not be resolved and would only continue to linger in her heart. If she really let the other devour her, then Kano Yuko, with only hatred left in her heart and having lost all constraints, would take revenge on all of humanity. But although she knew the shadow Yuko's purpose, Kano Yuko could only find with bitterness that she seemed to be able to do nothing now. Her power was far inferior to this self accumulated from negative emotions. The only reason she could avoid being devoured now was by relying on the power of the diary. Even if her own strength were several times stronger, she would probably not be her opponent. If it were more than 10 years ago, when the spiritual resurgence was just beginning, she could still use her identity as the original form to control the other. But now, Barato could no longer have any influence on the shadow Barato before her. Even if she were to try and absorb this shadow Barato in reverse, she probably wouldn't be able to overcome her no matter how much energy she expended. More importantly, after having recovered a part of her memory, Kano Yuko herself was still a little confused. At least in her current state, after merging a part of her memory, she still couldn't let go of all hatred and achieve nirvana on the spot. Cinchuredo, if you really take that step, what awaits you and me is only complete destruction. Humans are not lacking in powerful individuals. After her mind became clear and she recalled many past memories, although Kano Yuko's range of activity had always been limited to the school grounds, she had still seen some human exorcists and sorcerers. The main reason she and the shadow Yuko could still exist was that she had never taken the initiative to harm anyone, at most just scaring ordinary people. Therefore, Kano Yuko's current thought was just to have the Shadow Yuko temporarily give up the idea of revenge and see if they could find a way to coexist peacefully. Since you can see it, then you should also be able to feel its power. If you don't want to be erased by it, I think you'd better go back obediently now. Kano Yuko raised the diary in her hand, wanting to use this method to scare away the Shadow Yuko first, and then find a way to solve this problem later. However, it was obvious that although the Shadow Yuko seemed a little exasperated due to the failure of the merger, and her eyes towards Barato and the diary in her hand had an added layer of vigilance and fanaticism. But when faced with Barato's request for peace talks, she directly showed a look of disdain. Then you can come and destroy me, or find another way to unite with me again, and use your will to make me give up the idea of revenge. Seeing a trace of hesitation appear on Barato's face, the arc of the Shadow Barato's twisted smile became even Barato exaggerated. So, it seems that power can only barely protect you. You yourself can't control this power at all. But if this power is only for passive defense, how long can it last? The Shadow Yuko seemed to be able to perceive the wavering in Kano Yuko's heart even more clearly. I'm not like you, a guy who's lost her memory and just wanders around aimlessly at dusk every day before going back to rest. I have been preparing for today for a long time. Those so-called exorcists and sorcerers can't stop the coming of the next era. The Shadow Yuko responded sinisterly, as if she had already planned her course of action after becoming a complete being, and had even learned more inside stories due to the invitations extended to her by some curses. She was indeed a little wary of the power of the mysterious diary in Kano Yuko's hand now. However, since the power over there could not be absorbed for the time being, and her purpose had already been witnessed by an exorcist, the Shadow Yuko's gaze fell on Mayachi Hikage. Putting aside the ordinary person Fujimiya Kinomi, Mayachi Hikage's body seemed quite suitable for possession. Because Mayachi Hikage had currently only sealed his pure yang body in Hammon, his physical strength and yang energy were only slightly higher than that of an ordinary person. Unless someone had skills like X-ray vision or the transparent world to see through his body completely, it was naturally impossible to discover these secrets about him. And the card adept template he had just obtained was still in a high-speed growth period and did not have any particularly conspicuous features. If anything, it was that when he used the destiny skill to its fullest to perceive the fate of others and use the teleportation function, his eyes would emit a golden light, which would be quite obvious if not concealed by yellow temperance. Mayachi Hikage, who possessed the Card Master template, already had the seed of magic in his body and had even slightly come into contact with a trace of magic connected to space and destiny. In the eyes of those supernatural beings with perception abilities, he should indeed be considered a rather talented youth. So on the Shadow Barato's side, Barato, who had good physical and mental qualities and seemed to be on the verge of awakening supernatural powers, was seen as a valuable asset. She should be able to temporarily break free from the shackles between her, the shrine, and the basement, and leave this school. And besides Mayachi Hikage, that Kano Kiri, who bore some resemblance to her, was also a good conductor, as Kano Yukuriko's granddaughter. Although her aptitude was not particularly outstanding, due to their blood connection, her power should be able to be exerted in her body at a level closer to her main Bodhi's power. It was only natural that Kano Kiri, as the granddaughter, should pay some price for the mistakes her grandmother had made back then. But just as the Shadow Yuko was about to use Mayachi Hikage as a springboard, snatch Kano Kiri, and leave this school first, and then contact the curses that had sought her out before, and then find a way to force Kano Yuko to merge with her, she suddenly sensed a certain elderly figure appearing at the entrance of CQ Academy. Although 60 years had passed, every time she saw that figure, the Shadow Yuko had to endure the hatred in her heart, and due to the constraints of her main body, she was unable to act. However, now, she no longer needed to endure. Although it was a little regrettable that the final merger was not completed, the negative emotions she had absorbed over so many years in this era of accelerated spiritual resurgence would not have too much of an impact on her current self, even without Kano Yuko. The flower of hatred, which had been brewing for 60 years, should also be welcoming its result today. Chapter 182. Kano Yuko's decision. As night fell, this patch of woods was enveloped in darkness. And with the appearance of the shadow Yuko, a sinister aura was added to the woods. Amidst Barado's uneasy gaze, the shadow Barado's eyes lingered on the diary in her hand for a long time. Then it shifted its gaze to Barado. This also made Barado's heart tense up. After all, her strength was far inferior to the shadow Barado's. If the other were to overpower and consume her very being, chose to vent this angry emotion on others, she had no way to stop it. She was already prepared. If the shadow Yuko were to really threaten her with these people, then she could only try to negotiate terms with her to ensure the lives of Miyachi Hikage and the others as much as possible. However, to her surprise, the shadow Barado suddenly gave a sinister smile and told Barado, "You are lucky to be alive," before turning to Barado and saying, "Even if you have obtained other powers, you are only delaying your complete disappearance. When you lose all consciousness, you will still become a part of me." Then, just as she had appeared, she vanished from their sight like a ghost. This move, not only did Kano Yuko, the main body, not understand it, but even Miyachi Hikage was a little confused. What does she mean I'm lucky and saved my life? After seeing that Kano Yuko was currently completely incapable of controlling the shadow Yuko, Miyachi Hikage had already prepared to seal the shadow Yuko. Although in terms of pure stats, he might only be at a grade 1 level right now. But the anti-vengeful spirit specialization on his body allowed him to face vengeful spirits and ghosts of a higher grade. It would be difficult for them to break through his defense, while he could easily create an area around himself that could continuously inflict real damage on these ghosts. A super grade 1 vengeful spirit like the shadow Yuko couldn't take his life. At the very least, it would have to be a special grade who had mastered a domain. Now, there was one person and one ghost present. One was Fujimiya Kinomi, a childhood friend he had known since he was little and knew inside and out. The other was Kano Yuko, this ghost who was a holder of a second batch diary. As long as Miyachi Hikage had a showdown with her, she was actually someone who could be won over. In the future, after the holders of the second batch diaries obtained the commission authority, Kano Yuko could also serve as a mole among this batch of holders. As long as they created the illusion that the shadow Yuko and Kano Yuko had perished together, the remaining problems could be solved. Miyachi Hikage was just waiting for the shadow Yuko to take the initiative to attack him. Who knew that although the shadow Barado had been targeting him for a while, she suddenly turned around and left, causing his plan to play the pig to Barado the tiger to fall through. And with the departure of the shadow Barado, he could see that both Kano Yuko and Fujimiya Kinomi behind him let out a huge sigh of relief. It seemed that the existence of a shadow Yuko had indeed brought them a lot of mental stress. On Kano Yuko's side, after she breathed a sigh of relief and saw that the diary in her hand no longer issued danger warnings, a strong sense of powerlessness arose in her heart. They were clearly one and the same, but the other's power was so much stronger than hers, and she also had all her memories from before she was alive. Without the protection of the diary, she would have been consumed by the other long ago. So the other should be the Barado of Barado, right? She looked at the diary in her hand, not knowing what she could do now to resolve the crisis from the shadow Barado's side. But why did she suddenly leave? Fujimiya Kinomi, standing nearby, was still somewhat puzzled as she asked Barado. When the shadow of Barado had appeared moments earlier, even if only briefly, Fujimiya felt sweat soak through her back and palms. If it weren't for Miyachi Hikage secretly and weakly transmitting some ham into her, she would probably have fallen seriously ill after going back tonight. But because of the protection of Hammond, she could still barely maintain a calm train of thought. And the first question she was thinking about now was the reason for the shadow Yuko's departure. From her appearance just now, and from what she had said, the other was also Kano Yuko, but a collection of all of Kano Yuko's negative emotions separated from the main body because the Kano Yuko before them could not accept her own ugliness. The Kano Yuko before them, because she wanted to forget everything from the past, had been unaware of this other side of herself for the past half-century. Similarly, that ugly Kano Yuko, Sensuredo, making her main body weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. According to what she said, the second method was already close to succeeding. It was only when Miyachi, Haikage, and the others arrived here, investigated the truth of the past, and guided Kano Yuko to recall the truth, that thing appeared in order to devour the amnesiac Kano Yuko. However, for some unknown reason, that ugly Kano Yuko seemed unable to directly merge with the Kano Yuko before them. Originally, looking at her appearance, it seemed that she could go on a rampage at any moment. Sensuredo. She could also feel the reassuring feeling that Miyachi Haikage was silently transmitting to her through the palm of his hand. It was as if Miyachi Haikage was using his not even accelerated heartbeat to tell her that he could handle everything now. So, she had the mood to ponder the reason for Kano Yuko's departure. From what she had said before she left, it seemed that she had really just left because she had remembered something else important. Fujimiya Konomi's gaze fell on Kano Yuko, wanting to know if she, the main body, had any feelings. Kano Yuko was also puzzled by what Fujimiya Konomi had said at this time. What on earth did she want to do? At this time, it was naturally Miyachi Haikage's turn to act. The moment the Shadow Yuko left, he had quickly used the power of destiny under the cover of Yellow Temperance to see the entire situation around the school. And then, at the school gate, he saw Kano Yukuriko, who was determined to die, and whose fate was pointing towards death. Was she preparing to take revenge on Kano Yukuriko, a revenge that was not completed back then? Kano Yukuriko's side had probably been waiting for this day for half a century. Could the Shadow Barato truly take such satisfaction in revenge? Barato remained largely unmoved by Kano Yukuriko's impending fate. After all, her past actions were clear. She had willingly sacrificed her own sister. Because of that, her father had chosen to commit suicide in despair. Although the not-yet-split vengeful spirit of Kano Yuko had let her go back then, allowing her to live the remaining 60 years in confusion and atonement. But in Miyachi Haikage's opinion, even if Kano Yuko's vengeful spirit had let her go, Kano Yukuriko should have made a different choice back then. Perhaps after witnessing the passing of the sister who had ended her, Barato's side could have let go of her hatred earlier and moved on peacefully. Even if there was still resentment that was difficult to resolve in her heart, at that time of supernatural decline, Kano Yuko, who had died in a sacrifice and became a vengeful spirit by relying on the ley line and extreme negative emotions, would have had a hard time surviving until after the spiritual resurgence without external help. The result was that in the 60 years that Kano Yukuriko had lived, knowing that her sister had become a vengeful spirit, she could neither find a way to resolve her hatred, nor was she willing to let an exorcist exorcise her own sister. She kept this old school building, which had long been unusable, and then continuously spread rumors about Yuko in the school for the past half-century. Originally, doing so would not have been a big problem. In the past few decades, what she did had indeed stabilized the existence of the Yuko-san ghost story in this school. But with the spiritual resurgence, the Shadow Yuko quickly absorbed power relying on those negative emotions, and then, under the constraints of her main body, she deliberately created some ghost stories and horror events that did not harm people but would generate a large amount of negative emotions, constantly strengthening herself by relying on human negative emotions. This also led to the main body of Kano Yuko becoming weaker and weaker. After realizing the existence of the Shadow Yuko, she could no longer control her actions at all. 60 years ago, she had killed her own sister due to her own ignorance and foolishness. 60 years later, due to her own guilt and unease, she allowed the Shadow Yuko to become powerful. It could only be said that the two most important choices Kano Yukuriko had made in her life had both caused great harm to her own sister. Miyachi Haikage thought to himself, and even felt that if the Shadow Yuko just simply killed Kano Yukuriko, it would be too simple a solution. It probably wouldn't satisfy her desire for revenge at all, but rather would satisfy Kano Yukuriko's own desire for atonement. Muttering this, Mayachi Haikage suddenly thought of that Kano Kiri, who bore an 80% resemblance to Kano Yuko. Thinking of this, Mayachi Haikage finally looked at Kano Yuko before him. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that Yuko has noticed the arrival of Chairman Kano Yukuriko. This morning, when we went to visit Chairman Kano Yukuriko and obtained her filming permission, she also told us that she would personally come to the school in the evening to watch our filming. Although she had already recalled that memory, hearing the name Kano Yukuriko again still had a considerable impact on Kano Yuko's heart. In the original story, it was because Kano Yuko, in her interactions with the protagonist through the ghost stories and rumors circulating in the school, she realized the complexity of human thought and the idea of relying on gods when faced with insurmountable problems. To achieve a happy ending, the story uses a classic Japanese forgiveness trope, requiring Barato to overcome her lingering hatred and acknowledge the arrogance of her past actions. Did not realize the attitude of the villagers, and did not notice the sensitivity of her sister's heart. Of course, more importantly, it was because her feelings for the male protagonist gave her a place to entrust her emotions. However, now Kano Yuko had not found her emotional anchor, nor had she used this kind of forgiving thinking to substitute herself in her past self. Therefore, at this moment, just hearing the name Kano Yukuriko, she subconsciously recalled her tragic appearance before she died, making her expression can't help but become a little ferocious. But then, she shook her head vigorously again. She did indeed still have hatred for Kano Yukuriko and the villagers of that time in her heart. But even at her most angry, she could never bring herself to lay a hand on her own sister, only wanting her to atone for a lifetime with regret and guilt. And now, if that self really wanted to kill Kano Yukuriko, although she could understand the hatred in that self's heart, she did not want that self to really take that step. After all, although that self had already broken free from her own restrictions, their origin was still the Kano Yuko who had died 60 years ago. The current Kano Yuko was still thinking of resolving the other's hatred, not letting her indulge her hatred and desires. Therefore, after hearing from Mayachi Haikage that the Shadow Yuko's target might be Kano Yukuriko, after nearly a minute of hesitation, she still made her choice with a firm tone. No, I have to go and stop her. She looked at Mayachi Haikage and thanked him. No matter what, Mayachi Haikage had let her discover this diary, and then awaken her, letting her recall the truth of the past. Although the final result might not change, and she would inevitably be devoured by the Shadow Yuko in the end. But at least she could do these things with her own beliefs in a clear-headed state. Then, she issued a reminder to Mayachi Haikage. Anyway, you guys should leave here quickly. I can't guarantee your safety now. I know you seem to know many powerful exorcists. If I fail, I hope you can tell them about that MES situation and have them exorcise me before that me poses a greater threat. As she said this, Kano Yuko paused for a moment and made another decision. Although you probably can't see it, I've decided to leave it here with you. If this thing falls into the hands of that me, it might only make things worse. She took out the diary she had just obtained, then walked up to Mayachi Haikage and carefully placed it in his hands. At the same time, Mayachi Haikage also received a notification. A diary holder has been detected actively relinquishing ownership of the diary. Do you wish to reclaim the diary? Chapter 183. The transfer of diary ownership. Seeing Kano Yuko place the diary from her hand directly into his backpack, and then hearing the prompt in his ear, Mayachi Haikage was a little surprised. He had been writing in the diary for over a month and had his showdown with Shina Mashiro for a week or two now, but he hadn't expected the diary's rules to have such tricks up their sleeve. First, he could directly reclaim an ownerless diary and have complete control over assigning its owner. Now, a diary holder could voluntarily give up ownership of the diary and transfer it to someone else. He just didn't know if this transfer had any other restrictions. At least for now, it seemed that Kano Yuko could indeed transfer the ownership of the diary to him. However, because he was already the owner of the main diary, After obtaining ownership of Kano Yuko's diary, he would just return to the stage where he could freely distribute ownerless diaries to other girls. He probably couldn't use this method to get rewards for writing in the diary, while also gaining reading value for reading it. Could it be that this thing followed the same rules as a certain little death note, where after the holder voluntarily gives up ownership of the diary, they would also automatically forget all memories related to it? Thinking of this, Mayachi Haikage's brain was also working at high speed, wondering if there was anything about the diary that could be exploited in this regard. However, these matters could be slowly researched with Shina Mishiro after he returned to Tokyo. For now, it was better to solve the matter on Kano Yuko's side first. To avoid the possibility of the Shadow Yuko devouring Kano Yuko as soon as he reclaimed ownership of the diary, due to her losing its protection. When faced with the inquiry in his mind about reclaiming ownership of the diary, Mayachi Haikage did not respond immediately. This diary would just stay in his backpack for the time being. He looked at Kano Yuko before him. He explained to her that there was an exorcist he had invited in the old school building. If they could find her for help, they should be able to stop the Shadow Barato's actions. When he had briefly activated his destiny skill, just now, he had quickly scanned the situation in the entire school. The troubled Kano Yukuriko, Hiragi Inori, who was trying to seize control of the ley line from the Shadow Yuko, Kaiji, who was becoming more and more alert due to extreme nervousness, and Kano Kiri, who was also entangled in black energy. It was clear that the Shadow Yuko, unable to merge with Kano Yuko's main body, besides coveting him, had also set her eyes on Barato, this substitute who bore a resemblance to Kano Yukuriko. She probably wanted to seize her, and through the Kano family bloodline in her, break free from the shackles that restricted her to only being active within the school, and escape from this school. Of course, she probably also wanted to take over Barato's form to bring ruin to Kano Yukuriko, to make her feel despair Barato before her end, in order to satisfy her Barato for revenge. After listening to Barato's speculation, Barato also nodded with a serious expression. He'll go find Hiragi Inori-san now. Without any strength, she could only hope that Hiragi Inori-san could handle that self of hers. Now that the diary had been transferred to Mayachi Haikage's backpack, if that self of hers suddenly launched a surprise attack later, maybe the diary could also find a way to save her life. After once again telling Mayachi Haikage to leave this place quickly, Kano Yuko, who had previously been moving with her legs like a normal person, finally showed her ghostly side at this moment. She floated directly a foot or two off the ground and quickly rushed towards the location of the old school building. With the departure of the two Yukos, this patch of woods finally became quiet again. Only Mayachi Haikage and Fujimiya Kanomi were left. After another half a minute, Fujimiya Kanomi finally asked Mayachi Haikage in a low voice what they should do now. Let's report this matter to Nanami-san in Tokyo first. Hiragi Inori-san hasn't appeared yet, and we don't know what the situation is on their side, Mayachi Haikage said, and then took out his mobile phone. As expected, the phone now showed no signal. After all, the Shadow Yuko was a super grade 1 vengeful spirit. Previously, due to Kano Yuko's suppression, she was unable to exert her full strength. But now, the Shadow Yuko was no longer suppressing her own power. From the way she was sensed by the other party as soon as she entered the school gate on Kano Yukuriko's side, the entire CQ Academy should be filled with her negative emotions now. In a sense, this should also be considered a prototype of the Shadow Yuko's domain. Censuredo, the most crucial of which was the effect of a guaranteed hit within the domain. It was as if the author, on a whim, in order to make the domain stronger than other similar abilities, had added this ability without much thought. In comparison, the status of the Reality Marble, which had a similar manifestation form to domain expansion but did not have this guaranteed hit rule effect, seemed a bit subtle in this world. Compared to domain expansion, the Reality Marble seemed to only have the advantage of better closure and not affecting the real world when it was opened. Of course, if a Reality Marble could truly form a mental world independent of the real world, its status would naturally be higher than domain expansion, and its upper limit would also be higher. But the best case would still be to be able to combine the two powers. First, opening a reality marble independent of the world to ensure that no one can enter or destroy it from the outside. And then opening the effect of domain expansion within this reality marble. Isn't a reality marble with a guaranteed hit effect appealing? Not to mention anything else. If Red A got an unlimited blade works with a guaranteed hit effect, his strength could instantly be raised by another level. Big Dog, who was originally a counter to Red A in terms of compatibility, would be completely overwhelmed by Red A in reverse. After all, Big Dog Spear only had a guaranteed hit effect, and it was the kind that could be dodged from vital points with luck. It was far from having a whole world of noble phantasms with a guaranteed hit effect. In addition, with the detonation of noble phantasms, broken phantasm. Except for those who also possessed a reality marble or had a higher sustainability than the damage of unlimited blade works, as well as some opponents who could forcibly break through the reality marble. Ordinary top-tier heroic spirits would probably doubt their existence when faced with a guaranteed hit unlimited blade works. And the same was true in Jujutsu Kaisen. In the early stages of Jujutsu Kaisen, battles could still be fought with various techniques and pre-prepared tactics. But later on, without a domain, or a way to counter a domain, even a grade 1 sorcerer was no different from a small fry on the roadside. Just dealing with the guaranteed hit effect of a domain was already a power that a group of grade 1 sorcerers needed to deal with all their might. And on this basis, when faced with an opponent who also mastered domain expansion and the guaranteed hit effect was neutralized, a special buff was created that allowed one to voluntarily cancel the guaranteed hit effect and give up the closure of the domain in order to enhance the power of the domain. Faced with this kind of special mechanism that the author had clearly not put much thought into and was completely random, this was also the reason why Maiachi Hikage was determined to get a similar ability first after obtaining the ability of targeted draws. Maiachi Hikage had no intention of grinding his stats for hours, only to be wiped out by some dungeon mechanic in the end. That would be utterly ridiculous. Muttering this in his heart, Maiachi Hikage looked at Fujimiya Konomi before him again. After knowing that the phone had no signal, Senshiredo, you definitely wouldn't be so calm. Fujimiya Konomi still remembered that when they first started filming videos, when they had no experience, Maiachi Hikage had also been a little nervous. But after a period of trial and error, Maiachi Hikage quickly found his direction, and after that, he became much more confident and hardly ever showed any nervousness again. And although the current situation was a bit special, Fujimiya Konomi, who had grown up with Maiachi Hikage, would not be wrong about this feeling. Maiachi Hikage must have the confidence to be calm, at least to be able to save his life from the hands of that oppressive Yuko vengeful spirit. And even just now, when that Kino Yuko suddenly said some strange words, saying something about leaving something they might not be able to see or notice for them, Fujimiya Konomi had instinctively felt that Maiachi Hikage seemed to be very absent-minded for a moment, looking as if he knew what that Kino Yuko had left for them. Of course, it was only for that instant that she, who was clinging to Maiachi Hikage, had noticed the abnormality. This was still based on her being extremely familiar with him. So, was Maiachi Hikage trying to hide something? This thought echoed in Fujimiya Konomi's mind for 2 seconds, and then she suppressed this thought again. Then, Fujimiya Konomi showed Maiachi Hikage an expression that said, "No matter what you do, I will believe you unconditionally. Your senses are really sharp. If I had known, I should have kept some distance from you when we were little." Maiachi Hikage sighed helplessly. Because of his deliberate cultivation, Fujimiya Konomi's abilities had basically been fully developed, especially her reaction to him. The two who had grown up together didn't even need a single glance. Just a simple reassuring gesture, or even a view of his back, could let her see many things. That's why Maiachi Hikage had said that if she got a diary, she would probably have a good idea after just reading a few entries. Look now, Fujimiya Konomi hadn't even gotten a diary yet, and she would automatically be blocked from information related to the diary. Under such circumstances, she had still noticed his disguise through some subtle abnormalities he had shown. And after hearing Maiachi Haikage's lament, Fujimiya Kanomi just showed a smiling expression. He'll explain these things to you later when I have the chance. For now, let's get you out of here first, Barato said, then took Fujimiya Kanomi by the arm and led her away. I've just learned this move. According to the situation over there, it means I've just completed my awakening not long ago, and am not sure if it works well. Anyway, just hold on to me tightly first. Without needing Maiachi Haikage's reminder, Fujimiya Kanomi was already hugging him tightly. In the next moment, Maiachi Haikage activated the Destiny skill again. If the Shadow Yuko had already mastered domain expansion, then he probably wouldn't have been able to break through her domain with the Card Master's Destiny skill. Just like how the Card Master, when locked by Mordekaiser's or Camille's ultimate, cannot use his own ultimate to break through theirs. But now, the Shadow Yuko had at best only touched the threshold of a domain and had no way to restrict Maiachi Haikage's spiritual power from spreading outwards. Especially when Maiachi Haikage had almost condensed his spiritual power into a line and sent it out at a very small angle. Cinchuredo, just as Fujimiya Kanomi was thinking of carefully feeling this power, she felt Maiachi Haikage proactively let go of her. She looked up at him in confusion. What she saw was a flash of light in his eyes. What was even more incredible was that in these few short seconds, they had directly appeared in an unnoticed alley a few hundred meters away from the school, from the back hill of CQ Academy. This is... Fujimiya Kanomi looked at all this in surprise. Is this the power that Maiachi Haikage has gained in this past month? Although she had already witnessed the reality of ghosts, and had even encountered such a strange thing as a person's soul splitting into a good and a bad individual after death, right from the start. But seeing her childhood friend of more than 10 years suddenly really become a part of that world, she couldn't help but feel a sense of being in a different world. Then, she heard Maiachi Haikage's mutter in her ear. It seems that teleporting with someone else, besides costing twice as much magic power, has no other effects. The next words were directed at her. Just think of it as the power I awaken this month. Even to others, I will only say this. Maiachi Haikage said this, but in Fujimiya Kanomi's ears, it had another meaning. In other words, Maiachi Haikage had awakened more than just this one power, but in order to avoid trouble, he was only prepared to show this part of his power to them for the time being. So, the power that Barato was hiding was related to the magical object that the two Kano Yukos had mentioned. Fujimiya Kanomi thought, and on Barato's side, after confirming that Fujimiya Kanomi had teleported with him safely, he took out his phone and called for backup. Chapter 184. The Still Working Overtime Nanami Kinto, Tokyo, Nerima Ward. For Nanami Kinto, today was another night of overtime. Originally, the main targets for jujitsu sorcerers like them were cursed spirits. But with the accelerated pace of the spiritual resurgence in the last year or two, various demons and monsters that no one had ever seen before would pop up from time to time. Therefore, the relationships between the different supernatural systems were now forced to become much closer due to these new forces. When a situation really arose, Onmyoji would also help exorcise cursed spirits, and jujitsu sorcerers could also deal with things like dead apostles that had wandered over to Japan. Today, Nanami Kinto, along with a few exorcists, had dealt with a batch of newly emerged supernatural creatures similar to vampire species. These guys had suddenly appeared in Tokyo in the last month, and their identities could not be discovered until they used their powers. And this bunch of guys not only fed on humans, but also consumed their victims to survive. It could even be said that the only sustenance for those guys, who looked no different from humans on the outside, was human Barato. In less than a month, they had already secretly hunted a considerable number of ordinary people. Fortunately, these guys were not like vampire species who could increase their numbers by converting others. Although the higher-ups of the various factions in the inner world had not yet figured out how these creatures, who called themselves ghouls, had appeared in Tokyo in groups. But in the face of this kind of humanoid creature that feeds on humans, the attitude of the various forces in the inner world was not much different. Find a way to capture some of them alive for interrogation, and after figuring out their origin, clean them all up. What an unpleasant job. After dispatching the ghoul who had been feeding on innocent victims with his innate technique, Barado surveyed the grim aftermath and couldn't help but adjust his glasses. Although in his career as a jiu-jitsu sorcerer, he had seen many scenes more hellish than this. His enemies had always been those inherently ugly, cursed spirits. Among them, only a very small number of cursed spirits would have an appearance close to humans, but one could still see the distinct difference between those cursed spirits and humans at a glance. But these guys who called themselves ghouls were different. They looked almost no different from humans. Fighting with these guys made him somewhat unaccustomed to it. Who created these ghouls with no identifiable information and brought them to Tokyo in groups? Continuing to curse this crappy era in his heart, and counting in his mind that his working hours had exceeded the limit again today, Nanami Kinto, after finishing cleaning up the area he was responsible for with those exorcists, nodded to the exorcist on the side, indicating that the rest of the work would be completed by them. After all, the jiu-jitsu world was small in scale, and there were not many researchers. Having 1 or 2 ghouls for research at the Jiu-Jitsu High was enough. Now, these were actually outsourced orders that the church and Shinto side had placed with the Jiu-Jitsu higher-ups for a fee. And just as Nanami Kinto was preparing to change out of his blood-stained work clothes to relax, the ringing of his phone suddenly made his already not-so-high spirits drop a little more. After seeing the familiar name under the caller ID, Nanami Kinto's expression changed slightly again. For the other party to be calling now. Could it be because he had already learned the truth of this world from the mouth of that shrine maiden from Takamiya Shrine? So he was now calling to ask about the situation here? Nanami Kinto thought and answered the phone. However, after he answered the phone, the news he heard from Mayachi Haikage's side immediately made his mood even worse. Mayachi Haikage's side had indeed, as he had thought, become aware of the other side of this world, and had also met that ghost of Yuko in person. But the file didn't mention that Yuko had actually split into 2 half a century ago. One was the main body, but had lost her memory, living in a muddle for 60 years, subconsciously suppressing the other clone, the ghost of Kano Yuko. The other was the shadow Yuko, who had borne all the negative power and had been constantly strengthening herself by relying on the negative emotions born in the school for the past 60 years, wanting to regain the dominant position. With this, the puzzle was indeed solved. Why Kano Yuko, who had already been judged a grade 1 vengeful spirit 10 years ago, had never harmed an ordinary person in half a century? Her bravado for revenge had never faded. It had only grown stronger over time. It turned out that another controlling bravado had been influencing her from the shadows, restraining her. The result was that because she had been stable for too long, Shinto had let down its guard against her, which ultimately led to her gaining enough power in recent years to counter her own true form. If she truly absorbed her true form, she might immediately become a special grade vengeful spirit. Thinking of Mayachi Haikage's description on the other end of the phone, even if she hadn't reached the level of a special grade vengeful spirit yet, she probably wasn't far off. Then Hiragi Inori, whom he had found to help, was probably in danger now. "Are you safe over there now?" He asked Mayachi Haikage about his current safety on the phone, and Mayachi Haikage's answer also surprised him a little. In other words, under the pressure of that shadow Yuko, he had awakened a teleportation-like power at a critical moment, and had now successfully escaped the range of that school. But Hiragi Inori and the 2 Kano family members who were related to Kano Yuko by blood were still trapped inside the school. Upon hearing this news, Nanami Kinto was truly a bit stunned. When he first saw Mayachi Haikage, he had indeed seen that his constitution was quite special. If he really brought him into the circle of the inner world and had him train hard for 10 or 20 years, he would have the potential to become a grade 1. In subsequent meetings, he had vaguely noticed that Mayachi Haikage's constitution was still improving at a relatively stable rate, making him think that he might be about to awaken some kind of physical-type technique or ability. But now Mayachi Haikage told him that he had awakened a spatial teleportation ability. It was like at first thinking the other was just an R rank card, then thinking that with hard work, he had the potential to become an SR. But now, taking out the card and looking carefully, it was an SSR radiating a rainbow light. Few abilities related to space are weak. Therefore, after hearing about the ability Maiachi Haikage had now awakened, Nanami Kinto's thoughts changed. Maiachi Haikage was someone he had been paying attention to before his ability had awakened. If he were to be poached by other forces like this, it was hard to say what the reaction of the Jujutsu higher-ups would be, but the principal of the Jujutsu High would definitely be nagging in his ear for half a day. So, after just a brief thought of less than 10 seconds, Nanami Kinto, after telling Maiachi Haikage to ensure his own safety, helped to call for backup. Excluding Geto Suguru, who had long since fallen into a special-grade cursed user and was personally buried by Gojo Satoru, there were currently only 3 special-grade Jujutsu sorcerers on the surface in Japan. One in Kyoto, Gojo Satoru here in Tokyo, and the newly promoted special-grade sorcerer Okatsuyuta, who was currently training abroad. So at this time, the first person Nanami Kinto thought of was to ask this senior, Gojo Satoru, for help. After all, the limitless curse technique that Gojo Satoru possessed itself had the ability to teleport, and he could basically appear at any location in Japan within half an hour. It was just that he usually didn't like this way of traveling and would directly take the train when the situation was not urgent. With his relationship with Gojo Satoru, he could actually just call him directly for help. But to be more formal, he still dialed Yaga Mazamichi's number first. As the principal of the Jujutsu High, he was also aware of Maiachi Haikage's situation. Having the principal arrange the rescue would also better show the importance the Jujutsu High placed on Maiachi Haikage. As expected, after hearing Nanami Kinto's report, Yaga Mazamichi's side would naturally not let go of an SSR like Maiachi Haikage. Although the Jujutsu High now had Gojo Satoru and Okatsuyuta, 2 special-grade combat powers, and more than 10 sorcerers with Grade 1 strength, in order to bring more changes to the Jujutsu world. Any new source of power with potential was worth investing in. As for testing Barato's side had probably already noticed the abnormality of this world before this. Under such circumstances, he still chose to explore those abnormalities despite his vast wealth. This point alone was enough to see the madness within Maiachi Haikage. Yaga Mazamichi had originally planned to have Nanami Kinto bring him to the Jujutsu High after Maiachi Haikage had officially intervened in a supernatural event to find a way to help him awaken. Now Maiachi Haikage, under the pressure of a vengeful spirit, had completed his awakening ahead of schedule and had also obtained a spatial ability. Yaga Mazamichi naturally did not hesitate much over a fledgling with special-grade potential. In the 5th minute after Maiachi Haikage left CQ Academy, Gojo Satoru, who was currently enjoying a limited-time dessert in a shopping arcade, received a request call from his own principal. Is it that Ghost House video blogger who's been really popular on the internet recently? What? So the principal and Nanami have already been in contact with that blogger, but this era is really something else. To be able to teleport with someone else right after awakening. No wonder you'd take the initiative to contact me. Principal. Eats Fine. It's not like a special grade guy appears around Tokyo every day for me to warm up with. Going over there to see that interesting vengeful spirit now is just a warm-up. After taking a bite of the dessert, Gojo Satoru, after learning the location of CQ Academy, feeling the deliciousness of the dessert, and at the same time calculating the distance between the 2 places. Since he might become my student in the future, I should go and have a good look at what kind of person this new student of mine is. As for the special vengeful spirit that Yaga Mazamichi had mentioned, Gojo Satoru just used interesting as an adjective, without any sense of tension at all. Indeed, a vengeful spirit whose soul had split into good and evil individuals was not common, and one that could grow to this extent was even rarer. As for how to deal with it, it was nothing more than exorcising or sealing the evil vengeful spirit and continuing to leave the normal one be. For others, it might be a bit difficult, but for the strongest, this kind of thing was just a piece of cake. With the regret of not being able to slowly savor the deliciousness, Gojo Satoru, who had finished the dessert in 2 or 3 bites, stretched his muscles a bit at the entrance of the dessert shop, found his direction, and then, in a moment that no one noticed, his figure disappeared from the streets of Tokyo. On Mayachi Hikage's side, after hearing the tone of Nanami Kinto on the other end of the phone, after hanging up, Mayachi Hikage pretty much knew who would be coming next. A super grade 1 vengeful spirit. A normal grade 1 coming would not necessarily be useful, not to mention that there were no other grade 1 jujitsu sorcerers in Saitama Prefecture now. For Nanami Kinto to be able to call for help from the Shinto side was already a sign of having connections. In the current situation, with Mayachi Hikage having proactively shown his potential, who else could have enough strength and be called over in a short period of time, besides that strongest, Gojo Satoru? Therefore, after hanging up the phone, Mayachi Hikage said to Fujimiya Kinomi on the side, "They should be sending someone to deal with the situation here soon. We can just wait here peacefully." Looking at Mayachi Hikage's appearance, Fujimiya Kinomi, who had already escaped from danger, was no longer nervous about her own safety. Mayachi Hikage's expression meant that he probably knew what kind of person was coming, and that they could definitely solve the situation here. Now she was just a little worried about the people still in the school. Kano Kiri, Kano Yukuriko, Hiragi Inori, Itakaiji, and the main body of that Kano Yuko. In the face of that particularly creepy-looking Shadow Yuko, could they hold on until the reinforcements arrived? In the basement of the old school building of CQ Academy, after the Shadow Yuko suddenly left, Hiragi Inori quickly found a flaw in the basement's barrier, broke through the blockade with Kano Kiri and Itakaiji, and arrived at the real basement. Dark dampled. In this basement, through the already dimmed light in Hiragi Inori's hand, only 2 relatively conspicuous places could be seen. One was a broken skeleton leaning against the wall of the basement, with only bones left. Obviously, this was the remains that Kano Yuko had left behind, unwilling for anyone to discover. And the other was an even more dilapidated old shrine. This was the last and only remaining shrine of the Kano family shrine. After the shrine that the Kano family had guarded for generations fell into decline, this was the last place the Kano family used to worship the gods. But who would have thought that the person sacrificed in front of this shrine, which the Kano family had guarded for so many years, would be a direct blood relative of the Kano family? Chapter 185. The atonement-seeking Kano Kiri, and Itakaiji, 2 people who hadn't seen much of the world, could barely walk after seeing the skeleton before them. Kano Kiri was slightly better off, as she could at least take advantage of being a girl and hide tightly behind Hiragi Inori. Itakaiji did not have this luxury. If his pathetic self were to even get slightly closer to Kano Kiri, it would make her even more nervous. As a result, Itakaiji could only maintain a certain distance from the 2 girls. He tremblingly asked Hiragi Inori in front of him what they needed to do next. "You 2 just stand here and don't move. I just need to temporarily form a contract with this place's ley line so I can borrow its power." Having just brushed past that vengeful spirit of Yuko, Hiragi Inori could already roughly judge her strength. The power of resentment on her was indeed stronger than her own. If they were to fight head-on, she was afraid she would not be her opponent. After all, under normal circumstances, she indeed only had the strength of a grade 1, and a rather marginal one at that. However, unlike jujitsu sorcerers, whose strength is determined by the amount of cursed energy in their bodies, Onmyoji could enhance their own strength by using the spirits and shikigami they summoned, while spirit mediums could connect with ley lines and rely on their own spiritual power to control the power of the local ley line. Although these methods of borrowing power all had many restrictions, Onmyoji needed to sign contracts with shikigami and also needed to spend resources to maintain their existence. And there was also the risk of being counter-devoured by the spirits. Although the requirements for one's own spiritual power were not as high for spirit mediums, they placed more emphasis on sensory ability and the ability to communicate with the ley line. A powerful spirit medium, on their own turf, as long as they didn't completely ruin the local ley line in one go, was almost equivalent to the local deity. However, the more powerful a spirit medium was, the harder it was for them to leave their own territory. Otherwise, the compatibility with the ley line, which had been achieved over a long period of time, would decline, and it would take even more effort to raise it back up again. Of course, because the Hiragi family now had an even older shrine maiden guarding the shrine, Hiragi Inori, who was only in her early 20s, could naturally still run around without worrying about these things. The only thing she needed to pay attention to was that after borrowing the local ley line, she could not leave the area immediately. Although a ley line might seem like just a hub and core that automatically gathers local spiritual energy to make it willingly contribute its spiritual energy, one had to treat it with sincerity. If one only relied on sweet talk to borrow its power and then left directly after using it up without caring about the ley line's reaction, then a good outcome would be that the ley line of this place would be dissatisfied with the spirit medium's irresponsible behavior and would be unwilling to lend its power to others in the future. A worse outcome would be that the local ley line would start to throw a tantrum, which would have a great impact on the lives of the local residents. So ever since the Shinto higher-ups researched the method of connecting to ley lines to borrow power, they had also made a series of restrictions to require the Shinto spirit mediums to ensure that the ley lines they had used did not generate feelings of dissatisfaction. In other words, after borrowing the power of the ley line here, she could not leave this place directly for at least the next week. She would need to use this week to appease the ley line until the local one had completely recovered its power before she could leave. If she borrowed too much spiritual power, it would naturally take more time. I hope this business trip only lasts a week, Hiragi Inori calculated in her mind, and at the same time took out the ritual tool for communicating with the ley line, sat down near the shrine, and began to establish a connection with the ley line here. However, as soon as she sat down, she felt a deep resentment from the depths of the ley line. As expected, the spirit of Kano Yuko had indeed signed some kind of contract with the ley line here before she died, which was how she could transform into a vengeful spirit and survive until now with the support of the ley line. It was just that 10 years ago, when her mother came to investigate, the resentment left by Kano Yuko in the ley line was not too strong, and it was even much cleaner than the ley lines in many places. Therefore, her mother had only prayed for and purified the ley line here a little before leaving, and had also stated in her report to the higher-ups that the vengeful spirit here did not pose a high threat. Who would have thought that in just a short 10 years, the vengeful spirit of that Kano Yuko would have grown to its current extent? And now, the problem her mother had left behind back then had fallen to her, the daughter, to bear. She couldn't borrow too much power and had to leave a portion of her power to restrain those resentments. After sealing Kano Yuko, she would also have to purify the influence she had on the ley line over the years. Hiragi Inori thought to herself, and then began to try to establish a connection with the remaining part of the spiritual power that had not been polluted by resentment. However, she was still somewhat worried in her heart. Was this power enough for her to seal the vengeful spirit of Kano Yuko? But she didn't have time to think about these things now, because she was still concerned about Miyachi Hikage and the other person outside, who had attracted Kano Yuko's attention by some unknown means. She also didn't know how long they could last, but the ley line here was influenced by Kano Yuko's vengeful spirit, so it probably wasn't the type that could be easily connected to. In short, she had to speed up now. Hiragi Inori put away her extraneous thoughts, and after reminding Kano Kiri behind her, she devoted herself entirely to the process of establishing a link with the ley line. The originally somewhat bright basement, following Barato's actions, became dim again. In this heavy darkness, Itakaiji felt that his concentration had never been as focused as it was now. Even though his phone was unusable now, he found that he could accurately judge the time that had passed in the basement by relying on his own heartbeat. But what was the use of this? In this state, Itakaiji's thinking also gradually became much clearer. He had already judged that the reason why the vengeful spirit of that Kano Yuko had left here just now was probably because his boss had discovered that he couldn't contact him outside, so he had made some noise, which had alerted her. He really hoped that his boss could withstand the pressure of that vengeful spirit. But at most, his boss had only known about these things for half a month longer than him, which was why that Nanami-san had sent Hiragi Inori over to help. Who knew that Hiragi Inori would be trapped in the basement of the old school building first and unable to get out? Now his boss and the suspected boss wife were outside. How could they escape this female ghost? Itakaiji thought pessimistically in his heart. However, just as the 30th second of the 8th minute after they entered the basement passed, a sound suddenly came from above the basement again. With this sound, Itakaiji felt the urge to wet his pants again. Could it be that his boss had already been dealt with, and that female ghost was now back to deal with him? In the darkness, he tried to move closer to Hiragi Inori's direction. But in the next moment, as a somewhat dazzling light lit up in the basement, it was Kano Kiri who let out a cry of surprise after seeing the person who had come. "Grandma, why are you here too?" Itakaiji also finally saw the person who had come clearly at this time. The person who had come was indeed Kano Kiri's grandmother, and also the chairman of this CQ Academy, Kano Yukuriko. Upon seeing her arrival and discovering that the flashlight she was holding could still be used, although it had only been a few minutes in the darkness, Itakaiji couldn't help but feel a little teary-eyed when he saw the light again. He tried to take out his phone again. The phone was still unusable. If he had known, he would have brought a flashlight with him too. This modern technological device was really not as useful as a simple flashlight in this place. While Itakaiji was complaining in his heart that the phone was useless, Kano Kiri was already walking towards her grandmother. As she walked towards the light, she reminded her grandmother not to come down. After all, her grandmother was already in her 70s this year, and it was Barato too dangerous for her to come to a place like this alone. And below was Barato's skeleton. There was no need to let her grandmother see such a distressing sight again. It was better to quickly take her grandmother upstairs and wait for Hiragi Inori-san to wake up. However, just as she was about to walk back to the basement door, Itakaiji in the basement suddenly realized that something was wrong again. Since Kano Yukuriko appeared until now, had she not said a single word? In this past month, although Itakaji's performance in the camera had always been quite pathetic, about 30 to 40% of it was actually for show, an effect he deliberately put on under Miyachi Haikuji's guidance. In fact, although he had been a bit arrogant recently because he had earned some money, it had only been a short time, and he still cherished the opportunity Miyachi Haikuji had given him. In the past few weeks, when he had nothing to do, he had also, on Sakakibara Kuchi's recommendation, gone to the video store near his home to rent some classic horror discs and forced himself to watch them alone. Although he had nightmares every day, he had indeed gained some basic awareness in this area. Kano Yukuriko's side could obviously see them in the basement. No matter how she got here, and whether the room outside was locked again after discovering Kano Kiri and the others' whereabouts, she should always say a few words to ask her. She was now just waving the flashlight around in the basement, letting them in the basement see her face. This reaction was too strange. Therefore, after realizing this, Itakaiji quickly opened his mouth to remind Kano Kiri to be careful. What? At this time, Kano Kiri had already walked more than half of the way up the stairs and was less than 10 steps away from her grandmother. After hearing Itakaji's reminder, she took another 2 steps before turning back to look at him with some confusion, telling her to be careful. Seeing that her footsteps had stopped, Itakaiji explained Kano Yukuriko's abnormality to her. "Chairman Kano, if you're okay, just say a word to us." As he said this, Itakaiji had already moved behind Hiragi Inori under the light. If this Kano Yukuriko was really transformed from the female ghost of Kano Yuko, then he could at least last a little longer here. And after hearing Itakaji's inquiry, Barato's heart couldn't help but tremble as she turned her head to look at the grandmother at the door. After Itakaiji was exposed, a strange smile appeared on her grandmother's familiar face. I was originally going to let you understand the pain I went through back then before taking control of everything you hold dear. But you guys are quite perceptive." As she spoke, Kano Yukuriko's figure quickly dissolved, and in the next moment, what appeared before Kano Kiri was the same terrifying figure she had seen in the old school building not long after she enrolled. Kano Kiri's feet were a little unsteady. If it weren't for the fact that she was leaning against the wall to barely keep her balance, she might have already fallen down the stairs. Hearing her words, and knowing that if it weren't for Itakaiji's reminder just now, she would probably have been controlled by Kano Yuko by now. Realizing this, she instinctively wanted to escape. But in her mind, she remembered the truth her grandmother had told her. Back then, it was indeed her grandmother at the entrance of this basement who had ordered those ignorant villagers to break Kano Yuko's grandmother's legs and throw her into the basement as part of a ritual for the so-called gods. For the past 60 years, her grandmother had always wanted to honor the memory of her predecessor, but the other had never shown any indication. Although she didn't know why the other had not made any move for 60 years, yet showed this extremely ferocious face today. But Kano Kiri knew that she could not escape now. After knowing the whole truth, she had already prepared herself in her heart. If the other's hatred could be resolved by her own life, she was willing to bear all this for her grandmother. She also really wanted to find out what Kano Yuko's grandaunt really wanted to do. And besides her own reasons, Hiragi and Nori-san in the basement was also still working hard, and she could not be disturbed at this time. Even if she couldn't resolve Grandaunt Yuko's hatred, if she could drag on for a little more time now, it might affect the fate of Hiragi and Nori-san and that Mr. Ito. Therefore, after leaning back slightly and adjusting her nervous emotions, Kano Kiri finally apologized to Kano Yuko in a guilty tone. "Yuko, Grandaunt, I already know the truth of what happened back then for my grandmother. I don't know what you want to do now, but if your target is me, I am willing to atone for my grandmother for her mistake back then." Chapter 186. Can you forgive all this? Unaware that Kano Yuko had split into two different individuals 60 years ago, Kano Kiri was still hoping to find a way to resolve the knot in the heart of the Kano Yuko before her. Even if she couldn't dispel the hatred in her heart, she wanted to coexist with her as peacefully as possible. However, although the Shadow Yuko at the entrance of the basement did indeed originate from Kano Yuko's hatred and resentment before her death, over the past half-century, the various different rumors of Yuko at CQ Academy had also become a part of her through word of mouth. Especially in the last 10 years, under the influence of the spiritual resurgence, by monopolizing all the negative emotions generated in the area around CQ Academy, her strength had been greatly enhanced. Centuredo, the Kano Yuko, standing here, after breaking free from the constraints of her main body, was now more like a brand-new cursed spirit condensed from the hatred of Kano Yuko before her death. So it was impossible for her to be swayed by Kano Kiri's heartfelt words now. Right now, she wanted nothing Barato than to destroy the girl who bore an 80% resemblance to the living Barato, using her as the first step in her revenge against humanity. After hearing Barato's words begging for forgiveness, the Shadow Barato once again let out a creepy smile. In the basement, Itakaiji urged the young girl, Barato, to retreat quickly. Although he was still Barato confused and didn't know what had happened back then. For him, the version of the story he knew was still the abridged version that Kano Yukuriko had told him before and the script version that Mayachi Hikage had fabricated. But from Kano Kiri's words and that Kano Yuko's reaction, he could still guess that there must be some truth hidden in between that Kano Yukuriko was unwilling to mention. But even if Kano Yukuriko had really done something to wrong Kano Yuko back then, this responsibility shouldn't be borne by a descendant like Kano Kiri. However, after hearing Itu Kaiji's shouts from below, Kano Kiri still remained where she was, and even tried to raise her head to meet the eyes of this ugly and ferocious Grandaunt Yuko at the entrance of the basement. This creepy smile lasted for more than half a minute. If someone with spiritual vision were here, they would be able to detect that the resentment power around the Shadow Yuko was still constantly strengthening. And the direction of this resentment powers movement was not the few people in the basement, but towards the direction of the ley line. She had originally wanted to use Kano Yukariko's image to deceive this girl, to let her feel what it was like to be betrayed by her most trusted relative before she occupied her body. However, because of the interruption of that filthy man below, her disguise was exposed. Of course, this did not have much of an impact on her mood. Anyway, the few people in the basement now were all going to die here. It was just that the order of death had to be adjusted a little. Among these three people, the one she hated the most was Kano Kiri, who looked similar to her main body. The one she disregarded the most was the man who had mixed in with Mayachi Hikage. The only one who posed a threat to her was the shrine maiden who was communicating with the ley line. So, she would start with this shrine maiden, then that man, and finally, complete the possession of Kano Kiri amidst her wails. To be honest, it didn't even matter if this man was left alive. Didn't that guy named Mayachi Hikage want to film the whole truth? He was able to find that hidden stone monument, and was also able to make Kano Yuko, the main body, realize what had happened back then, successfully freeing her from the final restraint ahead of schedule. Although for some unknown reason, she had not been able to consume Barato on the spot to become a complete being, Barato had indeed helped her. If he really had the ability, what did it matter if they were allowed to live and film this event? Maybe she could even absorb more negative emotions from the internet and become even stronger. So, this man's matter could be put aside for the time being. She would decide based on whether he knew his place. Anyway, the first one who had to die must be that shrine maiden. She remembered very clearly. 10 years ago, a shrine maiden had broken through the barrier she had hidden for half a century, found this basement that she did not want others to discover, Centuredo. A shrine maiden with a similar aura had come here again. She only needed to identify her for a moment to confirm that this shrine maiden should be the descendant of the one from 10 years ago. However, she was no longer the shadow who could do nothing 10 years ago. Want to borrow the power of the ley line? Then take it. However, if all the spiritual power in the ley line was affected by her resentment, would this shrine maiden suffer a backlash from the ley line? The shadow Yuko poured the malice in her heart into the ley line without reservation. And Hiragi Inori, who was sitting in front of the shrine, had originally been wholeheartedly communicating with the ley line in the final step of the process, and was about to select the spiritual power that had not yet been polluted for her own use. But who knew that at this final step, a change occurred? An incomparably turbulent resentment poured into the ley line, with no intention of competing with her for the ownership of the ley line. Instead, it targeted the clean spiritual power, using these pure negative emotions to affect this spiritual power. This move caught her off guard. She quickly realized that this must be the vengeful spirit of Kano Yuko who had noticed her situation and had launched a counterattack against her. This vengeful spirit of Kano Yuko was indeed not easy to deal with. Not only did she have a deep connection with the ley line here, but she probably also knew that she was unlikely to win against her, who had mastered the secret techniques of Shinto in a competition for the ownership of the ley line. So she simply used this method to pollute the ley line, making it impossible for her to borrow too much power from it in a short period of time. Either she had to consume her own spiritual power to first purify a part of the polluted spiritual power, or she had to forcibly use this polluted spiritual power. No matter which choice, it was obviously not the result she wanted. But Hiragi Inori also knew that she didn't have much time now. Even if it was polluted spiritual power, she could only forcibly borrow this power now. As she made her choice, Hiragi Inori suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the shadow Yuko at the entrance of the basement. A huge amount of spiritual power manifested on her body. Although a large part of it was somewhat turbid power, at this moment, her aura was indeed much stronger than Barato's. And seeing this shrine maiden ultimately choose to borrow this spiritual power polluted by her resentment, the corners of the shadow Barato curved into an even wider Barato menacing grin. So, letting her enter the basement was part of a deliberate ruse she had set from the very beginning. She had suffered a loss 10 years ago. How could she not have any defense against the methods of these shrine maidens now? When Barato hastily chose to establish a connection with the ley line, not even caring about the polluted spiritual power within it, her fate was already sealed. With a thought from her, the resentment in this basement, which served as Kano Yuko's burial place, immediately erupted. Hiragi Inori, who had just completed her connection with the ley line, only felt a huge pressure pressing down on her. Just as she was mobilizing her spiritual power to resist, she felt that the spiritual power she had just borrowed was not obeying her commands, and had even turned around and joined with Kano Yuko's resentment. Then, the severe suffering that Barato had endured before she Barato seemed to appear before her eyes. Was this an illusion created by Barato? No. From the activation of her technique to its effect, she had no ability to resist at all. Could it be this was her domain? Although a trace of clarity still remained in Hiragi Inori's heart, due to the influence of the Shadow Yuko's resentment, a trace of hatred for humanity also appeared in her heart, and she even gradually began to lose herself in the hatred. It wasn't just Hiragi Inori alone. All three people in the basement were simultaneously trapped in this memory. This could be considered a prototype domain similar to an innate domain that the Shadow Yuko had created in her burial place. However, as she had not yet evolved a special grade, she could only exert some effect here with the help of the ley line's power. But even so, against a spirit medium like Hiragi Inori, this incomplete prototype domain was already enough to suppress her when she took the initiative to borrow the power of the ley line. Looking at the three people who had lost themselves in the illusion she had created, with expressions of hatred gradually appearing on their faces, and were rapidly sinking into this illusion. The Barato gently touched Barato's cheek with her hands, which are covered in an ominous aura. Feel my pain and hatred from back, then carefully, and become the new me in the illusion. Only in this way, when I take her place later, can the connection between us reach its strongest point. With this thought, she approached Barato's side, having taken on Barato's form. Looking at the emptiness and lifelessness in her eyes, the Shadow Yuko slowly extended her hand towards her heart. However, at this very moment, an annoying voice came from the direction of the basement entrance. Stop! Although this was just a meaningless sentence, it really did force the Shadow Yuko to stop the action in her hand. The Shadow Yuko felt the instinctive reaction in her body and immediately turned her head with an even more twisted expression to look at the naive main body that had bound her for 60 years. Even though, because the other had realized her own existence and had unlocked the most crucial restraint on her, there was still an inextricable link between them. When the other's will was strong enough, it could indeed affect her actions in some situations. Seeing that her path of revenge was about to take this most critical step, but was once again blocked by her main body, the resentment on the Shadow Yuko immediately became even denser. Isn't it better to just wait for your end obediently? A violent force surged towards Kano Yuko's position, seeming to also want her to experience everything they had suffered back then in the illusion, just like the others present. But that mysterious power was still protecting her main body at this moment. As soon as this spiritual power touched her main body, it was as if it had hit an indestructible fortress, having no effect at all. Although the diary had been secretly placed in Miyachi Hikage's backpack just now, because Miyachi Hikage had not made any choice, the diary and Kano Yuko were still connected. In fact, if Kano Yuko wanted to, she could still summon her diary back from Miyachi Hikage's backpack. But Kano Yuko had no such thoughts. After confirming that this self of hers could not harm her for the time being, she slowly walked down to the basement, trying to wake up the few people there. Seeing her completely unaffected appearance, the Shadow Yuko couldn't help but sneer. They have already been completely immersed in our memories of the past. That power may be able to protect you, but you probably can't use that power to wake them up. After asking this question and seeing that Kano Yuko had no response, the Shadow Yuko knew that her guess was probably correct. Although that power was strong, it was obviously not a power that Kano Yuko could control at will. She had only simply obtained the protection of this power. Sensing that she had regained some ability to move, the Shadow Yuko pointed her finger at Kano Kiri, who was right beside her. You don't know this girl yet, do you? She is Yukiriko's granddaughter. Look at her appearance. Isn't she almost exactly the same as you were back then? Do you know what she said to me just now? She just told me that Yukiriko has told her everything, and that she came here to atone for Yukiriko's sins. The Shadow Yuko said in a sarcastic tone, trying to awaken the hatred in her main Boda's heart. She could see the conflict in her main Boda's heart at the stone monument just now. Therefore, at this time, she did not hesitate to add more fuel to this painful past. We'll let her live back then. Do you think her repentance over these 60 years is really sincere? If Yukiriko was really sincere in her repentance and wanted to use her whole life to atone, why did she instead ask her granddaughter to come and atone for her? Why didn't she come herself? Faced with such a sister, can you truly let go of everything and forgive everyone for back then? Chapter 187. Lending to Barato outside CQ Academy. As another Barato confronted the current Barato with memories of her past, Barato continued to sense the restless diary in his backpack. He took off his backpack and then made a show of rummaging through it. Seeing his actions, Fujimiya Kinomi could roughly guess that he was probably trying to find the thing that Kano Yuko had just placed in his backpack. She also put on a curious look and peeked in his backpack. But unfortunately, without the proper authority, it was impossible for her to see any trace of the diary in the backpack. All she could see was some filming equipment. Although a faint sense of incongruity arose in her heart, she did not show it. In the process, Mayachi Hikage had already taken out the Shadow Yuko's diary and briefly flipped through it. It was full of danger warnings about Kano Yuko's current overly agitated state. As expected, the Kano Yuko at this point in time was still in a state of avoiding everything. Even if she recalled the events of the past, she could not bear the memories and pain of that time. Thus, he activated his destiny skill once more, confirming everyone's safety. Fate was never set in stone, especially since Mayachi Hikage's appearance had caused these people's fates to deviate greatly from the past. Fortunately, the destiny skill that Mayachi Hikage used was originally a future trend displayed based on the choices people made at that moment. Before coming to film, and after meeting Hiragi Inori, Mayachi Hikage had used destiny to confirm everyone's situation. However, unlike before, where everyone's fate had some twists and turns but would not encounter too much danger in the end. Now, because of Kano Yuko's awakening and the Shadow Yuko breaking free from her restraints, everyone's fate had turned in another, more dangerous direction. Among the few darkened fates, perhaps only Itu Kaiji, that guy with a special fate, had a faint, strange red color seeping out from the darkness. Seeing this, Mayachi Hikage could only confirm for now that among the few people over there, probably only Itu Kaiji was confirmed to not be in too much danger. At most, he would break an arm or lose an eye, but with the treatment methods from the jiu-jitsu world, such injuries were of a level that Gojo Satoru could easily repair. And he had also left a protective talisman on Itu Kaiji. That was an enchanted card to which he had attached the mental shock effect of the card master's yellow card, plus a trace of Hammond power. If Itu Kaiji was truly in mortal danger, that card could also buy him a chance to escape. However, seeing the red warning text constantly appearing in the diary, before that always late Gojo Satoru arrived, it was really hard to say if there would be any casualties in the basement. So just stop warning me here. It looks like you're tilted. Mayachi Hikage held Kano Yuko's diary and muttered to the thin booklet, "You've already overdrawn once. If you really think the situation is urgent, why don't you just overdraw again and open a layer of mental protection?" As a proponent of good E&Ds, Mayachi Hikage was naturally willing to see the stories he had experienced around him have a relatively perfect ending. If they really couldn't hold out until Gojo Satoru arrived, Mayachi Hikage could only have his yellow temperance disguise itself as another vengeful spirit to stir up trouble. However, as Mayachi Hikage muttered to the diary in his hand, The Gray Diary seemed to have also confirmed his identity. Highest authorities consent detected. This diary's diary loan authority is temporarily open to the holder, Kano Yuko. Please note, if the diary holder is unable to clear the diary's debt within the limited time, the diary will take compulsory measures against the holder. Seeing the words that suddenly popped up, Mayachi Hikage's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. How come even systems can have a small loan function these days? It seemed to be a special function that would only be unlocked after the diary's authority reached a higher level. So in the future, the diary might also come up with a bunch of functions to induce the holders to spend ahead of their means. Thinking of a group of girls burdened with a loan of reading value, this was not a problem that could be solved by being a customer service representative like a certain Ms. Takamatsu. But since you, Kano Yuko, personally handed this diary to me, then let me make this decision for you. You don't want to sink into the pain of the past again? Then let me lend you a small loan to save your life first. As for what to do if Kano Yuko, who currently has no other means of earning reading value, can't repay the loan in the future, at worst, she would just have to accept the diary's punishment. The diary would at least leave a way out for people. Mayachi Hikage muttered this in his heart, and then decisively chose to open the diary loan authority. Then, as the first person to experience the diary loan function, he saw the function's interface. The function was indeed quite simple. The diary loan would provide various loan projects for different diary holders to loan more reading value, to help speed up one's training when one had obtained new power but had insufficient reading value. The consumption of this function was not large, and one could even borrow it for free to a certain extent as long as it was repaid within the specified time. However, Mayachi Hikage felt that in the future, other functions might appear along with it, giving this loan reading value function a more specific role. Next was loaning the future. By consuming reading value, one could know a certain possibility of the future to a certain extent, allowing one to make a decision before things happened. This should be the main consumption direction for those girls in the future. Mayachi Hikage studied this function carefully and knew that this thing could not let these girls know their complete future and could only be used for specific matters. It seemed to be a replacement version of the destiny skill that Mayachi Hikage had just obtained, only able to see the near future, not the more macroscopic changes in fate. In other words, if those girls who had obtained the diaries wanted to know their original fate, they could still only obtain information from the diary he wrote. And after that was loaning strength. The function was naturally also very simple. To obtain strength far beyond one's current level for a certain period of time. It was clear that this kind of expensive project was definitely for life-saving at critical moments. With this function, as long as one was willing to pay a sufficient price, one could really become a true loan champion. After briefly checking the loan information, Mayachi Hikage did not hesitate much. The current Kano Yuko probably didn't even know what reading value was. Even if she knew, she wouldn't have the strength to change the current crisis. In that case, what else was there to say? They'll pay for the upgrade. JPG. Holding Kano Yuko's diary, Mayachi Hikage went ahead and arranged a special grade package for her. Of course, he was still lenient with the time, considering that Gojo Satoru would probably be here in at most about 10 minutes. He only got her a lowest level 10-minute trial package. According to Kano Yuko's current strength, a 10-minute special grade package was expected to consume 100 reading value. This was a discount for the first try, which was equivalent to the first-time purchase in a game, enjoying a half-price discount. It was equivalent to normally being able to exchange 20 reading value for 1 minute of special grade strength. Although this special grade was only the most watery kind of special grade, it wasn't the kind of special grade among supernatural beings that could steadily suppress a special grade vengeful spirit, but the weakest level among special grade vengeful spirits. Only power, no realm, no combat experience, and of course no domain. A special grade package that came with a domain ability would start at 100 and above. After all, this was the ability that truly treated enemies without a domain as small fry. The current special grade package for Kano Yuko only provided her with the resentment power of a special-grade vengeful spirit, and it was a one-time use. This power would diminish with each use. It would not be replenished after being used up and would automatically disappear after the time was up. But to have the strength of a special-grade vengeful spirit, when facing vengeful spirits below special grade, was already enough for Kano Yuko to have a sufficient advantage. As long as she had some combat awareness, just by radiating this power in the same way as the Shadow Yuko, she could suppress those vengeful spirits below special grade, making it difficult for them to exert their original strength. As for 100 reading value, it was indeed not much. According to the speed at which the other girls accumulated reading value, even without commissions, they could save it up in a little over a month. And for someone like Shina Mishiro, at her current speed, she could earn enough 100 reading value in about a week. So at that time, he could find a way to lure Kano Yuko to Tokyo and compete for commissions with the first batch of diary girls. He believed that everyone would not mind this kind of thing, knowing that she still owed the diary so much reading value. Mayachi Haikage muttered this in his heart. Fujimiya Kanomi put the diary back in the backpack. Although she had noticed Barato staring at it for less than half a minute, she wondered whether it contained a secret. But having already learned too many secrets on Mayachi Haikage's side tonight, she did not say anything, just quietly stayed by his side. After Mayachi Haikage raised his head again, she then asked him if the so-called reinforcements could arrive here before the others were in danger. Hearing this, Mayachi Haikage looked far away at the direction of the basement with his own eyes. It's hard to say. If they can arrive within 10 minutes, there shouldn't be a big problem. What Mayachi Haikage was referring to now was not the safety of Itakaiji and the others, but the safety of the Shadow Yuko. After all, although the Shadow Yuko had strength exceeding that of an ordinary grade 1, she had not yet reached the level of a special grade. Originally, she was only able to constantly compress Kano Yuko's living space by relying on her own strength being higher than hers. Thus, the Barato version of Barato successfully broke free from Barato's control after recalling the past. If Barato's power had been slightly stronger, her influence over the Barato would have been Barato apparent. Therefore, when Mayachi Haikage opened his eyes again and looked at the location of the basement, the scene before him had already changed again in just a short minute. At the entrance of the basement, Kano Yuko's situation was already very bad. Although her spirit, under the protection of the diary, could not be overcome by the other's resentment. But as the Barato clearly brought up the events of the past again and even deliberately revealed Barato's fate, Barato's own spirit immediately began to become unstable due to her own inner turmoil. The Barato, she recalled the pain of her past life. The more she felt her spirit seemed to be fragmenting. If this continued, she would even split her current self again, leaving only the self that knew nothing and was also weaker. But just as Kano Yuko was suffering from a splitting headache due to the pain of her past life, and the Shadow Yuko, not far away, was showing a greedy expression, wanting to absorb the other's fragmented soul again to strengthen herself. An incomparably powerful force inexplicably emerged from Kano Yuko's body. The Shadow Yuko, who had just approached Kano Yuko, was directly blown away several meters by this violent force. And in the face of this huge power originating from Kano Yuko, the spiritual power in the ley line that was originally controlled by the Shadow Yuko also subconsciously completed the transfer of the controller, moving from the Shadow Yuko's side to Kano Yuko's. And the illusion she had originally set up was also forcibly shattered in the face of this powerful force. The first to react from that endless hatred and pain was naturally Hiragi Inori, who was protected by her spiritual power and Miko uniform. The moment she woke up, large beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead. If this continued, she would probably be completely assimilated by Kano Yuko's resentment in less than half an hour. However, before she had time to think carefully about how she had broken free from the other's illusion, in the next moment, because of the power that Kano Yuko had erupted with, she also felt as if she had been hit by a heavy blow, and her body was violently shaken back. Fortunately, She had the ancestral Miko uniform of the Hiragi family, which helped her block a lot of the damage. Otherwise, with just that one blow, she would probably have been knocked unconscious again on the spot. As for Kano Kiri and Itakaiji was fine. Because he was standing behind Hiragi Inori, the main force of the attack was borne by her, so he did not suffer much damage. And Kano Kiri was not so lucky. She was struck by the Barato and sent stumbling to the side of the shrine. Just as she had escaped the illusion of pain and hatred, she was overcome by Barato's outburst. The Barato, who had been pushed back several steps, looked at her own Barato with a somewhat dazed expression. Her true form's power had clearly been drained to less than 10% over the years of her extraction. And just now, she had clearly been on the verge of a spiritual collapse due to what she had said. Why could she suddenly erupt with such a huge amount of power at this time? This is definitely at the level of a special grade, right? Feeling the almost insurmountable chasm between her own power and the power erupted by the other, the Shadow Yuko's gaze towards Kano Yuko became even more twisted. She had worked so hard for so long and was still just one step away from special grade. But her own main body could actually secretly hide a special grade power, only revealing it at the very end. Even the Shadow, whose heart was filled with only hatred and pain, couldn't help but feel a sense of grievance at this moment. This is too unfair. This is bullying a ghost, isn't it? Chapter 188. The Shadow Yuko's scheme compared to the even more twisted sense of imbalance in the Shadow Yuko's heart. On Kano Yuko's side, she was originally still feeling pain and conflict over her past memories. This sudden surge of power also caught her completely off guard. It was a faint reminder in her brain that this seemed to be a special power that the diary she had obtained had temporarily opened for her because it detected that her current situation was very dangerous. And this power seemed to have a time limit. To be honest, the original Kano Yuko was still immersed in her painful memories because of the Shadow Yuko's words and was suffering greatly for it. But when this incomparably turbulent power gushed out from her body, the current Kano Yuko had no mind to dwell on these memories anymore. Her entire focus was on controlling the power within her body, to prevent herself from losing control and directly destroying the entire old school building. After all, no matter how watered down it was, what she possessed now was genuine special grade power. Destroying an old school building like this was no problem at all. She did her best to gather this power with her spiritual body and temporarily put aside the memories of her past life. She was indeed not yet able to let go of everything from the past, but she was certainly unwilling for this other self of hers to arbitrarily vent the hatred in her heart on these innocent people. However, after meeting the Shadow Yuko before, just by looking at her actions, she could intuitively feel the power gap between the two of them. Without power, when facing this self, there was simply no way to stop her actions. The only method Kano Yuko could think of now was to adopt the same plan as the Shadow Yuko. The Shadow Yuko wanted to use herself as the main body to completely absorb her existence, but had failed due to the diary's protection. So, could she also, through a similar method, on the premise that they were originally one, find a way to absorb a part of the other's power from the Shadow Yuko, thus giving herself the ability to negotiate with her? Therefore, when the Shadow Yuko reminded her of these painful past events again, she also tried hard to make herself accept this self from the past that she couldn't accept, this self filled with hatred in her heart, and then in reverse, absorb the other's power. However, after so many years, Kano Yuko found that she seemed to have gotten used to that carefree life of the past, where she did not have to worry about anything. Even though those experiences were part of her past, remembering them now made her discomfort stronger than it had been before her Barato. Given everything she had endured, how could she possibly bear the burden of her darker memories? Who had endured all this for more than half a century and had also absorbed a large amount of negative emotions to become even stronger, let alone taking back power from her, she herself was almost assimilated by her first. Fortunately, with the help of the diary, She now temporarily possessed a power stronger than this self before her. With the blessing of this power, Kano Yuko could first put aside the conflict in her heart and face this self before her with all her being. Kano Yuko thanked the diary from the bottom of her heart for lending her this power, not yet realizing how much debt she had taken on for these 10 minutes of power. She did her best to restrain her power. In the 60 years, she had been a ghost floating in CQ Academy. She had long since gotten used to her identity and some of the special powers she had acquired after becoming a spirit. Although this power was lent to her by the diary, she only felt a little awkward when she first started using it. Except for the beginning, when she was still in an emotionally out-of-control state and couldn't control it. After she came to her senses, she could already control herself relatively well. What she had to do now was to solve the problem of this self before this power dissipated. Looking at the self not far away, whose aura was a bit hazy, Kano Yuko walked up to her with a somewhat complicated expression. If she were to go all out now, with the assistance of a shrine maiden by the shrine, there was indeed a high probability of directly erasing this ugly self. However, Kano Yuko couldn't bring herself to do it. The other may no longer be so pure, but in the beginning, she was indeed a part of Kano Yuko's soul that had been split off. She was the main body of Kano Yuko's soul, and also the side that escaped from reality. In order to forget the ugly image she had shown before she died, she, who wanted to escape, split off her negative emotions, which became the shadow Yuko before her. During this long period of time, she, the main body, had forgotten everything and had spent day after day peacefully in the campus. Whenever she felt tired of it, she would subconsciously split off these negative emotions and pass them on to the shadow Yuko's side to ensure her own purity. And what about the shadow Yuko's side? Although the other wanted to devour her, Kano Yuko's heart was only filled with sorrow. After all, from the very beginning, she was abandoned as the evil and ugly part, and could not be perceived by her, who was deliberately avoiding it. She also had to serve as the emotional trash can for her, the main body, and all the students of CQ Academy, bearing the pressure and negative emotions of generation after generation. For 60 years, Kano Yuko really didn't know how she had endured it. Therefore, after obtaining a strength greater than the shadow Yuko's, she only ensured that the shadow Yuko before her would not do anything dangerous to the others in the basement, and then placed her gaze on Hiragi and Nori around the shrine. Miss Shrine Maiden, do you have a way to resolve the hatred in this MES heart? Hearing the inquiry from the Kano Yuko, who looked more normal, but whose displayed strength was too excessive, Hiragi and Nori was a little slow to react for a moment. But she quickly realized the possibility of this situation. A soul splits into two different individuals, good and evil. The good individual suppresses the evil individual, and then because the evil individual's aura is more conspicuous. So, for so many years, although Kano Yuko had always exuded the aura of a vengeful spirit, she had never really done anything evil. If it weren't for the spiritual resurgence, relying on the spiritual power of the ley line and the rumors that had been circulating in CQ Academy for decades, Kano Yuko's spirit could probably have maintained this stable state until the ley line here changed, that is, when the old school building was demolished. Having figured out the change in Kano Yuko's soul, although Hiragi Inori was still a little strange as to why this normal Kano Yuko could possess such powerful strength, she glanced at the shrine beside her and quickly found a reason for her in her heart. The Kano family was a family of priests and had once worshipped a true god. To have died tragically in front of this shrine where a god was once worshipped, and to have become a spirit because of a contract signed with the ley line. Perhaps at this time, her priestess bloodline had also played some role, which was what allowed her to possess such powerful strength. In the heart of Hiragi Inori, who had not seen the conflicted and helpless appearance that Kano Yuko had shown in front of the shadow Yuko, she now believed that it was because she had sensed that her evil self wanted to vent her inner hatred on them, that she had appeared before them and rescued them from the illusion. Thinking of this, Hiragi Inori looked again at the shadow Yuko, who also seemed to have been deterred, looked at the resentment on her body, and then shook her head with some helplessness. Although our lineage has techniques to purify filth, we don't have a very good method for this kind of situation. The Shadow Yuko was, after all, a super grade 1 vengeful spirit, and she also had the awareness and wisdom of an ordinary person. Under such circumstances, unless she could understand it on her own, it seemed that the only way to resolve the hatred in her heart was to find a Zen spiritual teacher to chant sutras for her day and night and guide her toward salvation. But even so, it was not certain whether it would succeed, especially for a wronged soul like Kano Yuko. Without any fault, the villagers, in order to avert disaster, joined with her own sister to offer Kano Yuko as a human sacrifice to a non-existent god, letting her fend for herself in this basement. Under such circumstances, as the Shadow Yuko, who was born from Kano Yuko's evil side, trying to reform her would probably be much more difficult than trying to reform a special grade vengeful spirit. In the history of Zen Buddhism, there have also been monks who failed to reform a vengeful spirit and were eventually led into demonic ways by the spirit. Therefore, compared to chanting sutras for salvation and reformation, it was clear that physical salvation and reformation were much more efficient. Hiragi Inori sighed and told Kano Yuko the method she knew. So, in the end, the best solution was for her to bear everything the other had endured over the years. Only then would it be possible to resolve this hatred. After hearing this answer, Kano Yuko's expression also looked a bit bitter. Then do you have a way to seal me? She could not bear her past now, but since she had recalled everything and realized that although avoidance might be useful for a while, she would eventually have to face all this. Unwilling to eliminate herself, the only thing she could do now was to seal her away and then face her after she had made all the preparations. With the help of that magical diary, she should be able to welcome that day soon. However, as this thought arose in Kano Yuko's mind, on the other side, the Shadow Yuko, with her vacant eyes, finally understood all the reasons. So, all these changes were brought about by that mysterious diary. Although her main body had recovered her memory with the help of that Myachi Haikage and had realized the connection between them, but she seemed to have overlooked just how close their connection was. Now, because of that diary, the connection from her side to the main Boda's side had been unilaterally intercepted. But the main Boda's connection to her, or rather, interference, had not been cut off because of this. This could be seen from the fact that when the main body was in a state of high mental concentration, it could still briefly control her actions. At the same time, the negative and pessimistic attitudes that arose in the other's heart would also be more easily transmitted to her side. Therefore, after she had put herself in the position of a shadow for a long time and carefully received the information and negative emotions that Kano Yuko had unconsciously revealed, especially the guilt of the other not wanting to eliminate her, the Shadow Yuko already knew the source of the other's power. That diary, what was its origin? The Shadow Yuko didn't need to know. She only needed to know that her foolish and naive main body would actually want to actively give up such a power, and that her main body had now placed the diary that only the two of them could see in that Myachi Haikage's backpack. In other words, as long as she could find Myachi Haikage's whereabouts, she would have a chance to snatch the ownership of that diary from him, controlling the fluctuations in her heart to prevent her thoughts from being seen through by her main body or that shrine maiden. The Shadow Yuko patiently waited for an opportunity. And on Hiragi Inori's side, after hearing Kano Yuko's thoughts, she immediately said that she could seal the Shadow Yuko in the shrine. You originally became like this because of the shrine. The shrine is very suitable as a vessel for the seal. However, if it's for a long time, it will still be easy for her resentment to leak out and affect the nearby ley line again. Hiragi Inori felt the turbid ley line under the shrine. Although the ley line itself had a certain self-repair ability, if it was not purified quickly, vengeful spirits and cursed spirits would be Barado likely to proliferate on this land in the next few months, and the ordinary people living here would also be Barado likely to suffer some undeserved disasters. If the Barado was sealed here, then she would have to come and check the seal every year or half a year to ensure that it would not loosen. A year or half a year? Kano Yuko nodded, feeling that this time should be enough. She asked Hiragi and Nori to prepare, and she would help control the Shadow Yuko. According to the diary, as long as she read the diary every day, she could continuously become stronger. A year later, she should be able to find a way to make this self-hatred dissipate. And hearing Kano Yuko make such a decisive choice, Hiragi and Nori was a little caught off guard. However, the strong resentment on the Shadow Yuko could not be concealed, and if it weren't for Kano Yuko's intervention, she might have been lost in the illusion created by her by now. So after getting Kano Yuko's response, Hiragi and Nori no longer hesitated and prepared to begin the sealing ceremony. And it was at this moment that the Shadow Yuko finally showed her fangs. You clearly have such powerful strength, yet you still can't bear your own past. So you want to seal me away? No problem. I was originally just an ugly remnant soul that you discarded, split from the negative emotions you were unwilling to accept. As the main body, you can of course arrange my fate as you please. However, just now, before I came here, I had already prepared a gift for our last enemy. It's just a pity that I won't be able to personally see the scene of her going to hell. Barato was slightly taken aback when she heard the Barato's words. What did you say? The Barato smiled darkly, looking at Barato. Don't you know who I'm talking about? Do you think that in that patch of woods just now, why did I suddenly leave? It was because that woman who should have vanished 60 years ago came here, and I was originally planning to use her power to start our long overdue path of revenge. Chapter 189. Gojo Satoru arrives after the Barato's words fell. Barato already knew who she was talking about. If she hadn't recovered her memories, she might not have remembered these things. In the plague that swept through the entire village back then, the villagers who had participated in the human sacrifice incident, whether by a twist of fate or perhaps some curse originating from before her death. In short, in the months after her Barato, the villagers who tried to escape the plague eventually succumbed to it one by one. In a way, their remorse and resentment before passing became one of the nutrients for Barato's birth as a spirit. In just 1 year after that Barato Great Plague, the only person who knew what had happened back then was Kano Yukuriko. Then, after the plague, Kano Yukuriko, who became the last remaining person of the Kano family, rebuilt the village in remorse, and gradually turned that village into the city it is today. However, during these years, Kano Yuko, who lived in CQ Academy, would subconsciously escape from and forget those memories she was unwilling to remember. So Kano Yuko, who subconsciously did not want to see Kano Yukuriko again, had not appeared before her even once in these 60 years. For years, Kano Yukuriko had seen only the Barato, known as Barato, who carried all the hatred. Listening to the Barato's explanation, Barato realized she had likely missed something important on her way there. Her target should have been Kano Yukuriko. But where was she now? Why hadn't she seen Kano Yukuriko's figure on her way here? Could it be, as she had said, that she had already made a move on Kano Yukuriko before she arrived? She certainly had not let go of what had happened back then. But when she had just become a spirit, she ultimately could not bring herself to kill her own sister and let the Kano family's bloodline disappear completely from this world. Now, more than 60 years had passed, and her own sister had already reached an age where she was close to the grave. In a few more years, when Kano Yukuriko passed away and this old school building was demolished, for Kano Yuko, this could be considered the power of time smoothing over all past entanglements. Perhaps this was also the reason why she chose to forget and escape back then. If now, this self before her really took that step, then she, as the main body, would truly never be able to let this matter go. Under the agitation, Kano Yuko seemed to have lost control of her power again. And taking advantage of the gap when Kano Yuko's mind was unstable again, the Shadow Yuko also used her familiarity with the ley line to directly detonate the spiritual power in the ley line that she had polluted and assimilated with her resentment. Suddenly, with the basement of the old school building as the center, a violent tremor quickly spread outwards. This old school building, which had existed for nearly a century, also began to crumble under this sudden vibration. Even Mayachi Hikage and the others outside the school could faintly feel this shaking. Feeling this tremor, Fujimiya Kanomi once again tightly gripped Mayachi Hikage's arm. And in the basement, which was the center, the commotion was naturally even greater, especially the three people standing next to the shrine. If it weren't for Hiragi Inori's high level of concentration and subconsciously deploying a protective formation, the moment the ley line's spiritual power went berserk, perhaps she could have survived with the defense of her Miko uniform. But Itu Kaiji and Barato, two ordinary people without any defense, would have suffered terrible harm even if they had narrowly escaped. She looked at the Barato-esque position with an angry expression, only to find that after doing this, she had taken the opportunity to escape from this place the moment they were distracted. She gritted her teeth and sighed in her heart that these vengeful spirits with special grade potential were indeed one more cunning than the other. But now was not the time to dwell on the Shadow Yuko's escape. With the chaos of the ley line, the impact just now was just an appetizer. As the spiritual power and resentment continued to clash, staying in this place would not only have the possibility of being harmed by the spiritual power at any time, but the possibility of a backlash from the spiritual power when using it in this place would also be greatly increased. Not to mention that this old school building had long since reached the end of its service life and had only been left here without being demolished for Kano Yuko's sake. Under such circumstances, if they didn't leave here quickly, perhaps the next moment they would be buried here. She looked at Kano Yuko on the side. It could be said that it was Kano Yuko who, after the ley line became chaotic, had then used her power to stabilize the situation here, temporarily preventing it from collapsing directly. Kano Yuko's expression was also particularly complicated at this time. She had not expected that that self of hers could do such a thing. She used the power in her body to barely control the current situation and then reminded Hiragi Inori to quickly take those two people and leave this place. Hiragi Inori's side was still thinking about how to take two unconscious people out of here. Fortunately, Itu Kaiji, who had not suffered much damage from the impact just now, also regained consciousness at this time. He had not yet figured out the situation when he saw Hiragi Inori on the side pick up Kano Kiri and quickly said to him, "If you're okay, let's get out of here quickly." Itu Kaiji was about to nod in agreement, but when his eyes fell on Kano Yuko at the entrance of the basement, he who had just been scared by the Shadow Yuko immediately became a little timid again. Although that evil spirit now seemed to be much more pleasing to the eye than before, he could still tell from her physical characteristics that the two should be the same person. He quickly looked at Hiragi Inori with an inquiring gaze, wanting to find out what was going on. Could it be that when they were unconscious and trapped in the illusion created by that female ghost, Hiragi Inori had reached some kind of agreement with this female ghost? Seeing Itu Kaiji's trembling appearance, Hiragi Inori could only quickly explain the current situation, telling him not to worry about her identity. In other words, there are two female ghosts, one good and one bad. Now the good one is stronger than the bad one and has scared the bad one away. However, the bad one, before running away, blew up the ley line here. Now this place could collapse at any time, so they have to hurry and leave. After learning what was happening, Itu Kaiji looked at Barato again. Seeing her nod, he immediately searched for the things he had brought with him, confirming that although his phone had not yet recovered its signal, its other functions seemed to have been restored. It seemed that the original female ghost had really left this place. So he also planned to leave this ghostly place quickly. But after he stepped onto the stairs, he hesitated for a moment and looked back at the crumbling shrine and the skeleton that had been left here for a full 60 years. Then he turned his head and asked Hiragi Inori on the steps, "Can you give me another half a minute? I want to take a picture of this place." After all, after they left this place, it would probably collapse completely, and they had already finished filming and recording the other locations of this old-school building in the afternoon and evening. Only this basement, if they missed it, they would probably have no chance in the future. As he said this, he took out the new camera that Mayachi Hikage had given him before entering this old-school building, trying to capture the scene of this basement. But after looking at the camera for a few moments and feeling that it was not easy to use, he still took out the new phone he had recently bought. Although in terms of pixels and shooting effects, the videos taken by the phone were obviously not as good as the cameras. But compared to the camera that he had only used a few times, he was more comfortable with the phone's shooting method. And on the steps, Hiragi Inori was so angry that she almost wanted to laugh when she heard Itakaiji's brainless statement. At a time like this guy could still remember to film. He was obviously so scared when he first found out about all this. Why has he become so dedicated to his work now? However, just as she was about to call Itu Kaiji back, Kano Yuko at the entrance of the basement took the initiative to nod at him. My power can probably last for another 2 or 3 minutes. If you really want to film this place, then hurry up. In her conversation with Mayachi Hikage on the back hill, Kano Yuko was very grateful to him for awakening her memory. Although she had not seen the videos he had filmed, she could feel his serious attitude. If he wanted to film her story, then let him show all the truth as completely as possible, including the self who was trapped in the basement and could never be freed. After getting Kano Yuko's consent, Itakaiji also continued to film with his mobile phone. Even he himself didn't know what he was thinking. He had just faced a life-threatening crisis and had even been controlled by that hateful female ghost, personally experiencing the despair and pain of her before she died in the illusion. After waking up, for the sake of his own little life, he should indeed leave this place quickly. But recalling everything he had felt in the illusion, he had the urge to record all this and let everyone know this story. Trying to record everything in the basement from the perspective of the Barato in his memory before she Barato. The quiet ruins, the old shrine, leaning against the wall, clearly only a few meters away, but the steps and the main door of the basement that were always unreachable. Looking at Itu Kaiji's actions, Hiragi Inori also seemed to see something in him. This guy seemed to be not as ordinary as he looked before. Or was it because of the experience just now that he had also awakened some unique talent? Barato could only be certain that Itu Kaiji's ability was definitely not related to Shinto or Jujitsu. She couldn't perceive anything else. Using the memory of the illusion he had just personally experienced as a reference, Ita Kaiji was very fast. In just a little over 2 minutes, he had filmed everything that needed to be filmed. Although the effect was not very good, this was the limit of his ability. Under Hiragi and Norris' repeated urging, Ita Kaiji ran up the steps and out of the basement. Without the Shadow Yuko's mischief, the way out of the old school building was smooth. They successfully left the previously sealed chairman's office and then ran all the way out of this long-abandoned old building. And almost as soon as they left the range of the old school building, after less than half a minute, as Kano Yuko withdrew her power, another wave of shaking came from the old school building, and it looked as if it was about to collapse. Hiragi Inori wiped her forehead. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary action would cause such a big mess? There was such a big problem with the ley line here. It probably wouldn't calm down for a year or so. After she went back, she would probably have to write several reports just on this matter. But just as she was waiting for the collapse of the old school building from a distance, a particularly lazy male voice suddenly sounded from behind them again. "Quite a commotion you've made. Looks like I'm a little late again. Are you all okay?" Without having noticed at all how the owner of this voice had appeared behind her, Hiragi Inori subconsciously took out the talisman in her arms, but after seeing the person's appearance, she was stunned for a few seconds before she realized his identity. Gojo Satoru? Among the new generation of supernatural beings in the inner world, Gojo Satoru's fame was still very great. After all, his achievements and strength were laid out there. Since the spiritual resurgence, the main reason why the Jiu-Jitsu world could stand out among the major forces in the inner world was because of the existence of Gojo Satoru. There were even rumors in some places that it was because of the birth of Gojo Satoru, this strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer, that this world had ushered in the spiritual resurgence. Of course, similar rumors also appeared in other places with the names of other new generation powerhouses. Anyway, why would this great god appear here at this time? But Hiragi Inori quickly thought of Mayachi Hikage. Does the Jujitsu world side value that guy, Mayachi Hikage, that much? Because he might have been in danger, they directly called Gojo Satoru over to put out the fire? So that guy, Mayachi Hikage, also has special grade potential? Thinking of this, Hiragi Inori saw that Gojo Satoru had already walked towards the increasingly violent spiritual power of the old school building. Hiragi Inori was about to remind him to be careful, but then she realized that this was Gojo Satoru, who had dealt with no less than 100, if not dozens, of special grade cursed spirits. There was no need to worry about her. She just reminded him from a distance that the ghost staying in the old school building was a good one, and not to accidentally hurt her. Gojo Satoru should have heard it. He waved his hand at them with his back to them, and then disappeared from their sight. Looking at this eye-patched man whose style seemed to be completely different from theirs, Kaji's side was still thinking of asking Hiragi Inori about his background. But in just a few short seconds, Gojo Satoru's side had already appeared with one person in each hand, and his other hand was open, controlling another person out of thin air. After getting closer, Kaiji recognized that the person he was carrying was the already unconscious Kano Yukuriko, and the one he was controlling with his other hand was the now constantly struggling Kano Yuko. The current Kano Yuko actually still had a trace of special grade power left, but even a complete special grade vengeful spirit would not pose much of a pressure to Gojo Satoru, let alone Kano Yuko, who had temporarily obtained power through a loan. After Gojo Satoru put down the one person and one ghost, Kano Yuko also realized the gap between her and this eye-patched man was more than 10 times greater than the gap between her and the Shadow Yuko. Faced with a powerhouse of this level, the fact that the other had not erased her on the spot already meant that he had no intention of killing her. Therefore, after regaining her freedom, the first thing she did was to check on Kano Yukuriko's condition. Although it had been a full 60 years that she had not truly met this younger sister of hers. But the connection between their bloodlines allowed her to realize that Kano Kiri was Kano Yukuriko's granddaughter, and also allowed her to recognize that this elderly woman now was her younger sister. At this time, Kano Yukuriko's condition did not look very good, and Gojo Satoru also made an explanation on the side. She should have been controlled in that mirror in the office as soon as she entered that school building, and, until just now, she should have been suffering in some kind of illusion created by that vengeful spirit. He said this, and then looked at Hiragi Inori. You're the local shrine maiden, right? He'll leave the matter of contacting the hospital to you. An old person of this age has experienced these stimuli. I'm not sure if her spirit can still hold up. Then he glanced at the few people in front of him again, confirming that Kaiji was not the target he was looking for. All right, the principal said that he awakened a teleportation ability and left the school through that power. He should be outside the school now. He muttered this, and then asked Hiragi Inori's group, can you contact that Mayachi-kun? At this time, Kaiji finally remembered that he should report the situation here to his boss. And the overtime pay for this time, it seemed that he had to renegotiate it. He quickly nodded and dialed Mayachi Hikage's phone. Soon, a somewhat tired voice came from the other end of the phone. What, that female ghost just found you? Boss, are you okay? Kaiji asked Mayachi Hikage in a panic. Mayachi Hikage's tone now. Could it be that he was seriously injured? I'm fine for now, just a little exhausted. I found a way to shake off that female ghost. I'm at the place where we park now. You be careful over there, too. I just called for another helper. As long as that helper arrives, we shouldn't have to worry about our safety. Kaiji looked at Gojo Satoru and quickly said that the helper had already arrived. Then he quickly told Gojo Satoru where Mayachi Hikage was now. Gojo Satoru just heard what he said and probably understood the situation. So, he had just encountered the vengeful spirit that had escaped from the school outside. But Mayachi Hikage should have escaped again with his teleportation ability. The reason for his exhaustion should be that he had just awakened his ability and then used it continuously. This kind of situation could probably be recovered after a good day's rest. Gojo Satoru left a sentence, "They'll go take a look," and then flashed again to Mayachi Hikege's current location. Chapter 190. The unresponsive diary. Gojo Satoru quickly saw Mayachi Hikege leaning against the car, a look of exhaustion on his face, and in his arms, a girl who looked like she had passed out. He compared him with the photo that Yagamazamichi had given him, and after confirming that this handsome youth was the Mayachi Hikege he was looking for, Gojo Satoru walked over to his side. "Can you still stand up? Need my help?" Gojo Satoru glanced at the girl's condition, confirmed that she should have only fainted temporarily due to some psychological shock and was not in any mortal danger, and then asked Mayachi Hikege. Mayachi Hikege had, of course, seen Gojo Satoru appear before him in a flash from a distance. He sized him up carefully. He looked no different from his impression. White hair, black clothes, wearing a mask. He shook his head at him. "I'm just not familiar with the ability yet, so I'm a little tired. It's not a big problem." Then he pointed his hand towards the alley about 500 meters away. "The spirit of that Yuko found us there just now and attacked us. I barely managed to teleport away with Konomi. I just don't know if she's still over there now." Seeing that Mayachi Hikege could still maintain a stable mental state at this time, Gojo Satoru carefully sized him up again. Perhaps because he had just completed his awakening, his spirit and body now seemed to be in a period of transformation. Mayachi Hikege, who in the file had a physical aptitude with barely grade 1 potential, was now, under the influence of some unknown power, rapidly transforming his body. Even without considering his spatial teleportation ability, it seemed that he might be able to reach the level of a special grade just by relying on his own body. "This era really keeps producing all kinds of geniuses," Gojo Satoru muttered to himself, and then told Mayachi Hikege to stay here while he went to the alley he had mentioned to look for traces of that vengeful spirit. The alley was indeed a mess, with a rather obvious fluctuation of resentment power left behind, as well as an almost imperceptible special power, which should be the power from Mayachi Hikege's teleportation. However, Gojo Satoru carefully sensed it on the spot, but could only feel a faint resentment power fleeing in another direction. And this resentment power dissipated after fleeing for a kilometer or two. It seemed that the other party had sensed some threat and had hidden itself. For this kind of vengeful spirit that was single-mindedly focused on hiding and running away, it was quite troublesome even for Gojo Satoru to track it down and would take a lot of time. It seemed that he could only start from the other main body of that vengeful spirit. Gojo Satoru thought, and then looked at the backpacks scattered on the ground in the alley. This should be what Mayachi Hikege had left behind before teleporting. He simply helped him pack it up and then returned to the car with the backpack. That vengeful spirit may have sensed my presence, so it has already fled in a hurry. Gojo Satoru had no intention of hiding his strength. After all, he had teleported and flash-stepped all the way here. This method naturally couldn't control the cursed energy in his body from leaking out. Perhaps on his way here, some newly born vengeful spirits and cursed spirits had been erased by the aftershock of his cursed energy. Konoe Yuko, this super grade 1 vengeful spirit, clearly had intelligence no less than that of a human. It was normal for her to choose to run away when she sensed danger. He threw the backpack back to Mayachi Hikege. "Your backpack. See if everything inside is still there." Mayachi Hikege nodded, then casually flipped through his backpack. "It's basically all here, nothing's missing." Gojo Satoru had originally wanted to chat a little more about his ability, since he would most likely be his student in the future. But as he had spent some time coming and going, Kaiji at this time had also run out of the school. After seeing the collapsed Mayachi Hikege and the unconscious Fujimiya Konomi, he also quickly took out the car keys and opened the car door. "Boss, should we take Fujimiya-san to the hospital?" Mayachi Hikege looked back at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru waved his hand. "Although I don't think it's necessary. If you're worried, it's fine to take her for a checkup, but it's not suitable for you to go." Mayachi Hikege's body was currently in a transformation period after awakening. A normal hospital would definitely not be able to find any problems. Only then did Mayachi Hikege turn his head, stand up, and slowly carry Fujimiya Konomi to the back seat of the car and put her down then continued to ask Itakaiji, "Then let's not send her to the hospital for now. But how's the situation on your side? Is everyone still safe?" Itakaiji immediately began to explain what he had experienced in the past hour with animated gestures. Being trapped in a room he couldn't leave, being pulled into an illusion by the evil Kino Yuko to feel her hatred, and being unable to break free with all his might, and then being saved by the kind Barato, and finally, the evil Barato fleeing in panic. He still wanted to show off the things he had collected in the basement, but Barato waved his hand, saying that he had no energy to look at these things now, and that they should talk about it tomorrow. So Chairman Kano's situation is more dangerous now? Maiachi Hikage frowned, and then glanced at Itakaiji. "Forget it. Your driving skills are not good. It wouldn't be good if something went wrong with you helping. But let's go to the school first and see if there's anything else they need help with." Maiachi Hikage wiped his forehead. It seemed that because of the rest just now, his condition had recovered a little. It was only at this time that Maiachi Hikage turned his head again to invite Gojo Satoru into the car, and at the same time, took the opportunity to ask about his identity. "A teacher from Jujutsu High. Anyway, Gojo Satoru-san, thank you so much for rushing over at this time." After Gojo Satoru introduced himself, Maiachi Hikage also showed a grateful attitude. Gojo Satoru waved his hand carelessly. "After all, you're a talent, our principal values, and you might become my student in the future. You don't need to worry too much about this kind of thing." He said this, and then sat down in the passenger seat without any hesitation and fastened his seatbelt. "Then let's go back to the school together. I happen to have some questions for that Yuko." Since the matter had been resolved, and there would be no more crisis for the time being, he naturally no longer planned to use the power of teleportation. Itakaiji naturally knew that this Gojo Satoru must be a very important person, so after Maiachi Hikage was seated, he drove the car up the slope in front of CQ Academy's main gate. Kanokiri had not yet regained consciousness. Although her condition was not as serious as Kano Yukariko's, it was definitely a bit worse than Fujimiya Kinomi's. Barato was still in the school, checking on Kano Yukariko's condition. As for Barato, looking at the two people lying on the ground, one was a younger sister who had wronged her 60 years ago. The other was a Kano descendant who looked exactly like her. Looking at these two people, her heart could not calm down at all. She just wanted to get away from them, preferably to never see them again. But she couldn't leave now. Due to the chaotic disruption of the ley line, she still maintained her connection to it, but the ley line could no longer restrict her range of movement. It could be said that as long as her power was sufficient, she could continue to exist in this world. But it was precisely because of this that, even without restrictions, she could not leave this place for the time being, because this was Kano Yuko's main base. With the ley line in chaotic disruption, the only way for her to obtain the power to continue to exist was through the rumors about herself in the school. Before the ending of the Shadow Yuko was determined, she naturally could not leave, lest the other party come back here to draw power after she had left. Only after everything about the Shadow Yuko was completely settled could she leave this place with peace of mind. But if I had that diary, maybe I could speed this up. When she thought of that diary, Kano Yuko also saw Itakaiji and the others driving into the school, and, after getting out of the car, Maiachi Hikage was carrying the backpack with her diary in it. But as she tried to sense the whereabouts of the diary, then she was stunned to find that until a few minutes ago, she could still vaguely feel it, and could even summon it with a single thought. But now, although she could still sense the connection between her and that diary, she had lost the ability to summon it. Could it be my imagination? Kano Yuko floated in Maiachi Hikage's direction. Seeing this female ghost staring at the backpack in Maiachi Hikage's hand, Gojo Satoru also seemed to have noticed something, so he did not intervene. Maiachi Hikage naturally knew Kano Yuko's purpose, but he had deliberately left his backpack in the alley and had already prepared his excuse. He handed his backpack to Kano Yuko with an apologetic look, and once again told the truth he had fabricated. He was attacked by the Shadow Yuko. In a hurry, he escaped from there using his newly awakened ability, but he accidentally left his backpack behind. When Barato heard this, her anxiety grew. That version of her had noticed the diary in Barato's backpack from the beginning. Her purpose in running away was to snatch that diary from him. Noticing that the expression on Kano Yuko's face was not right, Gojo Satoru also came over. What did you put in his backpack before? But because she was still nominally the owner of the diary, she was still enjoying the diary's indiscriminate shielding function and could not explain it to anyone. She anxiously explained for a long time, but Gojo Satoru on the side could only roughly understand that Kano Yuko's side had a powerful magical tool that could resist the Shadow Yuko's mental invasion and could probably provide her with powerful strength at critical moments. But as a price, she could not describe the situation of that magical tool in any form. Sounds like some kind of special grade curse tool with a built-in binding vow, Gojo Satoru judged. Although he wouldn't worry about a special grade curse tool, he couldn't stay in Saitama Prefecture to track the Shadow Yuko's trail. At most, he would report this matter and let the Jujutsu higher-ups and the Shinto higher-ups discuss how to find the trail of that vengeful spirit. But this kind of search would generally not yield any results. If those guys were so easy to find, the number of special-grade vengeful spirits and cursed spirits that had died at his hands would have at least doubled by now. In the end, it would probably just be sending a special grade spirit medium over to help repair the ley line, and then sending a grade 1 priest over to rebuild a shrine in this vicinity to defend against the Shadow Yuko, who could return for revenge at any time. The good news was that the Kano Yuko before him might have a chance to be promoted. After all, her connection with the ley line of this place was too deep. After the shrine was established, although she could not become the guardian deity of the shrine, she would also be qualified to have a statue and a shrine as a divine messenger. However, he didn't need to worry about this kind of thing. After all, there was still Hiragi Inori, the genuine shrine maiden here. After Gojo Satoru stated the possible future arrangements, so that Kano Yuko no longer had to worry about the matter of her other self, her expression looked a little lost. So, after living in a muddle for 60 years, without having yet been freed from the past, she could still become a so-called deity? Until the ambulance took the unconscious Kano Yukiriko and Kano Kiri away, she had not recovered from Gojo Satoru's explanation. She just stood at the school gate watching the ambulance leave and ignored the thanks that Hiragi Inori expressed to her. Seeing that Kano Yuko had no reaction, Hiragi Inori knew that her heart was still full of confusion, so she left her here to continue thinking. She, on the other hand, was on the phone with her mother with a bitter face, reporting the situation on her side and asking the higher-ups to send someone over to help repair the ley line. After all, she was not a special-grade combat power like Gojo Satoru, who didn't need to consider anything other than taking action. The current Gojo Satoru, after casually setting up a ceiling barrier to prevent the influence of the ley line from spreading further, had gone to find a place to eat a late-night snack. And she would probably have to stay here tonight to sort out the spiritual power of the ley line, and would definitely have to write a bunch of reports to explain the situation here later. Fortunately, besides the dazed Kano Yuko, there were also Maiachi Hikage and his group who could accompany her here. Because they had gone through so much tonight, even Itu Kaiji, who had not suffered much damage, was clearly showing signs of fatigue after the effects of the adrenaline wore off. Naturally, it was impossible for them to drive back to Asahigauka for more than an hour. They were planning to make do in the school's infirmary for one night tonight and leave tomorrow after they had recovered their spirits. After refusing Maiachi Hikage and the others' offer to help, Hiragi Inori waved her hand at them. You guys should go and rest. There are still a lot of things to clean up tomorrow. At first, Ita Kaiji patted his chest and said that he had no problem now. But after entering the infirmary, he was still bragging to Maiachi Hikage one moment, but as soon as he had tidied up and laid down on the bed, and his head had just touched the pillow, in the next moment he was already letting out a faint snore on the bed. Seeing Itu Kaiji sleeping so soundly, Maiachi Hikage shook his head and then took out his diary in the darkness. Then, from his own diary, he pulled out the gray diary with Kano Yuko's name on it. Now it was time to see how the Shadow Yuko felt being sealed in his diary. Chapter 191. The Shadow Yuko who was forced to carry debt in the darkness. Looking at the diary in his hand, Mayachi Hikage felt that the Shadow Yuko had truly run into 8 lifetimes of bad luck to encounter such a thing. Let's turn back time a little. Before Gojo Satoru arrived, just after Mayachi Hikage had processed the loan for Kano Yuko, and the Shadow Yuko was being suppressed by Kano Yuko's explosive increase in power. The Shadow Yuko, through her connection with Kano Yuko, mistakenly believed she had figured out the truth behind her main Bota's sudden surge in strength, and had already begun searching for Mayachi Hikage's whereabouts. Although she indeed did not possess that sudden, powerful surge of her main body, she was in fact far more skilled in using her own power, all in order to absorb and counter-devour her main body as soon as possible. So at that time, she was waiting for an opportunity to escape, while covertly using the polluted spiritual power in the ley line to investigate Mayachi Hikage's whereabouts. Although she was a bit surprised that Mayachi Hikage could actually bypass her control over the school and escape, she still quickly found his location a few hundred meters outside the school through the ley line's perception of abnormal fluctuations. Then, just as Hiragi Inori and Kano Yuko were about to join forces to seal her, she first used Kano Yukuriko's name to attract Kano Yuko's attention. She was, of course, full of hatred for Kano Yukuriko, but what she wanted was not simply to make her suffer, but to torment her in every possible way, and finally end things after she could no longer extract any negative emotions from her. Therefore, after discovering Kano Yukuriko's arrival, and after she had entered the old school building, she took control of her and made her experience her own pain in an illusion. Only then did she go to the basement with Kano Yukuriko's appearance, preparing to take Kano Kiri's body. But who would have thought that the original plan would be forced to change twice because of a small diary? Having made up her mind to first snatch the ownership of the diary and wait until Kano Yuko's power was exhausted before taking revenge, she then chose to detonate the power of the ley line, catching them off guard, and then took the opportunity to escape. After sensing that Barato, as expected, did not immediately chase after her because she was worried about the safety of those ordinary people, the Barato even felt a rare sense of satisfaction. And this feeling of satisfaction lasted until the moment she appeared in front of Barato. The only thing that dissatisfied her was that Barato still maintained that calm attitude at this time. He even seemed calmer than before. His appearance really made the Barato feel displeased. After all, she could feel a trace of negative emotions from Hiragi Inori, but Mayachi Hikage was the only exception. She really wanted to let this guy enter her illusion and see if he could still be as calm as he was now. However, now that she had destroyed the ley line, she could no longer use illusions on others, unless she could become a special grade, vengeful spirit now. So, she had no other thoughts right now, only to conveniently get rid of Mayachi Hikage and take the diary from him. With this diary, as long as it could provide her with a little help, her strength, which was already much greater than Kano Yuko's main body, would definitely allow her to become a genuine special grade in a shorter time. It was just that her luck today was really not good, especially when she launched an attack on Mayachi Hikage, and he took the initiative to take out that diary. You want it? Then you should have just asked me for it. Why did you have to resort to violence? As Mayachi Hikage said these incomprehensible words and threw the diary directly to her. A reminder also seemed to appear in the Shadow Yuko's mind. Resistance to one's own debt detected from the diary holder. Activating forced execution mode. Following this prompt, the Shadow Yuko then felt 80% of the abundant resentment power in her body be drained in just a short instant. Then, before she could react, that guy Mayachi Hikage directly stuck a strange talisman she had never seen before onto her. By the time she regained consciousness, she found that her spirit had already been inexplicably sealed inside that diary. To this day, all she knew was that she seemed to have inexplicably owed this diary a debt that she had no idea how to repay. And until she paid off the debt, she seemed to be unable to escape the control of this diary. She tried various methods, only to find that she could do nothing but think inside the diary. Was this the main Boda's conspiracy from the very beginning? Did she deliberately let her discover this diary and then use this method to lure her into a trap? Trapped in the diary, the shadow Yuko couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. It was just that she couldn't perceive any changes in the outside world from within the diary and could only wait for a final judgment in this void. And in the infirmary, Mayachi Hikage, the mastermind behind all this, actually found it quite novel at this moment. The ownership of this diary in his hand did indeed belong to Kano Yuko. But because Kano Yuko had split into two different personalities, the diary was not directly presented to either Kano Yuko when it was issued. Instead, it landed next to her cenotaph, waiting for one of them to discover its whereabouts. Under Mayachi Hikage's guidance, it was Kano Yuko, the main body, who saw the diary first, obtained the corresponding authority, and thus escaped the future of being devoured by the more powerful Shadow Yuko. But the Shadow Yuko was not immediately judged as a non-diary holder at this point, because the diary's shielding mode had no effect on her. When she realized the change in Kano Yuko and rushed over, she had clearly seen the diary in Kano Yuko's hand. In other words, she was still qualified to seize the ownership of the diary. But because she had been apprehensive before, she ultimately chose not to act, and instead only made her move after Mayachi Hikage had completed the loan procedure for Kano Yuko. Then something that made Mayachi Hikage feel even more awkward occurred. Although when Kano Yuko held the diary, the Shadow Yuko was judged as a threat, automatically triggering the diary's defensive measures. But when Mayachi Hikage had set up the strength loan for Kano Yuko, and the Shadow Yuko, who wanted to forcibly take the diary, appear before him, he discovered that the accounts of these two Kano Yukos were in a state of subtle interoperability. It was like a point card-based game, where two game characters were created at the same time, and both characters used the same point card. Then one of the characters used some method in the game to get their game time into the negative. In this situation, even if the other character's account had just been registered, they obviously wouldn't be able to log into the game again. However, it seemed that on the diary's side, Mayachi Hikage, the administrator, could directly decide which character would repay the debt. Or rather, whichever Kano Yuko currently held the diary would have to bear this debt. So, after knowing this, Mayachi Hikage, in a spirit of experimentation, handed the diary to the Shadow Yuko. And then, the Shadow Yuko, who was detected to have a tendency to default and was internally resisting repaying the debt, bore the diary's punishment on behalf of her main body. 80% of her resentment power was extracted as the first wave of interest for resisting the debt, and then Mayachi Hikage, the administrator, took the opportunity to exercise his authority. After confirming that his actions were acceptable, he used his sealing talisman to place a mysterious Barado named Barado inside the diary. Until she paid off her debt, she was required to work for the diary as its guardian spirit. It could be said that after swindling under the name of the mysterious person for more than a month, Mayachi Hikage had finally obtained his first Horcrux today, although the soul sealed inside was not his. But Mayachi Hikage didn't mind. It was just that Fujimiya Kanomi had to suffer a little in the process. Almost immediately after sealing the Shadow Yuko, Mayachi Hikage had already thought of the follow-up operation. The Shadow Yuko snatches the diary and flees. Because the ownership of the diary was placed on the Shadow Yuko under Mayachi Hikage's management, Kano Yuko's side was temporarily unable to summon the diary back. Mayachi Hikage had yellow temperance, which could disguise his own expression so as not to reveal any flaws. At the same time, Barado imitated a trace of Barado's power, creating the illusion that she had escaped and vanished. When Barado noticed that his spirit was weakening, it was actually because he was transferring power to Barado to make the disguised Barado convincing. When the other noticed that his physique had become stronger, it was because he had slightly undone some of the seals on his own body. He had indeed never actually seen those newly awakened supernatural power users. But these were things Shinomiya Kagaya and the others had learned from the school after enrolling at Barato and then posted in the chat group. It was clear that Shinomiya Kagaya wanted to design a set of simulated development exercises for the girls in the group that would be as realistic as possible and would not be noticed by others. This was to allow the girls in the group who had thoughts of entering the inner world to do so more safely. Thanks to Shinomiya Kagaya, Maiachi Haikage had indeed obtained a lot of useful information and had completed his own artificial awakening process one step faster than her. And he had indeed just obtained the power of the Car Master template in the last 2 days, so he was naturally confident in pulling off a perfect disguise. But Fujimiya Kinomi did not have such consummate acting skills. Under such circumstances, having her faint directly was the best disguise. And after briefly explaining to Fujimiya Kinomi that he needed her to cooperate with an act, and that she might have to be inconvenienced by fainting, she agreed to his request without a second word. This might be the only chance I have to know Haikage's secret, since you've requested it of me. As your older sister, Senchuredo, the power of Barato, was still Barato valuable than a certain Do-D using Do-Chi to nourish a young girl's meridians. In this era of supernatural awakening, to be able to undergo such a marrow cleansing from him, even if she didn't awaken supernatural powers, at least maintaining eternal youth and high spirits would not be a problem. After taking care of Fujimiya Kinomi, Maiachi Haikage slowly padded out 2 more diary entries, and then also posted a few episodes of the Ultraman Tiga videos he had just gotten yesterday. Then, he finally tried to open Kano Yuko's diary. Today's diary had indeed been refreshed. However, as expected, he could not get reading value from it. Instead, he was reminded to please hand the diary to its holder so they could complete the reading. And then he was ignored by Maiachi Haikage. Let the Shadow Yuko read the diary, help her get reading value, and escape early? He had finally gotten his hands on a quality research subject. How could he just let her go like this? Feeling that his thoughts were a bit like those of a great demon king, Maiachi Haikage shook his head. How could he be a demon king? This fellow, the Shadow Yuko, had only hatred and other negative emotions left in her head. Unless she could let go of her hatred on her own, or Kano Yuko, as the main body, could resolve the knot in her heart. Otherwise, if he let her out now, she would not thank him, but would only retaliate against more people with a vengeance. So, between directly evaporating her with his pure yang body and using her for research, waiting for a chance for her to be reformed, Maiachi Haikage, who had the virtue of loving life, naturally chose the latter. Anyway, let's see how much remaining value she has first. With a thought from Maiachi Haikage, he slightly loosened the seal on the diary. Immediately, a line of Barato text that looked full of resentment appeared in the diary. "You jerk! What on earth did you do to me?" Speaking in this form and constantly trying to break the diary's restraints, it was really becoming Barato like a Horcrux. "Yuko, shut up." With just one sentence from Maiachi Haikage, the blood-red text in the diary immediately faded. After a while, Maiachi Haikage continued to speak softly to the diary. "Look at you. It would have been fine if you had just escaped from the basement. Why did you have to come looking for me? I clearly let you save your life in that patch of woods on the back hill. Why did you still insist on coming here to throw your life away? Originally, this debt should have been repaid by your main body. But you, with your own blind eyes, came crashing into it. Well, in that case, I can only use you to pay off the debt. But don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Maiachi Haikage's reputation has always been well known. As long as you are obedient and cooperate with me to complete your transformation, I will still give you your freedom after your debt is paid off." Of course, Senchuredo was clearly not going to give in so easily, but there was still plenty of time. After Maiachi Haikage briefly let her out for some air, he closed the seal again, confining her within the diary. The next day, Maiachi Haikage still woke up very early. When he got up, it was not yet light. However, the execution power of the Shinto side was indeed quite high. After receiving Hiragi and Norris' report, they had mobilized a batch of priests from Tokyo and the surrounding shrines overnight to deal with the ley line issue. Although they still had to rely on the power of barriers, Mayachi Hikage, just by taking a quick look with his eye of destiny, could also sense that the ley line situation was basically under control. Of course, this was only the first step. It was like a building suddenly collapsing. Preventing the building's collapse from causing damage to the surroundings and cleaning up the ruins after the collapse was troublesome. But what was even more troublesome was that they needed to rebuild a new building on the original site to restore the normal operation of the ley line. Watching those priests and shrine maidens gather to discuss and research these issues, Mayachi Hikage did not go over to join in the excitement. He just greeted Hiragi and Nori from a distance, and then ran to the back mountain with his camera. The daytime and sunset scenes were finished, but not much of the night scene was filmed because of the commotion yesterday. He might as well go and get some more shots while it was still dark. Then, Mayachi Hikage saw Kano Yuko's figure again at the cenotaph on the back mountain. Kano Yuko was now sitting blankly on the stone monument carved with her name. There were some traces of digging under the stone monument. Obviously, the only person who could have dug at this monument was Kano Yuko herself. She was now holding a comb in her hand that looked rather old and was covered in dirt. This should be the item that Kano Yukuriko, who was unable to find the basement in the old-school building due to the Shadow Yuko's influence, and thus could not lay Kano Yuko's remains to rest, had brought as a memorial offering back then. Seeing Mayachi Hikage arrive with his camera, Kano Yuko just nodded slightly at him, and then continued to stare blankly. Mayachi Hikage didn't say much either, just took some simple shots nearby with his camera. It wasn't until after he finished filming and was about to leave that Kano Yuko asked him a question. "Is that girl's body okay?" Mayachi Hikage nodded at her. "No problem. She was just a little frightened. I checked on her when I got up this morning, and she's sleeping quite soundly now." "That's good." Kano Yuko sighed slightly. After a somewhat subtle silence, she began to tell Mayachi Hikage about Kano Yukuriko's situation. Kano Kiri has woken up, but Yukuriko's situation is not very good. After all, at her age, encountering such a thing must have been quite a shock to her. It seemed that Kano Yuko hadn't just been staring blankly at the school last night. She must have secretly gone to the hospital to check on Kano Yukuriko's condition. Her suddenly coming to talk to him about these things probably didn't mean anything else. She just happened to run into him when she wanted to find someone to vent her inner feelings to. Mayachi Hikage could feel the complex emotions in her heart. Mayachi Hikage listened patiently to her words, but he only acted as a listener and did not give any response to her thoughts. After all, with his personality, it was indeed difficult for him to feel much sympathy for Kano Yukuriko. He just asked Kano Yuko a question after listening to her explanation. That was, when his video was finished, did she want to see a complete and true story or a softened version that omitted the most painful details and preserved Barato's last shred of pride? Barato fell silent again. This choice seemed no easier than letting go of everything and forgiving Barato. I should be releasing this video at the end of Golden Week. If you don't have any other requests, I will release the edited version as I originally explained to Chairman Kano. After saying this, Mayachi Hikage nodded to Kano Yuko, and then, while it was still dark, he continued to complete the other parts of the filming. The last one to wake up was Itakaiji. He had slept for a full 12 hours and didn't crawl out of bed until 11 in the morning. When he woke up and saw the priests in the school, he couldn't help but show a curious expression. After all, he had only learned the truth of this world yesterday. Although the process was not very pleasant, he was still very interested in this world. If he weren't too embarrassed, Itakaiji would have wanted to take a photo with these priests and ask for their autographs. Stop looking. If you want, you'll have plenty of opportunities to greet them in the future, Mayachi Hikage said to Itakaiji. You should go over and sign the paper first, to promise you won't leak what happened yesterday. Konomi and I have already signed. Mayachi Hikage had indeed been busy with many things this morning. Besides filming, he had also taken the awakened Fujimiya Konomi to be questioned by the Shinto side, and the two of them had to sign a confidentiality agreement about the inner world. Of course, this agreement had no binding force. Or rather, this agreement did have a strong presence before the spiritual resurgence. and it did have a certain binding effect at that time. After all, at that time, everyone was living a tight life, charging for a whole day and running out of power after 2 or 3 minutes of use. If they didn't keep the secrets of the inner world, those supernatural beings who were all show and no substance would have probably found it difficult to keep even their last sanctuary. But with the spiritual resurgence and the rapid increase in the strength of supernatural beings, the binding force of this agreement gradually only applied to those ordinary people without supernatural powers. It could be said that the reason why this agreement still required supernatural beings to sign was also because the higher-ups of the inner world were also worried that the current spiritual resurgence was just the world's last dying flash. They had indeed become stronger now. A grade 1 supernatural being already had the ability to compete with a fully armed elite army, and those above special grade were comparable to humanoid nuclear weapons. Even though the outer world had also been secretly researching other supernatural powers, trying to seize them through modern means. But for now, this research still had a long way to go. The technology and supernatural weapons developed in modern times were almost unable to cause any damage to special-grade supernatural beings, like a powerhouse of Gojo Satoru's level. If he really went on a rampage, and the powerhouses of the inner world just stood by and watched, I'm afraid that even the destruction of all of Tokyo would not be able to stop him. But even so, the inner world was still relatively low-key now. This was because a part of the higher-ups in the inner world were originally supported by the higher-ups in the outer world, and they might even be related by blood. During the 100 years of supernatural decline, intermarriage and marrying into families between the higher-ups of the outer and inner worlds were very common. Another reason was that most of the supernatural beings in the inner world were indeed born and raised during the decline period and had an incredibly deep memory of how bleak the inner world was during that time. If they made too much noise now, and then suddenly ushered in an even more severe supernatural decline, then their supernatural families would probably find it difficult to continue to exist in the face of the outer world's armies. In short, this agreement was still being continued, and after Mayachi Haikage checked the situation on it and confirmed that there was no problem, he signed this agreement together with Fujimiya Kinomi. Then, Mayachi Haikage had a private chat with Gojo Satoru. He first briefly demonstrated the cardmaster's abilities in front of him, showing that his ability was not just simple teleportation, an ability related to fate, and it even derived a teleportation power from this ability. Gojo Satoru, after carefully observing the process of Mayachi Haikage using teleportation, accurately judged the truth. Even for someone as strong as Gojo Satoru, he still felt a little emotional about something as ethereal as fate, and it also seemed quite reasonable, according to the information that Nanami Kento had passed on to him. Before this month, apart from having an excellent mind and leading his village to prosperity, Mayachi Haikage's own physical constitution was not particularly outstanding. But after interacting with him a few times, Nanami Kento discovered that his luck, especially his financial luck, was ridiculously good. Picking up money on the street, winning the lottery. If he did nothing all day and just stood on the streets of Shibuya, he could probably live comfortably for a month just by picking up money. Now it seemed that the power he had awakened was related to fate, so his previous financial luck was probably just some signs before the ability awakened. What a practical ability. Although Gojo Satoru never had to worry about money. What if his luck also worked on other supernatural resources? No one would refuse a lucky star. I remember the god that the Kano family used to guard was Sakatama, which is a god related to fate. Although it completely disappeared 100 years ago, for you to awaken the power of fate here. Perhaps this is also some kind of guidance of fate. As he said this, Gojo Satoru was not surprised at all when he heard that Mayachi Haikage had no intention of transferring to Jujutsu High. Your power is indeed not cursed energy, nor is it spiritual power. If I had to describe it, it's more like the magic power used by those mages, but it's not completely the same. Although this power is still very weak now, it has been constantly improving your body and your spirit. With the help of this power, I'm afraid you'll only need a few years to become a special grade. But if you don't want to enroll in Jujutsu High, just with your teleportation ability alone, if it leaks out, there will probably be many forces who will take the initiative to seek you out. If they find out that your ability is actually related to fate, their attitude toward you will probably be even crazier, and they might even make some threats to you. You have to think about this clearly. Maiachi Haikage looked at Gojo Satoru. Many people now knew that he had awakened supernatural powers. But the only people who really knew the specifics of his ability, besides Konomi, were those few from the Jujutsu world. Even Itu Kaiji didn't know the specific information about his ability. He probably now thought that the card magic Maiachi Haikage had shown before was his awakened power. And Hiragi Inori, because she had long regarded him as a talent reserved by Jujutsu High, had not asked what ability he had awakened. After all, there were many abilities that allowed one to escape, so it was naturally hard to think of spatial teleportation. The same was true for the remaining Kano Yuko. And the few people who knew about his ability were Nanami Kento, Yaga Mazamichi, and the Gojo Satoru before him. These three were staunchly on the side of good, and were at odds with the Jujutsu higher-ups. They would not report these things. It could be said that as long as others didn't know his true ability and thought he was on the same side as Jujutsu High, he wouldn't have to worry about being coveted by others. And Maiachi Haikage had no intention of souring his relationship with these people. I don't have any strong feelings about becoming a Jujutsu sorcerer. Gojo-sensei, you should know my situation. My family's condition is quite good now. To ask me to become a Jujutsu sorcerer and eliminate those vengeful spirits, I don't really feel it, and I don't have much motivation. I'd rather spend more time thinking of interesting video content and filming a few more different types of videos. But my cooperation with Nanami-sensei has always been quite good, and I'm still very concerned about the situation in the Jujutsu world and the inner world. If Nanami-sensei is willing, I can pay a high tutoring fee to have Nanami-sensei as my tutor. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru also understood Maiachi Haikage's intention. He didn't want to be a Jujutsu sorcerer, to be bound by the missions of exorcising cursed spirits. But he also wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with Jujutsu High, so that everyone would think he was a part of the Jujutsu world and wouldn't lay a hand on him. Although Maiachi Haikage's idea was a bit greedy, Gojo Satoru felt that it was actually possible to achieve. Because Maiachi Haikage's video comment section was basically the largest discussion area for supernatural events in the country, and the authenticity of these supernatural events was relatively high. And the exorcism of these cursed spirits and vengeful spirits had also improved the combat experience of many low-level Jujutsu sorcerers. These would all be recorded in their files and could be used to raise their ranks in the future. So Maiachi Haikage continuing to film these videos was indeed useful to their Jujutsu world. And now Nanami Keno had been appointed by Yaga Mazamichi to be in charge of this matter, and had been complaining recently about working overtime for free all day for Maiachi Haikage's videos. Now that Maiachi Haikage was offering to pay Nanami Kento tutoring fees, it seemed that everyone's needs could be met. Chapter 193. Come on, Shadow Yuko, show us what you've got. Maiachi Haikage was actually quite fond of chatting with people of Gojo Satoru's personality, because even though you could feel a strong aura of showing off when he spoke, he had indeed been awesome from birth until now, and he treated everyone with this attitude, not looking at them differently or treating them differently because of their strength. Anyway, no matter how strong the other party was, there were few in the younger generation who were stronger than him. It was still very simple to deal with this kind of person. Even joking with him wouldn't be a problem. In fact, compared to topics about jujitsu and the inner world, he was actually more interested in talking about the situation in the outer world. For example, which detective drama was currently airing, which singers' songs he enjoyed, and where to find delicious pastries in Tokyo. When discussing these topics, he would subconsciously restrain his show-off aura. In short, in his mind, the importance of a delicious pastry was comparable to that of a special grade cursed spirit. This kind of personality would actually be quite popular in the ordinary world. And the reason why his reputation in the jiu-jitsu world was not very good, and why his students all had opinions about him, was because from the very beginning, the personalities of the vast majority of jujitsu sorcerers were not those of ordinary people. As mentioned before, if one's heart was not twisted enough, Jujutsu High would not let them go to school there to become a jujitsu sorcerer. In the eyes of those jujitsu sorcerers, Gojo Satoru, as the strongest, did not have the appearance of the strongest at all. The older generation didn't like Gojo Satoru's overly casual personality and saw him as a troublemaker. And the new generation who had been in contact with Gojo Satoru for a long time could not have the proper reverence for him because of this personality, and it was difficult to associate the words the strongest with him. A teacher who, apart from showing off, doesn't put on airs, is rarely seen in a serious mood, and often stands people up for various reasons, coupled with a group of students whose mindsets are not normal. And most importantly, a creator whose thinking is also problematic. The teacher-student relationship of Gojo Satoru naturally became as terrible as it was shown in the manga. Anyway, after chatting with Gojo Satoru for a long time about various topics, Mayachi Hikage, who also had a wide range of knowledge, could chime in on basically all the topics he talked about, and the two of them chatted with mutual interest. Especially when Mayachi Hikage mentioned the video production idea of a lonely gourmet. When talking about food, Gojo Satoru even felt a deep sense of empathy. After all, as the current strongest jujitsu sorcerer, with the mobility to quickly travel to other places, he naturally received many requests from all over Japan to go to various places to deal with special grade curse spirits that the locals couldn't handle. Traveling to various places to work alone and enjoying the hidden local delicacies after work, isn't this a portrayal of himself? Unfortunately, as a jujitsu sorcerer and an extremely famous one at that, although Gojo Satoru didn't need to care too much about confidentiality agreements, his strength was laid out there, which made it impossible for him to spare too much time to film these videos. The jujitsu higher-ups were even less likely to allow him to show his face on the internet. But even so, Gojo Satoru also expressed his hope that Mayachi Hikage must complete the production of this program, and even recommended many restaurants that he thought tasted good to him, feeling good about himself. In the end, it was a call from Jujutsu High. Gojo Satoru, who had other missions to complete today, reluctantly said goodbye to Mayachi Hikage, saying that they would talk in detail when he returned to Tokyo. And after Gojo Satoru left, Mayachi Hikage's side finally relaxed completely. The sealing talismans and the basic knowledge of sealing techniques that he had drawn, although they didn't seem to have any combat power boost, were indeed a very important, even core, power system in the world of Naruto. The Nine Tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body was sealed by the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The Orochimaru in the first part also had his hands sealed by the third Hokage, which triggered Sasuke's defection. Namake's Minato could even seal a sliver of his own consciousness in the cage that imprisoned the Nine Tails and meet his son in the sealed space, including the final boss, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was also sealed in the moon. The characteristic of sealing techniques was that they were difficult to get started with, but the upper limit was extremely high, and the concealment was also good. Mayachi Hikage had also been studying sealing talismans and sealing techniques day and night recently, and was now able to completely hide and seal even the traces of the sealing talismans. Even Gojo Satoru, without personally investigating his body, could not detect the hidden power in his body with the naked eye and cursed energy at close range. Since even a special grade like Gojo Satoru couldn't detect the problem with his body, then Mayachi Hikage would be even more confident in lying low on the side with his sealing techniques and stand in the future. Even Fujimiya Kinomi on the side could clearly feel the relief in Mayachi Hikage's heart. She had been knocked unconscious by Mayachi Hikage before she even saw Gojo Satoru last night, and then slept soundly in the infirmary until this morning. Apart from vaguely signing her name on that confidentiality agreement under Mayachi Hikage's guidance, she was not clear about the identity of the eye-patched man who had suddenly appeared and seemed to get along well with Mayachi Hikage. She only knew that he seemed to be the reinforcement Mayachi Hikage had brought in, and should be a very powerful jujitsu sorcerer. She didn't know anything else. It wasn't until after Gojo Satoru left that she secretly asked when no one was around, that she was surprised to learn from Maiachi Hikage that the eye-patched man just now actually had the title of the strongest. So, that performance of yours, did you successfully hide something in front of that strongest? After a brief moment of surprise, Fujimiya Konomi also secretly let out a light laugh at Maiachi Hikage. As expected, this girl saw through it again. Maiachi Hikage shrugged. We'll talk about it after we get back. Because of Gojo Satoru's guarantee. After Itu Kaiji also woke up and signed the confidentiality agreement, Maiachi Hikage and his group of 3 thanked Hiragi Inori, said goodbye, and left CQ Academy very easily. However, before going back, they still went to the hospital to visit the Kano grandmother and granddaughter. In yesterday's ley line rampage, Kano Kiri, who didn't have much protection, had suffered a lot of impacts and had some minor fractures. Fortunately, she was still in her growing phase, and these injuries would probably be healed after a week of rest in the hospital. As for Kano Yukuriko, she had not yet woken up, and her consciousness seemed to still be in a comatose state. But according to Maiachi Hikage's observation after turning on his X-ray vision, her life was not in any great danger. It was just that she had clearly experienced that past again in the illusion, and it was a role reversal, letting her personally feel the negative emotions that her sister had felt before she died. This overly realistic sense of immersion made Kano Yukuriko, who had experienced the illusion, subconsciously unwilling to return to the cruel reality. She would most likely become a vegetable in the future. Fortunately, she had already left a complete well before this, and in the past few days, she had left the land of CQ Academy to her granddaughter, Kano Kiri. With the Kano family being generally aware of the existence of Kano Yuko's spirit, it was believed that no one would object to the arrangements of this will. And similarly, in his meeting with Kano Kiri, Maiachi Hikage had also asked her about the content of the video. In contrast, although Kano Kiri also wanted to protect her grandmother's reputation, after she had also experienced the truth of the past in the illusion and had been saved by the kind Kano Yuko, her thoughts had changed. My grandmother told me the truth of what happened back then yesterday, and she was already prepared to atone with her own life yesterday to get Grand Aunt Kano Yuko's forgiveness. Although that evil Grand Aunt Kano Yuko escaped, there is still the kind Grand Aunt Kano Yuko who saved us in the school. Although I also know that even that kind Grand Aunt Kano Yuko probably hasn't let go of what happened back then. If we can reveal all the truth of what happened, I wonder if this can make her feel a little bit of relief. Kano Kiri responded to Maiachi Hikage, saying that although this truth would affect the Kano family's reputation in the local area, but as her grandmother's descendant, they were the ones who should always remember and face the mistakes made by their ancestors. I have received your thoughts, but I also asked Ms. Kano Yuko the same question this morning, and she hasn't responded yet. My video should be released at the end of the Golden Week holiday. Before I go back to Tokyo for school, I will come here again to ask for Miss Yuko's thoughts. Kano Kiri nodded with a complicated expression, saying that she would take the initiative to communicate with that Grand Aunt Yuko. After the hospital trip, Maiachi Hikage finally drove back to Asahigaoka in the afternoon. Although he hadn't come back last night, the Maiachi family had known about his independence since he was young. After he started filming videos, he would occasionally spend the night at the set. And the situation at CQ Academy had already been sealed off by the professionals sent by the Shinto side last night. The people living nearby would only know that CQ Academy was preparing to tear down that old school building, which was in disrepair during Golden Week. This news would naturally not reach Asahigaoka for a while. But after Maiachi Hikage's video was released, it was estimated that some people would connect this matter with his video. In short, after Maiachi Hikage returned, his parents just simply asked if the video shooting was going smoothly and didn't ask any other questions. After grabbing a bite to eat, Maiachi Hikage let Itu Kaiji continue to rest, and then went to the Fujimiya house first. Itu Kaiji's emotions were still relatively stable now. Although he had encountered danger, seeing that Mayachi Hikage's side could easily call in a big shot like Gojo Satoru for help, and that even these big shots seemed to be very concerned about the videos they were filming and even recognized his appearance. Itu Kaiji, who had always wanted to make a name for himself, was originally a person with a heavy gambling nature. His psychological work was quite easy to do. Tonight, he would drink with him, chat, and draw some new pies for him, add some bonuses, and the other would definitely not be willing to live the original life of working in a convenience store and barely being able to support himself for a month. For now, it was better to go and talk to Fujimiya Kinomi first, as his own person whom he had personally cultivated. Mayachi Hikage felt that he still had to let her know some things. There were no hitches in going to the Fujimiya house. He didn't even need to greet her parents to go to her room. After a simple nod and a word, Mayachi Hikage had already walked to the door of Fujimiya Kinomi's room. Fujimiya Kinomi, who had returned home, had already changed into a more comfortable set of pajamas and put on a pair of large, round-framed glasses. Her room was not filled with textbooks or other hobbies like other people her age, but with a pile of data charts from Asagauka Media and various network research data. As the operations officer of Asagauka Media, Fujimiya Kinomi had indeed sacrificed a lot for it. Mayachi Hikage remembered that she had originally joined the school's performance club, but because of his appearance, she was busy looking at data tables all day and really didn't have much time or energy to participate in other club activities. Seeing Mayachi Hikage's arrival, Fujimiya Kinomi also very naturally sat on the edge of her bed after opening the door and began to wait for his explanation. She had had so many things she wanted to ask today and had been holding them back in her heart without asking too much. Wasn't it just waiting for Mayachi Hikage to come and confess to her? Looking at Fujimiya Kinomi's "please start your performance" expression, Mayachi Hikage took out the diary, sealing the shadow Yuko, and placed it on the table. Of course, without the authority, Fujimiya Kinomi naturally couldn't see it. But unlike the passive, forced shielding of those girls, as the nominal owner and administrator of the diary, although Barato could not directly revoke Barato's authority as the diary holder, he could cancel the verbal shielding, allowing Fujimiya Kinomi to form an impression in her mind. She said, "You're saying there's actually a diary here? And it's this diary that has sealed that evil Barato?" Looking at the empty tabletop, Fujimiya Kinomi tried to feel for the place where Barato had just touched. Naturally, she couldn't feel anything because her hand passed directly through the diary and touched the tabletop. "You can't see it directly, but I can let the shadow Yuko out first and have her say hello to you." As he said this, with a thought, Mayachi Hikage released a sliver of the seal and said to the diary in front of him, "Come on, Shadow Yuko, show us what you've got." Chapter 194. Fujimiya Kinomi's speculation as the seal was undone once again. This time the Shadow Yuko could finally see the outside world again. She had just poked her head out of the diary and was about to destroy everything she could see around her with her ferocious appearance. But just as she had this thought, before she could even act on it, Mayachi Hikage had already given her an order directly through Yuko's diary. "Seat." With just one word, the Shadow Yuko obediently knelt on the ground. This was the treatment for someone who owed a debt to the diary and had also shown a rebellious attitude. Having the diary's administrator privileges, Mayachi Hikage could essentially order the Shadow Yuko around as he pleased. Of course, these orders would consume some of the debt, but normal use would still last for a long time. And even if it was really used up, Mayachi Hikage could just remotely grant another loan to Kano Yuko's main body. Anyway, the Shadow Yuko doesn't know how much she owes. Mayachi Hikage glanced at the Shadow Yuko, who satisfied the image of a female ghost in horror movies in every aspect. "And you should change this outfit of yours. Look at your main body. Isn't she quite pleasant to look at? Why do you have to put on such a lifeless expression all day?" He certainly knew that she herself was a mass of negative emotions. In order to make everyone who saw her feel afraid, her appearance naturally couldn't be very good-looking. Lifeless eyes, a scarred Barato messy, disheveled clothes, and you could even notice a strange, unsettling presence on her if you got Barato closer. This appearance, Even the current Fujimiya Kinomi couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate when she saw it in her own room with the lights on. But with her strength, it wasn't that difficult for a vengeful spirit of this level to change her image, and Mayachi Haikage's request was only for her to change into the appearance of her main body. Thus, in the next moment, a wave of black energy floated around the shadow Yuko. After about 10 seconds, a gloomy-type female, ghost with an appearance identical to Kino Yuko's, but with deadfish eyes staring fiercely at Mayachi Haikage, appeared before him and Fujimiya Kinomi. If the original Shadow Yuko was of a level where she would have to hold back even if acting in a horror movie, lest she really scare people too much, then the current Shadow Yuko was like that gloomy girl with long hair who you might occasionally see in school, always keeping her head down in the classroom and having no friends. Watching the originally fierce and ugly female ghost suddenly become much more normal under Mayachi Haikage's request, Fujimiya Kinomi's expression was also a little surprised. Although she had known from the beginning that Mayachi Haikage had gone through many changes in the past month and was definitely still hiding many things from her. But she really hadn't expected that this boy she had grown up with had silently acquired such great ability. It's not that I'm that amazing, it's just that this thing happens to counter her. My true strength, right now, is still far from that Barato. It's probably just a tiny Barato stronger than that Barato. Mayachi Haikage made a 100 million points, a tiny bit, gesture to Fujimiya Kinomi. Hiragi Inori, without the help of the ley line's power, indeed had a considerable gap in strength with him. Whether in close combat or a long-range battle, he had a 99 or higher chance of winning against her. His current hard strength, with the blessing of various power systems, was definitely above grade 1. It was just that there were few special grades in the jiu-jitsu world, and the techniques possessed by those special grade jiu-jitsu sorcerers were indeed quite exceptional. Mayachi Haikage, who did not yet have a domain, had indeed not reached that level. He explained that the Shadow Yuko was now restricted by the diary, and said that only after completing the task requirements of this diary, which she could not see, could the Shadow Yuko regain her freedom. Of course, as for how many requirements there were, and how much time it would take, Mayachi Haikage did not say. And because Kino Yuko temporarily transferred the ownership of this diary to me, I can currently command this female ghost to a certain extent. Listening to Mayachi Haikage's explanation, Fujimiya Kinomi sighed with some emotion as she continued to reach out and stroke the diary that she couldn't touch at all. Mayachi Haikage seemed to be hiding something else, but these words were not just for her to hear, but also for the Shadow Yuko sitting on the ground. So, is Mayachi Haikage planning to subdue this female ghost? Fujimiya Kinomi thought, but she still cooperated with Mayachi Haikage's explanation, first showing a worried look, and then asking if the diary's control was reliable. I'm not sure either, but it should be fine for a few months. As long as I can become a special grade before she breaks the seal, I won't need to worry about her. If it really doesn't work out, then I'll just take her to Tokyo and find those big shots. Anyway, I get along quite well with that special grade, and I believe they will be more than happy to accept such a unique cursed object. Giving the Shadow Yuko some hope, and also giving her some pressure, Mayachi Haikage slightly relaxed his suppression of her. As long as she made any special moves, the seal would be applied to her with double the effect. Let her off a bit of this one's hostility first. However, after most of her power was drained by the diary, the negative emotions on the Shadow Yuko were not as heavy as before. If before, she had an irreconcilable hatred and disgust for Kino, Yukuriko, and all people and places related to the events of that time, and had expanded this hatred to all humanity because of those negative emotions. Then now, after losing most of her power, her hatred for humanity had weakened somewhat. Of course, because Mayachi Haikage was the main culprit for all this, her hatred for him was still about as strong as her hatred for Kino Yukuriko. But now, after her negative emotions were weakened, the Shadow Yuko had also become a bit more clear-headed. Now, in the face of that extremely restrictive seal, she knew very well that she had no way to take revenge on the two people in this room. If she continued to curse Mayachi Haikage here, It would only make him suppress the seal on her even more tightly, and he might even hand her over to a special grade jujitsu sorcerer to be exorcised. So, in the blink of an eye, the Shadow Yuko had already controlled her agitated heart. Mayachi Haikage had just told Fujimiya Kanomi that the seal on her was not permanent, but a protective mechanism of that mysterious diary, and its effect would definitely weaken slowly over time. In other words, as long as she cooperated a little now and didn't show any particular thoughts in front of this guy, Mayachi Haikage, she still had a chance to secretly break free from the seal and regain her freedom. Therefore, even if she felt that the seal on her body seemed to have weakened a little, the Shadow Yuko did not immediately test it, but chose to continue to pretend. Of course, the Shadow Yuko still had to fake this feeling of being controlled. At least, she felt that her acting skills were still quite good. However, under Mayachi Haikage's orders, she had already changed her appearance back to how she looked when she was alive. She was no longer like before, where no one would notice any expression she made. And Mayachi Haikage was a director and photographer, and Fujimiya Kanomi was in operations and an assistant. If nothing else, they were quite experienced in acting and identifying acting. With just a glance at each other, they could understand the meaning in each other's eyes, and they both knew that the Shadow Yuko's current performance was definitely an act. Then, Mayachi Haikage looked at the Shadow Yuko and spoke to her in a negotiating tone. Actually, I'm a pretty easygoing person. Look at me. I clearly have the power, but I didn't attack you at all last night, did I? If you hadn't come crashing in on your own in the end, you wouldn't have been sealed in this diary. I don't have any thoughts on the conflict between you and your main body. When I was at the hospital, I loosened the seal a bit. You should have heard the doctor's explanation. The best-case scenario for that Barato, who did this to you, is permanent incapacitation. Your revenge was still quite successful. As long as you don't keep thinking about implicating innocent people, after you complete the diary's tasks and pay off your debt, I can indeed let you regain your freedom. To prove his words, Mayachi Haikage also made a small light glow at the tip of his finger. This was not ordinary Hammond, but a compressed Hammond blast. It could be said that the amount of Hammond in one blast was already comparable to the total amount of Hammond an ordinary person might cultivate in a lifetime. It could be said that the difficulty of using this thing was similar to that of a certain six-pulse divine sword, and only a cheat-like person like Mayachi Haikage could use it relatively freely. Fujimiya Kanomi didn't feel much when she saw the small ball of light on Mayachi Haikage's fingertip, but the Shadow Yuko's perception was much clearer. Although a vengeful spirit of her level was no longer so afraid of the sun, she would not normally appear outdoors under the noon sun. In Barato's hand, this small light seemed almost like another indoor sun. If a vengeful spirit like her came even Barato closer, she could sense the threat of the Barato energy. So, Mayachi Haikage did indeed have power. No wonder he didn't show any fear at all when he faced her last night. It turned out that he had the confidence to retreat unscathed from her from the very beginning. The Shadow Yuko did not speak, just continued to stare at Mayachi Haikage with her dead fish eyes, as if to say that no matter what he said, she would never give in. Anyway, I've said my piece. You can go back and think about it properly. After all, the feeling of being locked up in a small dark room isn't that great, Mayachi Haikage said, and then closed the seal again, letting the Barato continue to think in the diary. After doing all this, Barato shrugged at Fujimiya Kanomi. Let's give her Barato time to reflect. After I get back to Tokyo, she should be calmer. And Fujimiya Kanomi sat on her Barato and observed Barato seriously, confirming that he was not acting now. Now that I think back on what happened yesterday, I still feel like I'm dreaming, realizing that it was now their private chat time. Fujimiya Kanomi finally let down all her pretenses, revealing an expression more like a girl her age. When I first encountered these things, the surprise and panic I felt were much greater than yours. It also took me a long time to adjust to this new life. Fujimiya Kanomi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Was Barato referring to his reaction when he first arrived in this world? Since he was a child, Mayachi Haikage had never acted like an ordinary child. This kind of suspicion, let alone Fujimiya Kinomi. Even many people in Asagaoka who had a good relationship with him had similar thoughts in their hearts. Of course, these were all just speculations, and it was only because in recent years, novels about other worlds had gradually become popular on the internet, and Mayachi Haikage himself had even mentioned some concepts about transmigrators that they had such thoughts. It was just that as Mayachi Haikage once again showed a place that was different from ordinary people, it made Fujimiya Kinomi recall this thought again. It felt as if Mayachi Haikage was very familiar with those people, as if he had known them for a long time. Kano Yuko, the Hiragi family shrine, that Hamamiko he had saved, and them in Asagaoka. Mayachi Haikage seemed to know their affairs in too much detail. It was as if before Renge was even born, he seemed to be very sure that it would be a younger sister, and had even accurately described her current appearance. Facts had proven that Mayachi Haikage had never been wrong about such things. Anyway, Fujimiya Kinomi could feel that what Mayachi Haikage was saying now was the truth. But she really couldn't imagine how the current Mayachi Haikage would show a terrified look. And if you really looked at Mayachi Haikage as a so-called transmigrator, wouldn't it seem much more reasonable? However, Fujimiya Kinomi would definitely not ask this kind of question. After all, the one she had known since she was a child was the Mayachi Haikage before her, who had helped Asagaoka revitalize and let the people of Asagaoka earn a lot of money. Because she knew that Mayachi Haikage could definitely handle this Yuko matter, and she didn't have to worry about a female ghost appearing to compete with her for status. So after chatting about Yuko's matter for a while, and seeing that Mayachi Haikage seemed unwilling to talk too much on the topic of the diary, she very proactively changed the subject. Tomorrow is the spring trip. Besides everyone from Asagaoka, you also invited that girl named Hamamiko tomorrow, right? So did you discover some problem with her again? Fujimiya Kinomi was still not sure about Mayachi Haikage's attitude towards that Hamamiko, so she asked tentatively. Chapter 195, New Reward. The Otherworld Navigator app, hearing Fujimiya Kinomi suddenly mention Hamamiko, Mayachi Haikage also sat down beside her. Yeah, when we rescued her back then, her condition had clearly stabilized by the time the ambulance arrived. Logically speaking, at most, she should have recovered after a month of rest in the hospital. But you've probably heard about her situation, right? Ever since the winter of the year she drowned, her health suddenly took a turn for the worse, and it's only recently that her condition has improved slightly. Fujimiya Kinomi had already learned about the spiritual resurgence when she signed those agreements this morning. And Mayachi Haikage also didn't hide the nature of his teleportation ability from her. In fact, she was probably the only one who knew that he had actually awakened this ability much earlier. So, at this time, hearing Mayachi Haikage's suspicious tone, she realized that he seemed to have discovered something about Hamamiko when he met her the day before yesterday. Fujimiya Kinomi voiced her thoughts, and Mayachi Haikage also nodded, at the same time pointing his hand towards the western mountain range. I saw a strange thin thread on Minma's body. That thread has been connected in that direction. If I'm not mistaken, it's that thread that has been continuously drawing her life force over the past few years, making her body so weak. So, I'm wondering if there's something unclean on that mountain we went back then, using this method to gain power. Fujimiya Kinomi frowned slightly, because recently there had been rumors of wild beasts on the mountain, to the point that the villagers didn't dare to go up the mountain alone to dig for wild vegetables. This made her can't help but wonder if there was any connection between the two. But Mayachi Haikage shook his head at her. I've also observed the situation in the mountains, but I can't make a judgment for now. So I'm just planning to make a trip to the mountain where Minma fell into the water. That place, like ours, is on the outer edge of the mountain range. Mayachi Haikage also pointed to himself. Anyway, I'm just going to take a look. If I really run into any trouble, it'll just use teleportation to run away and then call for backup. Fujimiya Kinomi understood. Mayachi Haikage was not just doing this for Hamamiko, but was actually worried that the thing over there would affect the stability of Asagaoka. After all, although the two places were separated by a mountain range, the straight line distance was only about 10 kilometers. A normal person could walk there in 3 or 4 hours, let alone those messy, strange beings. If something unclean really appeared on the mountain over there, it would naturally pose a threat to Asagauka as well. Therefore, Fujimiya Kanomi nodded slightly. It'll help cover for you then, but you have to be careful too. Don't try to be a hero. Dealing with a smart and considerate person like Fujimiya Kanomi was just that simple. She could understand the meaning in just a few sentences. I'm very afraid of death. Have you ever seen me do anything I wasn't sure of all these years? Who knows? Fujimiya Kanomi shrugged, and then suddenly reached out her hand and placed it on Mayachi Haikage's cheek. Anyway, I don't care what you come into contact with or who you've met in Tokyo or other places, but you must remember that in Asagauka here, there are still many people who need you. Mayachi Haikage knew that Fujimiya Kanomi's heart had not yet fully adapted to the changes in this world. So he held her hand in return, and the two sat by the bed and chatted casually for over an hour, easing her emotional stress. After chatting, he went to the set and wandered around for a while before returning home. It's good that Kanomi's emotions are slowly easing. In comparison, Itakaji's situation didn't require as much careful handling. Barato called Itakaji over and directly asked him if he dared to continue. Work hard for 3 years and earn enough money for an ordinary person to live on for a lifetime. This is my promise to you. With the support from a jiu-jitsu world, your personal safety is still somewhat guaranteed. Of course, if you feel that this kind of thing is too dangerous and you're scared, that's also normal. I can understand. As for your contract, I don't have to pursue the breach of contract penalty. As long as you don't participate in the filming of other videos within 5 years after leaving my side, that will be fine. Looking at the hesitant Itakaji, who had returned to his normal state after the adrenaline stopped pumping, Mayachi Haikage knew that he was probably still struggling in his heart. So he directly took out several stacks of 10,000 yen bills and placed them in front of Itakaji. I felt from the beginning that you were a rare talent, and indeed I was not wrong. Your heart is far tougher than the average person's. What happened yesterday, for you to be able to think of completing the final filming under those circumstances, this is your reward. Itakaji had, after all, worked in a convenience store. Although he was not as professional as a bank employee, he could still judge that the amount of cash in front of him was probably 2 or 3 million yen. You know, when he was working at the convenience store, the most he earned in a month was just over 1 to 200,000 yen, and his annual salary was only a little over 1 million yen. And now, after working on Mayachi Haikage's side for half a month, he had already earned the money that would have taken him several years to earn before. Thinking of his lavish life this past half month, and this money now, if he took this money and left, he could indeed live a few more years of carefree life. But after that, with no skills, he seemed to be able to only return to the boring life he had before, where he could see the end at a glance. When Mayachi Haikage pushed the stacks of money in front of him, Itakaji couldn't help but recall his state of extra clear-headedness at the critical moment last night. He even somewhat doubted if the him at that time was really him. At least, the current him couldn't seem to figure out at all what kind of mentality he had to make that decision at that time. Was his heart tougher than ordinary people's? Since he was a child, in the eyes of his parents and teachers, he had always seemed to be a good-for-nothing. Unwilling to live off his parents in his hometown for the rest of his life, Itakaji came to Tokyo after graduating from high school with his last shred of dignity. The result was that he was taught a harsh lesson by reality. Facts had proven that he was just a good-for-nothing, incapable of doing anything right. Being an ordinary cashier in a convenience store was the limit of his ability, until Mayachi Haikage discovered his potential and showed him a world completely different from the past. Itakaji felt as if his world had suddenly turned from gray to color. Although, after experiencing what happened last night, a rather heavy black was added to this color. But recalling his exceptionally clear-headed state last night, and even when he was experiencing the illusion of that Kano Yuko's hatred for everything before she died, he was able to regain consciousness immediately after the illusion ended and was not immersed in that pain at all. He felt that his talents seemed to have never been on the so-called right path from the very beginning. Perhaps only this place, and Mayachi Hikage, could bring out his talents and value. Thinking of this, Itakaiji's gambling nature also flared up. Right then, he put the money from the table into his pocket, and, at the same time, showed a look of being ready to do anything. Boss, if it weren't for you, I'd probably be owing those loan shark companies a debt I could never repay by now. You were the one who pulled me up when I was at the lowest point in my life. Since you think so highly of me, I'll sell this life to you. Work hard for 3 years, and then retire to enjoy life. At that time, no one will be able to say that I'm a good-for-nothing waste anymore. However, after he accepted the money, he soon had some doubts again. My life is a worthless one. As long as the money is enough, I'd dare to do anything. But what about Sakakibara's side? He doesn't know about these things yet, does he? After collaborating with Sakakibara Kuchi on a few videos, Itakaiji was relatively clear about his little brother's situation. Because his name was similar in pronunciation to the online handle used by a certain notorious juvenile serial killer, he had often been joked about because of the homophone of his name since he was a child. Although Sakakibara Kuchi was not happy about this, due to his personality, he would only suppress these things in his heart. Under such circumstances, he began to like reading mystery novels and horror works. And because of that personality, which also seemed a bit unsociable, he naturally didn't have many friends around him. It could be said that although Sakakibara Kuchi's appearance was much better than his, he also belonged to the gloomy type characters in the class. In this regard, Itakaiji wasn't worried that Sakakibara Kuchi wouldn't be able to accept the situation of the inner world. Instead, he was worried that after knowing the truth, he would be too immersed in that world, which might make it easier for people to feel a sense of disparity. That is, an ordinary person who deals with those vengeful spirits and supernatural beings every day might also subconsciously regard himself as a member of that world. But the fact that he was an ordinary person would not change. If this went on for a long time, it might also cause considerable psychological pressure. You're quite concerned about Sakakibara, but you don't need to worry about this. Mayachi Hikage waved his hand. Sakakibara Kuchi's adaptability is also much better than yours. And you just signed that confidentiality agreement this morning. You should know that we are now in an era of spiritual resurgence, right? But Itakaiji looked confused. Was that in the agreement? He had slept until past 10 this morning before getting up, and as soon as he got up, he was called over by Mayachi Hikage to sign a confidentiality agreement. Out of trust for him, he thought that he would just ask him later if there was anything he didn't understand. Therefore, he hadn't carefully observed what was in the agreement, which was several pages long, and had just signed his name directly. Mayachi Hikage could only explain the situation of the spiritual resurgence to him again. That's about it. Because we're in a period of spiritual resurgence, the number of people awakening supernatural powers is also increasing. And you, in my eyes, are people who might awaken. Under the eye of destiny, Itakaiji did indeed have the fate of extreme misfortune turning into good fortune. If it really came to the most dangerous moment, he might really awaken some special ability. He hadn't seen Sakakibara Kuchi's side yet, but he had also done a brief card divination. His fate was not as extreme as Itakaiji's, but it was also the kind of fate where he had to fall to the lowest point in his life before he could make a comeback. More importantly, Mayachi Hikage really did have some ways to let people gain special powers now. Yesterday, after he had resolved Kino Yuko's safety issue and sealed the Shadow Yuko in the diary, after the self-selection reward progress bar was directly filled to half, he had obtained an additional non-designated lottery draw. Although this lottery draw could not be in a designated direction, it was decided based on the content of the commissions he had handled for the diary holders during this time. In the end, Mayachi Hikage drew a somewhat subtle reward, a navigator app that could go to the metaverse, which was formed by the collective unconscious of humanity. From Persona 5, which was the story Mayachi Hikage had first confirmed should not exist in this world after he went to Tokyo. After all, this world had not seen any cases of mental shutdown, apart from the shrunken Kudo Shinichi and the currently struggling Kendaichi. There was no high school detective named Akechi Goro. Unexpectedly, a mysterious mission connection had rewarded him with this. Was it because the Shadow Yuko was another personality that Kano Yuko was unwilling to acknowledge? In the setting of Persona 5, there was a stand-like power called a persona, and the condition for its awakening was to recognize one's own heart. Whether it was negative emotions or pessimistic emotions, one had to admit that it was one's inner self. After recognizing one's true heart, it was possible to awaken a persona in the metaverse, modeled after various historical and mythological figures and even gods, and gain the ability to fight against the shadows formed from human negative emotions. In the story of Persona 5, the protagonist team formed the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, using this method to eliminate shadows, steal the distorted hearts of the wicked in reality, and thus achieve the matter of changing their hearts. However, on Mayachi Hikage's side, after obtaining this app, what he thought of was not just changing hearts. The shadows in the metaverse were born from human negative emotions, and the vengeful spirits and cursed spirits in this world were also beings produced under specific circumstances due to human negative emotions. Negative emotions were their source of power. So, would it be possible to find the corresponding shadows in the metaverse and achieve the effect of exorcising vengeful spirits in reality by eliminating them? And this method was also hidden enough. He didn't need to worry about his actions being discovered by people in the real world, and he could also use those shadows in the metaverse as practice targets. Chapter 196. Field Trip Day. After confirming that the story of Persona 5 did not exist in this world, Mayachi Hikage, who had obtained the Otherworld Navigator app, had already designated it as his future training ground. However, he had not yet clicked on or used this app, because in the settings, the metaverse is regional. Each region should have its own local metaverse, and the entrance to this metaverse is generally in the most densely populated place in the area. The entrance to Tokyo's metaverse is located beneath Shibuya Station, and its form is a subway network entrenched beneath Tokyo. When entering the metaverse from other locations in Tokyo, one will randomly appear at a certain location inside, and the only way to leave the metaverse is to return to the entrance. In other words, no matter where he was in Tokyo, as long as he clicked on this app, he would appear at Shibuya Station when he returned to reality from the metaverse. In a sense, this could also be considered a form of spatial teleportation. However, for Mayachi Hikage, who had true teleportation abilities, this was not very practical unless the teleportation time was not enough for him to escape. Then there was his current location in the countryside of Saitama Prefecture. He didn't know what the situation was with the metaverse in Saitama, but the entrance was most likely in Saitama City. As for Asagaoka, although its popularity had indeed been quite high in recent years, the number of tourists visiting was not particularly large. Unless you counted the online popularity, there was no way the entrance to the metaverse could be here. Mayachi Hikage's current teleportation could be used at most twice in a row. If he was really transported to the center of Saitama City, it would be difficult for him to teleport back, and he would have to wait for the train in Saitama. So he was preparing to test the effect when he was leaving Asagaoka. Even if he was teleported to Saitama, he could just take the train to Tokyo from the station there. In short, with this app, Mayachi Hikage did indeed have the ability to let others gain special powers, although the power of persona required one to recognize one's own heart, which in itself was not a low threshold, and for the most part, it could only be effective in the metaverse. But Mayachi Hikage himself possessed the spiritual power of a stand. Adding another, similar existence like a persona, perhaps the fusion of the two would produce an even more wondrous chemical reaction. At that time, perhaps he would be able to use the power of his persona in the real world as well. In short, for this app, Mayachi Hikage had no intention of spreading it out directly like he did with Hammond for the time being. After all, Hammond breathing required years of practice to achieve anything, and its main role was to strengthen the body and for self-defense. Even if those girls had reading value to speed up their rest without a year or so, it would be difficult for someone with ordinary talent to form any combat power. Mayachi Hikage had only spread Hammond after ensuring that his own advantage was obvious enough. But the metaverse was different. The stronger a person's heart, the stronger the persona they would obtain. This kind of power was not stable, and there were certain dangers within the metaverse, so it was not suitable for spreading. Shina, Mashiro, Jerry, and if he had to say, the Shadow Yuko who was under his control. These were the people Mayachi Hikage would currently bring in. As for the others, Konomi, Keed, and Kashiya Suguru here in Asurigaoka, Mayachi Hikage could naturally trust them. But he himself was not too willing to let them give up their current lives to come into contact with those dangers when they could live peacefully. Then in Tokyo, Sakakibara Kuchi and Conan's character and personality were also trustworthy. They certainly wouldn't be like that Akechi Goro, using the metaverse to fulfill their own selfish desires. He could find time to take them for a stroll in the metaverse to let them see the world, but the app would certainly not be given to them so easily. As for Itukaiji, this guy's personality flaws were indeed quite significant. Matters of the inner world could be tightly bound by an agreement, but for other things, he had to be careful that he wouldn't accidentally leak them. However, with his fate, as long as he continued to film these videos and appear at the front line of incidents, he would awaken supernatural powers sooner or later. Mayachi Hikage wasn't worried that the app would find its way to Itukaiji on its own. Because this Otherworld Navigator app was a reward from the diary, he also had a certain degree of administrative authority. Although he couldn't choose whether to let someone awaken a persona, he could decide the number of people who entered the metaverse each time, and whether to let the app appear on others' phones. With this authority, it wouldn't be like in the original work, where other people nearby would be accidentally pulled into the metaverse, and the app would appear on their phones and couldn't be deleted. Only after Mayachi Hikage had figured out the situation on the metaverse side and could ensure that the situation would not get out of control would he possibly distribute it on a small scale. And on Itukaiji's side, he didn't know the meaning behind Mayachi Hikage's words. But hearing him say that they were also talented and might awaken supernatural powers in the future, just this one sentence, Itukaiji probably wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. He would be thinking about this all night, wondering what kind of power he would get if he obtained supernatural powers. Fortunately, he had nothing to do tomorrow, and he didn't need to drive the car from home. A bus was arranged directly from the film base to take them there together. Seeing Itukaji's pumped-up look, Mayachi Hikage patted his shoulder, ending the conversation. After resting for a night, the time soon came for the next day, which was the annual spring field trip day for the Asurigaoka branch school. The number of participants in this field trip was quite large. Besides the original Kashiya siblings and Mayachi Renji, because of Asurigaoka's rise, the number of students at the branch school had now barely reached double digits. In addition, Kageyama Keed, Fujimiya Konomi, and some previous graduate from Asurigaoka would also participate. The bus was almost full with nearly 20 people. However, except for Ichijo Itaru, who had just transferred here this year and had not met Mayachi Hikage, the other students had all been taught by him in various ways after enrolling. After not seeing him for more than a month, they still retained a sense of admiration and awe for him. Therefore, when Mayachi Hikage appeared on the bus holding Renji, the chatter on the bus instantly became almost inaudible. It wasn't until he waved at them and casually found a seat in the front row that the bus became lively again. Ichijo Hataru, who was on the side, had never seen such a scene before, so she asked Kamari, who was sitting next to her, with some curiosity, "Is that the Mayachi Hikage senpai you all often mention?" Mayachi Hikage's reputation inside Asurigaoka and outside Asurigaoka was completely different. Everyone in Asurigaoka knew who was responsible for the changes in the village over the years, so everyone was grateful to him. And outside Asurigaoka, because of his low-key nature, among the hundreds of videos from Asurigaoka, apart from his voice appearing as narration, his image had never appeared in the videos. Just like how Kashiya Suguru, although he often appeared in the videos, under Mayachi Hikage's request and his own habits, had never said a single line in these videos. Specifically, Mayachi Hikage had basically evolved the videos of certain handicraft-ups from his previous life into the classic daily life of Doraemon and Nobita. First, Natsumi or Komari, or someone else in the village, they would encounter problems and seek help from Kashigeya Suguru. In the end, Suguru would quietly develop an invention that seemed useful but was actually useless. Finally, Barato would serve as the video's serious narrator. Kashigeya, Suguru's handicraft channel, was also one of the origins of Asagauka's success. Although it was only updated once every 1 or 2 months, he would usually upload some exquisite handicraft production videos to meet the fans' demands, developing both invention and handicraft aspects. Therefore, Suguru's reputation outside was quite big. But in comparison, Maiachi Hikage's narration, because it had been voice modulated, not only could no one outside recognize his voice, but few people had even heard of his name. Ichijo Hataru only learned these truths after coming to Asagauka and becoming friends with everyone at school. From that time on, she had been curious about this Maiachi Hikage, whom she had never met, but who had completely changed Asagauka in just a few years. Today, she finally met him. Looking at Maiachi Range sitting affectionately on his lap, Ichijo Hataru couldn't help but exclaim, "Maiachi Hikage Senpai seems quite gentle. Why does everyone seem a little afraid of him?" Kashigeya Komari showed a look of longing, because before Hikage and I graduated, he was always the one teaching us. "You've been here for a month. You should know how lazy Kazahone is. Our usual classes are basically self-study with the teaching plans she gives us. Those teaching plans were actually all prepared for us by Hikage and I before he graduated." But then Kashigeya Komari seemed to think of something again, and her body shivered slightly. Then she shook her head. "But in terms of studying, Hikage and I is really strict. Basically, all of us younger ones, except for my brother, have been scolded by him all the way." Hearing Komari's words, Ichijo Hataru couldn't help but try to imagine in her mind how this seemingly easygoing Maiachi Hikage would scold people to leave such a deep impression. But now the man himself was sitting at the front of the bus. Kashigeya Komari certainly didn't dare to imitate him on the bus, and could only say that she would find a chance to do it after they got off. She had always wanted to show her dignity as a senior in front of her junior. So, she had deeply memorized the words Maiachi Hikage used to scold people back then, Senchuredo. But there was a mountain range in between. It might be possible for an off-road vehicle, but a bus couldn't take this shortcut. Following the road, they took a detour around the periphery of the mountain range. After spending more than an hour, they finally arrived at Chichibu City. At the agreed-upon place, Maiachi Hikage also saw Hanma Miko, whose face still looked a little pale, sitting in a wheelchair. Behind the wheelchair was her younger brother. Although her physical condition had recovered a lot due to the power of Hammon, and she could move like a normal person, her parents were naturally still worried about letting her go out alone, just to be safe. At the very least, someone had to be with her. Maiachi Hikage silently activated his destiny skill and placed his gaze on Hanma Miko. Within Hanma Miko's fate, there was still that thread affecting her life, and it looked slightly thicker than when he had seen it in Asagauka. As for the direction, it was indeed the mountain where she had fallen into the water. A simple math problem, the intersection of two non-parallel line segments. Maiachi Hikage was not bad with directions. After looking at the map a few times, he could quickly confirm the specific location. I wonder if it's because this thread has grown a bit in the past few days, or is it that the closer Hanma Miko gets to that mountain, the thicker this thread becomes? Maiachi Hikage felt that the latter was more likely. After all, a few days should not be enough for this thread to grow so quickly. In other words, if Hanma Miko was far enough away from Chichibu, would it be possible to break the connection with that mountain? Maiachi Hikage thought, and then helped Hanma Miko lift the wheelchair onto the bus at the door. "How has your body been these past 2 days? Are you feeling any better?" A faint smile appeared on Hanma Miko's face. "I've been sunbathing a lot more these past few days, but there hasn't been much change so far." These past few days, she had actually been struggling with the commission that had suddenly refreshed, wanted to find out what had caused her body to become like this. However, because it was still early, she was not yet ready to go to the place where she had fallen into the water. The girls in the group also suggested that she make ample preparations before taking action, before the time reached the final limit. But her heart had been reminding her that it was best to go to that mountain as soon as possible to find out the truth about her body. Chapter 197. The Shrine Maiden of Chichibu. Shrine Maiachi Hikage had left this spring trip for Kageyama Kid to organize, so he basically didn't have to worry about anything this time. He just needed to follow the established itinerary and have fun. Chichibu wasn't too large, but because it was surrounded by mountains, it had served as a post town for merchants and travelers in ancient times. As a result, it had many natural landscapes and several shrines with long histories in the city. At the same time, as a tourist city, it was also one of the cities in the Kanto region with the most festivals, holding over 400 large and small festivals throughout the year. And in May, after the cherry blossom viewing season ended across the country, late spring in Chichibu ushered in the Moss Phlox Festival after the Cherry Blossom Festival, as well as the Chichibu Shrine's ongoing Chichibumiya Festival. Kageyama Kid's plan for this morning was to go to Chichibu's Hitsujama Park to attend the festival and admire the flowers. In the afternoon, they would go to a reserve farm to pick the last batch of spring strawberries. In the evening, they would go to the most famous mineral spring hotel in the city to soak in the hot springs, and then drive back to Asahigaoka together tomorrow morning. After a day of fun, everyone seemed quite happy. Even Hanma Miko, who was in poor health, had picked a basket of strawberries herself at the orchard. Kageyama Kid also looked quite proud. After all, she had organized this entire spring trip, and even Maiachi Hikage hadn't given any opinions. The only problem was that this guy Maiachi Hikage had been holding Renge all day long, trying to amuse her. When she wanted to hold Renge, she was mercilessly rejected by this guy. And to think she had often gone to the school last month to bring Renge delicious food and show concern for her studies. This little girl Renge just didn't know how to take the initiative. It wasn't until it was time to soak in the hot springs at night that Barato finally managed to snatch the right to take care of Renge from Barato. She gently touched Renge's cheek, saying, "You little thing, why are you so attached to Barato?" Maiachi Renge, whose cheek was being gently Barato, still maintained her expressionless face, waving her hands and trying to break free from Barato's grasp. However, the girls in the bath area all knew about Barato as doting on Renge, so at this moment, they were all watching the two of them play. Only Fujimiya Konomi glanced toward another part of the building. Barato should have finished her errand by now. Later, it will be up to me to make sure things stay on schedule. And at the Barato of the hotel, Barato, who had stepped away from the hot springs area, was currently chatting with Barato, who also did not go. Hamamiko didn't go because her health was poor, and soaking the hot springs could easily make her faint. Then she received a text message from Maiachi Hikage, asking her to meet at the hotel entrance. Because she had already had a showdown with Maiachi Hikage about the Hammond breathing, she trusted him very much. Since he had something to find her for, it must be something important. Then Maiachi Hikage brought up the events of the past 2 days. Encountering a real vengeful spirit during the filming process, and successfully awakening supernatural powers under the pressure of that vengeful spirit, and even establishing some connections with the Shinto and Jujitsu worlds. Maiachi Hikage didn't go into too much detail, but it was enough to make Hanma Miko, who was listening on the side, feel a little worried. She carefully looked him up and down, confirming that he had not been harmed by that vengeful spirit. "I'm fine. When I sensed something was wrong earlier, I had already called for help. It was just that there was a little accident in the middle, but in the end, I managed to escape smoothly after awakening my ability." He mentioned that he had asked the Shrine Maiden from Takamiya Shrine to come and help, and through this operation, he had also gotten to know many priests from inside and outside Saitama Prefecture. Speaking of which, Chichibu Shrine also has a real shrine maiden station there. I even exchanged contact information with her. If you feel that there is something wrong with your body, I can take you to meet that shrine attendant and have her check your condition. Takamiya Shrine was an ancient shrine passed down through the family, guarded by the Hiragi family for generations. Although it was under the management of the Association of Shinto Shrines, the association would not proactively interfere with the operation and inheritance of these shrines. As the successor of Takamiya Shrine, Hiragi Inori could even be invited by people from the jujitsu world to help, which showed her freedom of action. But Chichibu Shrine was different. This shrine, named directly after Chichibu City, was built by the government and belonged to the standard state Shinto. The priests and shrine maidens inside were basically directly managed by the Association of Shinto Shrines. In Chichibu Shrine, there was even a special grade spirit medium stationed all year round. However, because of a Shinto power system centered on ley lines, let alone special grade combat power, even those grade 1 shrine maidens would rarely leave the area they were in charge of. The Chichibu Shrine maiden Miyachi Hikage had met was a grade 1 spirit medium, and her strength should be even stronger than Hiragi Inori's. And to be honest, her side was also closer to Seikyu Academy. But because she was directly under the management of the Association of Shinto Shrines, and Nanami Kento had no personal relationship with her, he naturally couldn't call her over to help. It was only after Hiragi Inori's side reported the matter of Kanoe Yuko that she was temporarily transferred by the Association of Shinto Shrines to help. Listening to Miyachi Hikage's explanation, Hamamiko couldn't help but look at him with a sigh of emotion. This group of girls had kept diaries for over a month. However, until now, only Shinomiya Kagaya had encountered the world of jujitsu through the power of the Shinomiya family. She then brought Yatsuya Miko, who had already awakened her spiritual vision, to join Barato. The other girls were basically still working hard with Hammon and the spiritual power cultivation methods they had gotten from Shinomiya Kagaya, and had not come into contact with many other supernatural beings. But Miyachi Hikage, after meeting Shina Mishiro, had only learned Hammon breathing from her for about half a month, right? Not only had he helped Shina Mishiro perfect her breathing rhythm, but he had also been noticed by people from the jujitsu world because he was filming ghost house exploration videos. And now, because he had encountered an attack by a vengeful spirit, he had completed his awakening at a critical moment, becoming a supernatural being, and had even established some relations with the Shinto side through his strong social skills. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Miyachi Hikage's Hammon intensity was still very low, and there was also the proof from Shina Mishiro, a diary holder, Hamamiko would have really suspected if he might be the mysterious person. But because of Shina Mishiro, who was rated by Kasumiga Kakayudaha in the group as a natural airhead who would definitely not lie, Miyachi Hikage's identity was now the most innocent one in the group. No matter what changes had occurred to him now, it seemed to be quite in line with his genius persona, which had been certified by the mysterious person. Therefore, upon hearing that Senchuredo was preparing to take her to Chichibu Shrine to find someone to help check her Senchuredo couldn't help but feel Senchuredo touched. The Senchuredo intensity in your Senchuredo should be enough to let you live a normal life, but your condition is still so weak now. Maybe there's still something lingering on you. I may not be able to solve these problems, but the shrine maidens at Chichibu Shrine are knowledgeable. They will definitely have a way. As Barato spoke, he also took out his phone to contact the shrine maiden from Chichibu Shrine. He had saved her phone number and knew that her surname was Kano. In fact, the shrine maidens at Chichibu Shrine would not normally take the initiative to act. After all, most of the time, they stayed in the shrine to cultivate and communicate with the ley line, and would not go out to entertain the visitors who came to worship. And then there was the fact that the entrance of Chichibu Shrine itself was posted with evil-suppressing talismans. Ordinary evil spirits couldn't even enter the shrine's main gate. As long as it wasn't a particularly persistent strange being, those who were entangled by ordinary vengeful spirits could naturally get rid of those dirty things just by coming to the shrine to worship once. However, since Miyachi Hikage was already considered one of their own in the inner world, and he seemed to have a good relationship with that Gojo Satoru from the jiu-jitsu world, it was no big deal to help him take a look. In fact, Hamamiko had also visited a shrine after she drowned, but later, after her health deteriorated, her body no longer supported her to go out casually. Even when her family went to the shrine to worship during the new year, they just had her parents pray for her. Hamamiko's side had really not been to a shrine to worship since her health deteriorated. After hearing Miyachi Hikage's invitation, Hamamiko also felt a sense of excitement she hadn't felt in a long time. Perhaps, with the help of Miyachi Hikage and those shrine maidens, she could find out what was wrong with her body without having to wait for the commission's deadline to end. Under the gentle night breeze, Miyachi Hikage quickly took Hamamiko to the entrance of Chichibu Shrine by taxi. The location of Chichibu Shrine was not on a mountain, but in the city center. This place was also the main ley line of the entire Chichibu city. As long as this ley line was controlled, it could also play an integrating role for some small ley lines in the surrounding area of Chichibu Shrine. Naturally, there was no one to receive them at the entrance of the shrine. After all, Miyachi Hikage was indeed just a small fry now. The fact that the other party was willing to help him take a look on the phone was already giving him face. Naturally, he couldn't expect the other party to take the initiative to welcome him. When passing through the shrine's torii gate, Miyachi Hikage's gaze couldn't help but fall on a talisman posted on the pillar of the torii gate that was not easily noticeable. His eyes could clearly see that this talisman was equivalent to a switch. When this talisman was posted, it would separate the world outside the torii gate from the world inside. It was a kind of barrier that did not target humans and ordinary creatures, but was specifically effective against vengeful spirits. He entered the shrine lightly, without feeling any abnormality. Then he turned his head to look at Miko behind him. After Hamamiko walked past the torii gate, her expression also did not change. A faint light that was hard to detect flashed in Miyachi Hikage's eyes, confirming that the thread had still not disappeared and was still connected to her. It seems that the barrier of this shrine can't block this curse? Or is it that this is not a curse at all? After all, neither before nor now, Miyachi Hikage had indeed not seen any ominous aura from this thread. Miyachi Hikage's slight frown was also noticed by Hamamiko. She asked him nervously, "Hikage-kun, did you discover something?" Miyachi Hikage nodded. "If you had any curse on you, you should have had some reaction when you walked through the torii gate. But if you didn't feel anything just now, then either there's nothing wrong with you, and it's indeed just the sequelae of drowning, or the problem is even worse than I thought. Neither result seems to be good, but I'm just guessing. Don't worry too much. I heard that there's a special grade spirit medium stationed in the shrine. Anyway, let's hurry inside." The shrine's grounds were quite large. By the time the two of them walked into the inner part of the shrine, one of the shrine maidens who was in charge of cleaning saw that someone had come at this hour and couldn't help but remind them that it was already past 6 p.m., and if they wanted to worship, they should come back tomorrow morning. However, before Miyachi Hikage could explain, the Kanomiko whom he had met once before walked out from the shrine hall on the side, signaled that this was her guest, and told the other shrine maiden that she could go back and rest. After that, shrine maiden looked at Miyachi Hikage and the others curiously for a few moments. She put down her broom and left. Only then did the Barato at the Barato to the shrine hall nod toward Barato, her gaze briefly passing over Barato before she gestured for them to speak inside. Barato understood that this was the shrine office where priests and Barato-s handled shrine affairs. So he led Hamamiko and followed behind the Kanomiko. After entering an empty room, the Kanomiko signaled for the two of them to sit down, served a few cups of clear tea from the side, and then sat down opposite Miyachi Hikage. After sitting down, she began to carefully size up Hamamiko. After looking for a long while, she said to Hamamiko, "Have you ever thought about becoming a professional shrine maiden at a shrine?" There were generally two types of shrine maidens at a shrine. One was a part-time assistant shrine maiden who came to work for a salary. Even state Shinto shrines would recruit some young girls to come and work as part-time shrine maidens. After all, these supernatural beings, with a few exceptions, were indeed not very willing to do the work of receiving guests, cleaning, and selling shrine goods. These tasks naturally had to be done by part-time workers. The other type was the professional shrine maiden, who was either the daughter or relative of the head priest of the shrine and naturally became the shrine's maiden, or who had taken a special examination to obtain the qualification of a Shinto priest becoming a specialized shrine maiden and receiving a higher salary than the assistant shrine maidens. And this qualification was the series of talent screening mechanisms that Shinto had developed over the years. A person who obtained the qualification of a priest did not necessarily have the aptitude for spiritual power. But 99% of the people who went to take the priest qualification examination and were screened out definitely did not have the aptitude for spiritual power. For the Kanomiko to say this now, perhaps she had seen the spiritual power aptitude that Hamamiko possessed. Although there was no harm in Hamamiko becoming a professional shrine maiden, Miyachi Hikage still coughed lightly and shifted the topic to her physical condition, wanting to let the Kanomiko help check her body first. Chapter 198. The girl who should have Barato 5 years ago in the shrine office of Chichibu Shrine. After a simple consultation, the Kanomiko invited Barato to a separate room next door for a private spiritual reading. This was a traditional offering within the shrine. Ordinary visitors didn't even know about this private ceremony. Only those with sufficiently high status, who were qualified to know about the inner world, could enjoy this examination package that used spiritual power to conduct a full-body scan. She had naturally not heard of Miyachi Hikage's name before, but the name Asagaoka was very well known. After all, Asagaoka was so close to Chichibu. It was originally just a countryside village, but in just a few short years, it had become the #1 internet-famous village in Japan, and its fame was about to spread abroad. It wasn't until Barato was chosen by the jiu-jitsu world, not only having a leader of the younger generation like Gojo Satoru escorting him, but also awakening to the supernatural in the process of dealing with vengeful spirits, officially becoming a member of the inner world. In addition, he had also been filming videos of haunted houses, which could easily expose information about the inner world. Only then did his situation enter the sight of the Shinto upper echelons. One day was enough for the Shinto side to get a general grasp of Miyachi Hikage's situation. It was also after reading his identity information that the Kanomiko, who felt that he could have great achievements in the future, agreed to let him bring another ordinary girl who was not from the inner world to the shrine. It was just using spiritual power to help a frail girl recuperate her body. This kind of thing wouldn't be any loss for them. However, after seeing Hamamiko, the Kanomiko, with just a few glances, discovered that this girl's spiritual power talent seemed to be quite good. To be precise, she wasn't sure how good Hamamiko's spiritual power talent was, but she seemed to have a very high compatibility with the ley line. Although she was still just an ordinary person,